Chapter 63, Promlet Fights Back, Part 10, Promlet Fights Back, The Swimming Not Drowning Prank, January 4, 1995. She hates me, Harry muttered morosely into his oatmeal. Sirius sighed heavily as he sat down at the table in their quarters at Hogwarts. His eyes glanced at the parchment by Harry's breakfast. After a rather tense meeting the day before with Hermione, Harry had been left simmering somewhere between annoyance and heartbreak. Hermione had pointed out that Harry couldn't expect everything to go back to normal with just a few apologetic words. He had literally pushed her away, made decisions for her, and taken his time trying to make it right. She accepted that Harry's magical exhaustion had contributed to the situation since he had been asleep most of New Year's Day and Sirius had kept him resting for a couple of days afterward to ensure he recovered. But she had been less forgiving about everything else. Harry had sent her a letter as a second attempt at earning her forgiveness, but it clearly hadn't worked. "She doesn't hate you," Sirius assured Harry. He was fairly certain Hermione loved Harry a great deal, both as a friend and as a girlfriend. She was just teaching him a lesson by not allowing their relationship to resume until he could, in her words, prove he trusted her to make her own decisions. On one hand, Sirius appreciated Hermione's viewpoint that Harry needed to understand making unilateral decisions about their relationship wasn't acceptable. On the other hand, he couldn't bear to see Harry hurting. "The path of true love never runs smoothly," Sirius said brightly, trying to comfort Harry. "Look at your mum and dad." Harry raised an eyebrow. "I don't think I want years of Hermione giving me the cold shoulder." Sirius grimaced. "I don't think it'll be years," he offered tentatively. "And besides," he waved at the letter by Harry's plate, "she is still being cordial, isn't she?" "She?" Harry sighed and pushed the last of his oatmeal away. "Only because of the house thing." Hermione had assured Harry and Sirius that she wouldn't make things difficult regarding the House of Black. She was still proud to be a daughter of the house and was committed to ensuring its safety and position in the magical world. "Still, the house thing means she's not going to ignore you," Sirius pointed out. "I'm fairly certain I heard her tell you that she was still going to be your friend and help you with the second task, so..." "So?" Harry murmured grumpily. "So, all is not lost," Sirius said as Dobby arrived with a traditional English breakfast. Harry's stomach growled hungrily. "Fate heart never won fair lady, Promlet. You're just going to have to win her back." Harry nodded slowly, a glint entering his green eyes that was slightly worrying. "Ron and Neville are coming over later. Maybe they'll help me think of something." Sirius couldn't help the nostalgic smile that appeared on his face. Harry looked just like James had when he tried to come up with scheme after scheme with the Marauders to win Lily over. It was good, Sirius thought, that Neville and Ron had forgiven Harry without too much fuss. Ron had been the easiest. His punch on Harry's arm had been accompanied by an exasperated, "You plonker, don't do that again," and that had been the end of it. Neville had settled for lecturing Harry for an hour about the history of fealty and their oaths. After gaining Harry's assurance that he understood pushing them away was not an acceptable way to protect people, Neville had nodded and said, "Apology accepted." Sirius was pleased that Harry had the full support of both boys, although the idea of them coming up with a plan to get Hermione back on board had all the hallmarks of an impending calamity. "Try to stay out of trouble," Sirius advised dryly. "You really don't want Minnie upset, would you?" Sirius found pleasure in watching Minnie confront Dumbledore. He didn't need to say a word as she scolded him for his foolishness in not keeping Harry informed about Sirius's situation, despite Remus's explicit request. Sirius stood there, glowering, while Dumbledore's face turned bright red under Minnie's blunt reprimand. When Dumbledore apologized and promised to do better, Sirius accepted it with skepticism. He and Harry had already given Dumbledore more chances than he deserved, and Sirius was not inclined to grant him another. Sirius scowled at the thought of Remus. They had agreed to improve, yet Moony had repeated the same mistakes Sirius had made years ago. He felt fortunate that things had ended with Harry safe somewhere, rather than facing the worst at Wormtail's hands. "Are you ever going to talk to Moony again?" Harry asked bluntly, interrupting Sirius's unhappy thoughts. Sirius shot his son a pointed look, urging him not to delve into his growing anger toward his old friend. I've talked to Mooney, Sirius replied, stabbing a sausage on his plate. You've sent him mail, Harry retorted. That's not the same thing. This isn't something for you to worry about, Harry, Sirius said firmly. Yes, he and Remus were in a bit of a spat, but it wasn't the first time in their friendship, and he doubted it would be the last. But I do, Harry blurted, capturing Sirius's attention. Sirius frowned. Harry? It's just... Harry squirmed under Sirius's concerned gaze. I mean, Remus isn't to blame really when you think about it. He couldn't have known what would happen, and I hate that you two aren't speaking. Sirius held up a hand to stop Harry from continuing. Look, Promlet. He sighed, trying to gather his thoughts. To organize his thoughts into something his son could understand, he said, I realize what happened wasn't Mooney's fault. Dumbledore should have informed you that I had gone to the States for treatment. Trelawney's prophecy was unfortunate timing, or maybe the result of too much eggnog. Peter is obviously smart and slimy enough to take advantage of the situation when you went to the hospital looking for me. He knew those specific things couldn't be blamed on Mooney. But, he continued, feeling a renewed spark of anger towards Mooney, the fact is he didn't deliver the news about me to you himself. He promised me, Harry, that he would be there for you if anything happened to me, and he wasn't. That was the core reason Sirius was upset with Mooney, and Mooney accepted Sirius's anger. Sirius was all too aware of the danger he faced in the upcoming fight with Voldemort. He knew he was a target, not only because of his relationship with Harry but also due to the power he held as Lord Black, power Voldemort had coveted during the last war. He had to trust that the people he'd asked to take care of Harry would indeed take care of him. Of course, he had received a scolding from Augusta, Richard, Amelia, Andy, Molly, and several others about giving Harry a bolt hole instead of a list of people to go to for help. Sirius considered the various lectures he'd received with a touch of grumpiness. He pointed out that when he'd given Harry the bolt hole, the only allies he had at the time were Remus and the healers back at the clinic. He also mentioned that during the latest crisis, Harry was determined to believe that contact with anyone was a bad thing, and it wouldn't have mattered if he had told Harry to go to Augusta, Richard, Andy, or anyone else, Harry would still have run away. But they had made their argument, and now there was a list of who Harry could turn to for help. Sirius knew he should seek help in the future. Now that Harry had finally accepted he wasn't to blame if people got hurt, Sirius felt confident Harry would reach out. However, Sirius had refused to reveal the location of Harry's safe place. Privet Drive would remain their secret. I just hate it when the two of you argue, Harry murmured, pulling Sirius back to the present at the breakfast table in their Hogwarts quarters. We'll make up, Sirius reassured him, waving a hand absently. Just, not right this minute. Harry snorted but poked at his letter morosely. Sirius figured he was safe from Harry pushing him to talk with Remus for a few more hours. Suddenly, Dobby appeared beside Sirius, the Daily Prophet clutched in his hands as he nervously hopped from foot to foot. Dobby? Harry asked hesitantly, sensing the elf's distress. Story in the paper about Master Harry Potter's Mooey, Dobby said, pulling on an ear. Sirius quickly snatched the paper from Dobby's hands, aware that Harry had shoved his chair back to read the article over his shoulder. It was on the front page. The Dangerous Pet Werewolf of Black and Potter, Steward's History of Violence. It is not a secret in political circles that the steward for the houses of Black and Potter, Remus Lupin, is a werewolf. What is not so commonly known is that Lupin has been reprimanded for unsafe behavior that led him to attack the hands that feed him. An anonymous document provided to the Daily Prophet reveals that Lupin lost his position as defense professor at Hogwarts. This appointment raises serious questions about Albus Dumbledore's capability as headmaster after Lupin attacked Black and Potter in his werewolf form at the end of the school year. The attack was so severe that a disciplinary note was added to his file after questioning by the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement ourselves. It seems this werewolf managed to convince Lord Black, an old school friend, and the innocent Lord Potter that his attack was not something to worry about. They generously forgave him and allowed him a place within their family. However, it is rumored that Lupin has been consorting with European werewolves to create his own werewolf army on the continent. This army threatens the fabric of our wizarding world, and he intends to use it as a coup against the very people who have given him sanctuary. With the news that Black hasn't spoken with Lupin in days, perhaps the truth has finally emerged, revealing this werewolf for what he really is. Bloody Skeeter! Sirius swore furiously, crumpling the paper in his hands. What was that about a disciplinary note? Harry asked, pushing his glasses up his nose, worry evident in his voice. I don't know, Sirius admitted. The only time he knew Amelia had questioned Remus about the events at Hogwarts was during the interview at the start of the summer. That interview was meant to prove Sirius's innocence and push for custody of Harry. Oh, that foolish werewolf! Remus had to tell Amelia about turning into a werewolf to explain how Pettigrew got away when he talked to her about what happened at Hogwarts, Sirius said tightly. She must have put a note in his file. A flush of guilt washed over Harry's face, matching the surge of guilt that coursed through Sirius. Although it wasn't their fault that Remus had transformed after they left the shack, their actions had led to formal proceedings and evidence that someone had given to Skeeter for her atrocious article. Bugger! Sirius swore again, his mind racing with the political ramifications of Skeeter's article. We have to go. See him, Harry said urgently, pulling on Sirius's arm. Sirius nodded, setting aside his frustration with Remus in favor of the immediate need to connect with his old friend and reassure him that the article wouldn't affect his position in their lives. They marched over to the flue and Sirius followed Harry through to the schoolhouse. Tonks was pacing in her dressing gown in the front parlor. She turned and glared at them, brandishing a rolled-up newspaper like a weapon. Where the hell have you two been? Do you have any idea? Nymphadora? Andy's sharp scolding tone interrupted her before Sirius could reprimand his young cousin for her disrespect. That's enough. She turned to Sirius, her grey eyes flashing. Although, where the hell have you been? We just got the paper. Sirius snapped. Andy looked abashed, crossing her arms and nodding briskly. He's in the kitchen. Sirius stormed past her and into the kitchen. He paused in the doorway, taken aback by the sight of Remus sitting at the table with his head in his hands, the remnant of breakfast scattered in front of him. Charm was trying desperately to comfort Remus, her hand gently patting his shoulder while she whispered soothing words. Sirius cleared his throat, and Shan's head whipped up, her eyes flashing amber at him. What do? Shan began heatedly. Leave, Sirius said tersely. Now, Shan. She huffed, but a quick glare at Sirius's stern expression had her gathering her dignity and stomping sulkily out of the room. Harry gave Sirius a gentle push, and Sirius sighed, taking the space Shan had just vacated. Harry slipped into a chair on the other side of Remus. You'll have my resignation immediately, of course, Remus croaked out. Without looking up, Remus kept his gaze down. Sirius and Harry exchanged shocked and horrified looks over the werewolf's head. Don't be stupid, Remus, Sirius snapped. Finally, Remus raised his head. You can't possibly think my staying on as steward is a good idea after everything that has happened over the last few weeks, especially after today. Harry sent Sirius another silent look, pleading with him to fix it. Sirius sighed heavily and reluctantly let go of his anger. You screwed up, Remus. I trusted you to be there for Harry, and you weren't. But, he held up a hand when Remus went to speak, you trusted Dumbledore, and you had every right to think everything would be fine if you waited at the hospital for the rat to show again. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. I can hardly condemn you for making the same mistake I made back in the day, even though I hoped you would have learned from my poor example. I should have, Remus sighed, dropping his hands onto the table. He looked over at Harry. I am very sorry, Harry. Harry gave a half-hearted shrug. Dumbledore should have told me. He bit his lip. And I should have talked to you when I saw you at the hospital instead of hiding. If I had? Remus reached over and patted his arm. Maybe we all have a lesson to learn from what happened, but don't blame yourself, Harry. You were let down by Professor Dumbledore and by me. He grimaced. I can only promise that it won't happen again, but... He motioned toward the newspaper Sirius still held. Unfortunately, it seems that events have overtaken us. What's that got to do with anything? Sirius asked dismissively, tossing the newspaper down. It's a pile of crap. Remus frowned heavily. Sirius, you can't honestly believe that I can continue as your steward after such awful press. He grimaced. You need to do damage control, and my resigning. Who cares what they think? Sirius interrupted. Harry exclaimed angrily, You're not leaving. I don't accept your resignation. Harry. And neither do I, Sirius interrupted before Remus could respond to Harry's outburst. Do you honestly think I hadn't considered the possibility that the press would react badly to the idea of a werewolf holding one of the most important positions for two powerful houses in our society? Not to mention the whole providing sanctuary for the rest of the British pack? Do you think I haven't planned for this day already? Well, Remus mumbled sheepishly, pushing a hand through his hair. When you put it like that. So, firstly, Sirius said, turning his attention to the problem at hand, why didn't you tell me you received a warning, Moony? He knew Remus recognized the use of his marauder name, which signified that Sirius truly forgave him. Remus's shoulders dropped slightly, the tension easing. Because it wasn't important, Remus replied succinctly. Your name needed to be cleared, and Harry needed you to be his guardian. He raised a finger for silence, preventing Harry and Sirius from speaking. And truthfully, I deserved it. His cheeks flushed. I was monumentally stupid that night. I completely forgot my wolfsbane, and if you hadn't been able to turn into Padfoot to run me off, I could have hurt you all very, very badly. Sirius scoffed. You'd probably have just gone for Snape. It was only a half joke. Remus chided him softly, not the point. He shrugged. Amelia was very kind about the whole thing. She could have had me arrested, but she understood it was an accident. She had to uphold the law and make a record of it, but that was it. So how did Skeeter get her hands on it? Harry wondered aloud. Sirius pointed at his son. An excellent question, Pronglet. Very excellent question. Amelia's dry tone drew their attention to the doorway. She strode in and took the remaining seat at the table. I wanted to come over and apologize immediately, Remus. Your file is meant to be confidential. I have an aura investigating. Well, I have two suspects in mind, Sirius growled. Wenlock and Diggory. Amelia nodded. Me too. She waved a hand at Sirius. But I doubt Wenlock was behind it. He's far too prissy to get his hands dirty. But not beyond using Diggory to do it. Amelia nodded unhappily. Amos has been a good friend for a number of years. It's not going to be easy if it is him. Harry slumped back in his chair. Merlin? Can you imagine what it's going to be like for Cedric? We don't know for certain it is them, Remus protested weakly. Oh, it is them, Amelia contradicted him. The second report on the creature's bill goes in front of the Wizengamot tomorrow, along with the overview of the new legislature proposal. What better way to push for another overturn of the committee reviewing the laws if its biggest proponent is discredited thanks to bad publicity? That's cheating, Harry said hotly. Welcome to the wonderful world of dirty politics, Sirius replied dryly. There are cheats everywhere, Harry, not just on the Quidditch pitch. I do have a concern for your safety, Remus. Amelia turned to him. Regardless of the fact that the article is a load of nonsense, there is a fair amount of anti-werewolf feeling out there, and this paints a target on you. I already had a target on me, Remus countered. I'll be fine. Sirius hid the wince he wanted to express at the reminder that Remus was being hunted by Greyback. I'd prefer to have Tonks provide you with a discreet escort until we can contain this, Amelia shot back. You're that worried? Sirius interjected before Remus could refuse. Amelia nodded briskly. I am. This type of thing stirs up mob behavior, she said, spreading her hands. Look at what happened over the disgusting article about Hagrid on Boxing Day. I missed it, Sirius reminded her. It was bad, Remus said quietly. Skeeter revealed that Hagrid is half giant. There are rumors that several villagers from Hogsmeade went to Hogwarts to demand Dumbledore fire him because they didn't want him around. That's awful, Harry exclaimed, frowning. Is this why Dumbledore had Trelawney looking after me? He was taking care of people wanting Hagrid to leave. Partly, Remus admitted. But it doesn't negate the fact that Dumbledore should have just told you the truth about my whereabouts and condition. Sirius quickly added, I was anticipating that you might excuse Dumbledore's decision given the situation with Hagrid. A slight diversion is in order. How did Skeeter find that out anyway? I assume she must have eavesdropped on them in the garden at Hogwarts the night of the ball, Remus said. I remember seeing her on the map near where Hagrid was sitting with Madame Maxim. Really? Amelia asked. I'm certain I overheard Maxim telling Dumbledore that they were alone. She was taking him to task about security and privacy. I can't blame her. There was a moment of silence as they all considered Hogwarts' wobbly security. Sirius sighed. If Tonks can stay with Remus as an escort, that would be great, Amelia. Now, wait a moment. Remus began. No, Moony, Sirius said firmly. Greyback can't get to you easily, but a mob can. Tonks is a good choice, being a daughter of the house, it keeps it within the family. Remus glared at Sirius. Moreover, it's probably not safe to keep your guest here. Amelia nodded. Shan. Remus blinked, taken aback, before the real threat of a mob bent on hurting a werewolf sank in a moment later. No. It's probably not safe, he agreed. This place is well protected, but it would be better if she were elsewhere, Amelia said crisply. There's no reason why she shouldn't head to the sanctuary, Sirius replied. I admit it's useful having her here for intelligence on Greyback, but she could provide that through a flue connection or over a mirror. Remus sighed but nodded in agreement, which made Sirius let out a slow breath of relief at not having to argue about it. Amelia got up from the table. I should head back and see what the investigation is doing. I'll be in contact later, Sirius said. I'm going to call a meeting of the Potter Alliance. We'll need to discuss strategy for the Wizengamot. Harry, you should return to Hogwarts. No, Harry said firmly, surprising Sirius and making him raise an eyebrow. Harry blushed. It's just, this is my fight, Padfoot. Remus is the steward for the House of Potter, and this is an attack on my political agenda. I should be at the meeting. Sirius leaned over and ruffled his hair. Well said, Pronglet. He glanced at Remus and motioned toward the door. Why don't you walk Amelia to the flue? Harry nodded, a bit unhappily, but Sirius figured he understood he needed a moment alone with Remus. It's going to be brutal, Remus said as soon as Harry and Amelia were out of earshot. Are you sure he should? He'll stand up, Sirius said simply. Regardless of his romantic troubles, Harry seemed more settled in his skin. Sirius suspected some of it was due to Harry finally meeting Lily and James. A touch of envy and jealousy spiked in his gut, but he shook it off quickly. He was raising Harry, living with him, and seeing him grow into a fine young man. James and Lily were gone, but if talking to their ghosts had helped Harry even a little bit in facing his destiny, how could Sirius think of it as anything but a good thing? Hadn't Harry admitted he loved Sirius? Sirius felt himself settle into his own skin with that thought. I talked with James and Lily. Remus stared at him. What? I found Harry at the cemetery with the resurrection stone, talking with James and Lily, Sirius explained quietly. Dear Merlin, Remus breathed out thinly. Were they? They looked exactly like they always did, Sirius said, grief churning through him as always, but it was tempered by the knowledge of seeing them. They forgave me, Moony. He shook his head. I never realized how much I needed them to until. Remus clasped his hand on top of the table. It was never your fault, Sirius. I let them down, Moony. There was a hushed silence. And I let you down, Remus said regretfully. Sirius sighed. We have to stop making the same mistakes, Remus. Lily and James told Harry that he's stronger with his friends than without. The Marauders, we were stronger together. We are stronger together. So, Remus said tentatively. So I really do forgive you, Sirius said sincerely. Thank you, Remus replied. He wiped a hand over his face, hiding suspiciously shiny eyes. I just wish that Skeeter hadn't gotten hold of that note. Sirius squeezed the hand that was clasping his own. We're brothers, Moony. You, me, and Prongs. We didn't run when you told us as teenagers, and Harry and I, we're not running now. Now, come on. Let's find our youngest marauder and work out how we're going to prank the pants off Wenlock. Remus gave a huff of laughter. I hope you don't mean that literally. Sirius's eyes gleamed with mischief. Well, now that you mention it. He slapped Remus on the shoulder as the other man chuckled, feeling his own equilibrium return with a vengeance. Wenlock was going to deeply regret taking on the Marauders. Marauders! The fire in the parlor had dwindled to a dull ember. Remus sipped the whiskey he had poured and leaned his head back against the cushion of the sofa. Tonks switched on the wireless and settled beside him, grateful for her silence. A blast of music erupted before fading away, and the voice of the radio host filled the room. This is Malcolm Mitherington, reporting on today's extraordinary news from the steps of the ministry. I have the minister himself here to make a statement. Remus snorted. He remembered Malcolm as a rather pompous Hufflepuff who had been in the same year as Sirius's brother. Minister, Malcolm continued, what can you tell us about the werewolf Lupin and what will happen now? My dear Malcolm, and faithful Wizarding Wireless listeners, Fudge replied, his smooth politicking flowing through the airwaves like honey, I fear this article today has become something of a mountain when it is, in fact, simply a molehill. So, Lupin didn't attack Lord Potter and Lord Black at Hogwarts at the end of the school year in June? Malcolm asked sharply. Fudge coughed softly. No, that is to say, Remus Lupin did admit that on the full moon in question, while trying to apprehend Peter Pettigrew and understand the truth behind Lord Black's situation, he forgot to take his wolfsbane and did turn into his werewolf form when he was in the open. And he attacked them, Malcolm insisted. Oh no, my dear fellow. Fudge said cheerfully. On the contrary, Lord Black was able to divert him, and Lupin chased after the fleeing Pettigrew. No harm befell Lord Potter and Lord Black from Mr. Lupin's actions that night. I see, Remus chuckled dryly, knowing full well that Malcolm didn't truly understand. Obviously, when Director Bones investigated the situation with Lord Black at the beginning of the summer, the truth about the evening at Hogwarts came out during the interview with Mr. Lupin. As per protocol, a note was added to his creature file. Fudge continued when Malcolm remained silent. All completely above board and normal process. He made a skin sound. What has not been above board is leaking this confidential note to the press. I assure you and the listening public that the DMLE will thoroughly investigate how this happened. Surely it doesn't matter though. Malcolm argued. Lupin is a werewolf and doesn't have the same right to privacy. This was surely in the public's interest to know. Lupin is dangerous. Well, let's examine those three statements, shall we? Fudge sounded almost gleeful. Tonks shot Remus a questioning look, and he smiled weakly back at her. Firstly, the law that stated werewolves did not have the same right to privacy as wizards and witches was suspended by the authority of the Wizengamot. Following the decision to review the creature laws, werewolves now hold the same right to privacy, and it is completely illegal to reveal details of ministerial files containing any private information related to them. Remus breathed out. It had been a shock to him earlier in the day to realize that whoever had leaked the information would face criminal charges for their action. Secondly, Fudge continued, the matter was uncovered during a separate investigation. Mr. Lupin's actions were examined by the director of the DMLE herself and found to be accidental and non-criminal. There were extenuating emotional circumstances surrounding the event that provide some mitigation to Mr. Lupin forgetting the wolfsbane and the impact coming out into the open would have upon him. Furthermore, all parties involved, except Pettigrew, have come forward today to state their support for Mr. Lupin. I think Professor Severus Snape might disagree, Malcolm countered. He did advocate for Lupin's removal from the Hogwarts staff. On the contrary, Professor Snape has contacted me. Fudge countered calmly, expressing his dismay that Lupin's record had been tarnished by this incident. Remus's eyes widened in shock, and he almost dropped his drink. Fudge continued, stating that Professor Snape had reflected on the incident and admitted his initial reaction stemmed from personal phobia rather than sound logic or knowledge of Lupin's character. This brings us to your third point about Lupin being dangerous. Outside of the full moon, Remus Lupin is a very intelligent and gifted wizard, a friend to Lords Black and Potter, as well as their steward. He is indeed dangerous on full moon nights, but Lord Black provides wolfsbane as part of their agreement. Mr. Lupin typically spends that time alone in one of the Black properties. Malcolm cleared his throat. What about the rumors that he is building a werewolf army? Fudge laughed lightly. Dear me, no. Mr. Lupin was identified as an alpha by his counterparts in Europe and takes that duty seriously, supported by his lords. They are simply providing sanctuary to any in the pack run by Fenrir Greyback, a very dangerous werewolf who is a wanted criminal, especially for the act of biting a 4-year-old boy, who grew up to be Mr. Lupin. Lupin was for when he was turned. Malcolm sounded shocked, while Remus carefully avoided making eye contact with Tonks. Yes, it was very tragic, Fudge said with just enough sincerity to be believable. Greyback had tried to blackmail Lupin's father into a deal, and when he refused to comply, Greyback took his revenge by biting the son. Lupin deserves our compassion, not the unremitting intolerance and hatred typified by today's newspaper article. I adore Rita, but on this occasion, she has it very wrong. Remus waved his wand at the wireless and switched it off abruptly. Well, that was a positive defense, Tonks said brightly. Remus snorted and rubbed his temples. He rubbed his free hand over his face. I really don't want to talk about it. He was aware that the second stage of Sirius's and Harry's plan involved the Wizengamot the following day, and he preferred not to dwell on that. He realized he had made a significant mistake by trusting that Dumbledore would follow Remus's instructions to inform Harry about Sirius. He had hoped Dumbledore wouldn't assume he knew best and act on his own. He let his desire to capture the rat interfere with taking care of Harry, just as Sirius had done years ago. However, Sirius had learned and changed his approach regarding Harry, and so would Remus. He took a deep gulp of scotch. He needed to prioritize Harry, especially given the support Harry was offering him. The meeting at the Potter Alliance had been as brutal as he had anticipated. The room had been hostile at the start. Too many members held ingrained prejudices about werewolves, despite their liberal views. A couple of them even suggested that Harry and Sirius should abandon Remus, but they were quickly silenced by Harry's firm declaration that Remus was staying. There was something different about Harry. While Sirius chaired the meeting, ensuring the discussion had direction and that everyone had a chance to speak, it was Harry who led. He made it clear he would stand beside Remus and support the broader agenda for werewolves. Harry hadn't faltered under the glares of the older men or the arguments they presented. Instead, he cleared his throat and succinctly outlined Sirius's plan for handling the press and the Wizengamot. Afterward, the Alliance members left satisfied. Remus swirled the amber liquid in his glass. Somehow, Harry had taken on the role of leader while he had been in hiding. But why wouldn't he? Remus thought with sudden clarity. Harry had believed for a short time that Sirius was dead. Harry was going to have to lead, to battle evil, and find the strength to defeat Voldemort on his own. During those brief days, Harry hadn't had Sirius to lean on, to guide the Alliance and fight on his behalf. Somehow, Sirius had understood this, allowing Harry to take the lead. It was disconcerting. Something on your mind? Tonks asked, interrupting his thoughts. Remus glanced at her, incredulous. Tonks flushed, her hair shifting from pink to green and back again. I know, stupid question after everything today. Actually, I was thinking about something specific regarding Harry, Remus admitted. He seems to have changed, don't you think? He's become more authoritative. Tonks shifted to face him fully, resting her elbow on the back of the sofa while propping her head on her hand, her legs tucked underneath her. Maybe, she said. He was pretty forceful at the alliance meeting, but I wondered if that was something he and Sirius had planned as a strategy. Remus shook his head. No, he sighed. I think being alone to deal with his grief over losing Sirius, it changed him. Tonks bit her lip. I guess we really don't know what happened to Harry during those days he was alone, what he went through. She reached for his glass, and he let her take it. She sipped and made a face at the harsh spirit. I'm more surprised that Sirius is letting him take so much of a lead, she said. Remus nodded slowly, understanding her perspective. Sirius had always been so protective of Harry. It was surprising that his old friend had allowed Harry to step forward in this way. But Remus's thoughts drifted to Sirius's mention of seeing James and Lily, how he had found Harry talking with them. He ignored the familiar churn of envy in his stomach. Perhaps Harry's newfound leadership had something to do with that. Sirius would never presume to interfere with anything that James or Lily had said or done. He sighed. I don't think it's easy for Harry. He trusts Harry, Remus said. He trusts you too, Tonks replied quietly. Remus's lips twisted wryly. He knew she was trying to make him feel better about the silence that had followed Sirius's return from the States. He had every right to be angry with me, Tonks. I let him down. I let Harry down. You trusted Dumbledore, Tonks argued. Most people would say that's a good thing. But it isn't, Remus replied without thinking. Tonks's eyes widened in disbelief. Remus? He took his drink back, feeling the weight of his words. Dumbledore has continually let Harry down with the choices he's made for him, Tonks. You must have realized that from everything Sirius has told you and your parents since reinstating the house last summer. I guess. Tonks sighed, pulling her knees up to her chest. It's still hard to believe that Dumbledore is fallible, you know? That he can make a wrong choice. I know, Remus said softly. Dumbledore's reputation was legendary. It was difficult to let go of the ingrained belief that he was always right, that he knew everything, and that his decisions were the best. Despite all Remus knew about Dumbledore's actions and mistakes, it was still hard to accept. After Sirius had been sent to the Valley Clinic, it had been so easy to turn to Dumbledore and ask him to speak to Harry. He rubbed his forehead again. You have to stop blaming yourself for what happened, Tonks said bluntly, guessing his thoughts accurately. It wasn't your fault. Remus huffed in disagreement but didn't respond. Tonks set her glass down and shifted closer. She placed her hand on his arm and stroked it soothingly before intertwining their fingers. Do you think Harry and Sirius would have forgiven you if you'd done something so terrible? She had a point. A small point, but a point nonetheless. Harry and Sirius had forgiven him, and he sensed from Harry that there was nothing to forgive. Remus sighed, realizing that maybe Tonks was right. He told her so. So if they're going to let it go, are you going to let it go? Tonks pressed. Ultimately, there was no choice. Remus would not let Harry or Sirius down again. To do that, he needed to remain strong and face the next few days, despite the press and the snide remarks about being outed to the whole of England. I guess I will, Remus said softly. He squeezed her hand and started to let go as he stood up, but she held onto him and scrambled to her feet. Remus. Before he could protest, her lips were on his. He responded automatically, sinking into the comfort of the kiss, feeling wanted. But he had just enough sense to pull away when she tried to deepen it further. Tonks. It felt wrong to call her by her surname, yet he didn't want to use a name she disliked. Dora. He substituted, feeling a rush of warmth as her face lit up at the nickname. Remus. She breathed his name eagerly and leaned forward again. He quickly placed his hands on her shoulders, halting her. Dora, we can't do this. Sure we can, Tonks argued. You're a consenting adult, I'm a consenting adult. Sean's gone and we have the house to ourselves. Tonks. The use of her surname made her still. "This is a bad idea," Remus said quietly. "I'm not at my best and you're my protection detail." Tonks frowned slightly. "Remus, we're friends, aren't we?" "Of course." He quickly reassured her. "And that's why this is a bad idea. Honestly, I don't know what you see in me. I'm far too old for you, and there's the fact that I'm a werewolf." "I don't think you're that old." Tonk's hair cycled to a bright blue. "You're charming, funny, and smart. Remus, I like that about you. I'm attracted to that. As for your lycanthropy, it has never mattered to me that I'm a metamorph, so why should I care that you have a furry problem once a month?" Remus could only stare at her. "I know I'm not the girl you would want to be with long term, and that's fine," she said, raising her hand to stop his protest. "But you're a good friend, someone I trust, and I like you." She shrugged. "I'd like us to be friends with benefits. You've had those in the past, I know you have, and so have I. You can't tell me you haven't thought about us." Remus shifted away from her and paced a few steps, his mind racing almost as fast as his heart. "I do like you, Dora," he conceded. "But this is very complicated." "No," he said firmly when she would have interrupted. "I'm the steward of your house. Sirius would have every right to fire me if we started something without asking for his permission." Tonks made a face at that, and he understood. The thought of having to ask Sirius for permission to have an arrangement with Dora was excruciating. "So we'll ask him," Tonks said bluntly. "We'd also have to agree that if we stopped being friends with benefits, we'd remain friends and civil." Remus quickly countered, "If Harry and Hermione have managed it, I'm sure we will." Tonks eventually agreed, though it was hardly a ringing endorsement. He wondered when he had stopped arguing against getting involved with Tonks and started negotiating terms. "So, you'll speak with Sirius?" Tonks asked, seemingly unaware of Remus's confusion. "We should sleep on it," Remus suggested. "If in the cold light of day we feel the same, then I'll talk with Sirius." He had no idea if he was hoping for Tonks to change her mind or not. He shook himself. "I should head up." "Let me come with you," Tonks said, stepping closer. "Just asleep, I promise." Remus sighed and looked away. Tonks closed the gap between them and placed her hand on his cheek, forcing him to meet her gaze. "Hey, no funny stuff," she reiterated. "But I don't like the idea of you being alone after today. I want to be there for you, Remus, as your friend." Remus felt torn. On one hand, he knew it was foolish not to turn her away, to reassure her he was fine and go up to his bed alone. On the other hand, he longed for the comfort of Pack, for snuggling into another warm body and knowing he belonged somewhere. He sighed and held out his hand. Tonks smiled, her face lighting up with delight at his decision. But as her hand slid into his and she tugged him towards the stairs, Remus couldn't shake the feeling that he was making the wrong choice. Chapter 64, Promlet Fights Back. Sirius's study within Hogwarts lacked the intimidating presence of the Black family magic. However, Hogwarts seemed to respond to the need for the study to be a safe place for Sirius. Albus, as the headmaster, could feel the shift in the ambient magic. Sirius and Harry would be protected in this space, even against any action Albus might take. It was a sobering realization. Albus tucked his robes around him as he settled into a cozy armchair in front of the fireplace. Cornelius and Amelia occupied the small settee, while Croaker took the other chair. Sirius, Remus, and Harry chose to stand. "First things first," Sirius said, waving at Harry. "Harry will be joining us from now on when his schedule allows for it." Albus's gaze sharpened at Sirius, but the head of the House of Black had been well trained. There was nothing in his expression to reveal why he had decided to include the team. Albus considered protesting but quickly realized from the satisfied looks on the others' faces that he would be alone in that opinion, so he refrained. "Secondly, we have a political crisis to deal with before we get to the rest of the agenda," Sirius continued, gesturing toward Cornelius. Cornelius smiled grimly. "Wenlock is clearly moving against us." He waved his hand almost absently. Nothing we didn't plan for, but it's still very annoying to deal with. Sirius exchanged a look with Harry and Remus, heavy with the understanding that the reality for Remus was much more than annoying. The papers were a good start at a defense, Bertie said, stepping in before Cornelius could speak again. The international press has been the most supportive. Sirius nodded, and as he glanced at Cornelius again, a glimmer of approval returned to his gaze. The wireless interview was a stroke of genius. The Prophet is running for cover this morning. It was somewhat of an understatement, Albus thought. The Prophet had published in the morning edition, there was a full apology to the houses of Potter and Black. Rita claimed she had been misled by incorrect information from an informant. Amelia snorted in an unladylike manner. They say Rita found the information on her desk. After verifying that the incident took place, though they don't explain how she verified it, she proceeded with the article, Amelia said. So they don't know who provided the information. Bertie sighed. That's very convenient for them, isn't it? Albus nodded in agreement. It's not good when I'm trying to identify the culprit responsible for giving her the information for criminal charges. Amelia pointed out dryly, it's a shame Rita can't be charged. Sirius muttered, and Albus thought it unkind, especially since he had no love for the journalist. We can't prove that she was aware the information was obtained illegally, Amelia said with a sigh. Unfortunately, the check on Remus's file has only provided us with two suspects as the source of the information, Diggory and Dolores Umbridge. Umbridge? Sirius exclaimed. I thought she was lost in the jungle somewhere. Oh, she is, Cornelius quickly assured them. But she's still a ministry employee, so she has some access to ministry resources. Not to mention that she still has friends, well, allies here, Amelia added. Allies like Clarence Mutter, who accessed Remus's file for Dolores soon after it was announced that Sirius was Lord Black. She was looking for dirt, Sirius commented, his disgust clear in his tone. Albus felt disappointment in Dolores. She hadn't been the best student, but he expected better from her. She found some, Remus sighed. It's not your fault, Moony, Harry said softly. If it hadn't been this, she would have found something else. Harry's right, Remus, Amelia said. She also asked Smutter to access the sealed file on Harry's placement with the Dursleys. Smutter, of course, couldn't access that file without my approval, so Dolores agreed he could leave it. Better my file than Harry's, Remus remarked. Albus noted Harry frowning at the thought that it was better for the scandal to revolve around Remus than Harry's childhood abuse. Sirius looked equally relieved as Remus that Dolores hadn't gotten her hands on Harry's file. Unfortunately, all I can prove right now is that Smutter accessed the file and gave her the information, Amelia sighed. Since she is still a ministry employee, I can't charge Smutter with passing the information to her. She gestured with a free hand. I've sent an aura to question her, but I doubt she'll admit to anything, and I can't use truth serum without more evidence against her. What about Diggory? Sirius asked, shifting to glance at Harry and check that he was fine. Same issue, Amelia's frustration seeped into her voice. He has plausible deniability since his position gives him authority to access Remus's file. He readily admitted to it and has offered to take a vow that he didn't give the information to the press. That's a pretty specific vow, Harry commented. Amelia nodded approvingly. It certainly doesn't exclude him giving the information to someone else who then passed it on. That someone being Wenlock, Sirius said, disgust creeping back into his tone. But again, there is no proof. Amelia replied, even if Amos admitted giving the information to Wenlock, without more evidence, I couldn't accuse a member of the Wizengamot. Sirius sighed. So that's it? They just get away with it. Albus felt a rush of nostalgia for the days when he had been innocent and passionate, before becoming jaded by the reality of political maneuvering. We can move Diggory to another department as a response, Cornelius suggested. We could place someone with the same agenda as us in his position. We should do that anyway, Sirius agreed, rubbing his chin. Maybe there's a way to get Wenlock to admit it during the Wizengamot discussion, Albus said. He's probably expecting you to try something, Remus pointed out. I mean more than you already have planned. Albus found that intriguing, especially when he noticed Amelia looking amused. Do we want to know what you have planned, Sirius? Nothing too wild, Sirius replied evenly. I promise. Remus smiled tightly. I talked him out of pranking Wenlock naked. Cornelius choked on his tea but then grinned. That would certainly liven things up. Bertie chuckled. I take it you are going to give the counter-argument rather than Daniel. Yes, Sirius said. And Remus is probably right. Wenlock will expect me to try to maneuver him into saying something about the newspaper article and will be on his guard. He shrugged. Still, we might be able to trick him into saying something. You're going to have to be on guard yourself too, Remus gently reminded him. Especially since Harry will be in attendance. Albus frowned. He didn't think that was a good idea but refrained from speaking, noticing the glee on Cornelius's face and the immense satisfaction on the others. It seemed his view that Harry had no business being at the Wizengamot until he was of age was not shared. Albus? The sound of his name drew him sharply back into the War Council. My apologies, Albus said smoothly. I was wool gathering. We've moved on to the tournament since there's nothing else to say on the politics front, Sirius explained, showing no hint of the impatience that glimmered in his grey eyes. Albus motioned at Harry. My apologies, but I do not believe I can speak of it with Harry present. Harry's face fell, but Sirius nodded in agreement with Albus's concern. Remus gestured at Harry. Why don't you and I get ready while everyone else here finishes up? Harry glanced at Sirius for permission, and upon receiving it, left immediately with brief but polite goodbyes to the others. Remus followed Harry out. Albus suppressed a heavy sigh. He had hoped for a moment alone with Harry to offer an apology. Shaking off the thought, he refocused on the discussion. He knew he should have tried to persuade Harry to reconsider attending. A Wizengamot debate was no place for a 14-year-old, even one as accomplished as Harry. Albus? Sirius prompted, his tone revealing his frustration. Albus nodded, covering his embarrassment. The preparation for the second task has already begun. Alastair is in charge of security, and we are monitoring the Durmstrang ship. Unfortunately, this task has become much more dangerous due to Voldemort's revisions. I fear he won't need to resort to sabotage to pose a real threat to Harry's life. Albus thought sadly that it was likely someone would die in the second task outlined by Tom, despite their best efforts to manage the parameters. I'll be issuing the same warning to all the champions. Sirius's expression was unreadable. I see. In terms of security, Albus continued, we haven't been able to provide further evidence that young Bartemius and his cohorts are operating from the Durmstrang ship. The connection with Karkaroff as a liaison is hardly definitive proof. That's certainly not enough to issue a warrant to search it or make a formal request, Cornelius said regretfully. However, I have spoken with Bogdan since Remus approached him off the record. Unofficially, he tells me he is making some progress with his fellow ministers regarding the Durmstrang Pact. He believes they may decide based on the outcome of the second task and any additional evidence of sabotage. Now I don't know if I should be hoping for sabotage or not, Bertie remarked wryly. Albus nodded, understanding the sentiment. Sirius nodded approvingly at Cornelius. Thank you for the behind-the-scenes support, Cornelius. Cornelius puffed up with pride in response. Let's move on. Tag the Death Eater. Sirius redirected the meeting with quiet competence. No movement on any front, Amelia sighed heavily. None of the tagged Death Eaters have had any contact with Crouch, Travers, or Greyback, as far as we can tell. There have been no sightings of any. Professor Snape has exchanged messages through Karkaroff, of course, but we don't know how Karkaroff is passing the messages on. It may be in person or through an illegal fluke connection. What about the Azkaban lot? Sirius asked. Travers Sr. and Mulciber. With your account of what happened, we managed to find the house where you and Neville were held, Amelia replied. We found Rookwood's and Mulciber's remains. Travers Sr. is still at large. She took a sip of tea. We've upgraded the wards at Azkaban following the breakout at U, so we don't expect a second wave of escapees. I take it the Dementor's crouch had us still missing too? Sirius asked. Amelia nodded. I'm afraid so. It may be that they'll get hungry enough for some unexplained catatonic states to appear, which will then give us a clue. She tapped her fingers lightly against her teacup. Hearing myself report our lack of progress, I feel we're being rather ineffectual. You're doing the best you can, Sirius reassured her before Albus could speak. Moody told us that 90% of law enforcement is patience, painstaking clue gathering, and desk work. He chuckled briefly. He made us do surveillance after surveillance in training so we'd learn. I remember, Amelia smiled. He made me watch Florence Parkinson for a whole week because she was going into Nocturne Alley, and the most suspicious thing she did was buy an illegal hair dye. Albus pursed his lips. He had known that particular shade of hair. That already, Sirius replied. It's in the past, Albus. What matters now is moving forward. Albus nodded, his expression thoughtful. I appreciate your understanding. I just wanted to ensure that my mistakes do not hinder our progress. Sirius sighed. We all make mistakes. The important thing is that we learn from them. Besides, we have bigger issues to focus on right now, like the Death Eaters and their activities. Yes, you're right, Albus said, straightening up. We must remain vigilant and continue our efforts. Sirius glanced at the clock again. Let's get to the Wizengamot. We need to make sure our voices are heard. With a final nod, Albus joined Sirius, and together they left the room, ready to face the challenges ahead. I've been over this ground more than a few times now, Albus, Sirius said calmly, his steady grey gaze meeting Albus's. Albus sighed. I fear I did not realize how difficult it was to change my thinking, my dear boy. He paused. I truly am sorry for the pain I inadvertently caused to young Harry. You need to apologize to Harry, Sirius replied. I was hoping for the opportunity to do so, Albus said. Sirius seemed torn, but he nodded and gestured for Albus to follow him out. Harry was in the living area with Remus. Both had changed into their formal robes, and Harry was talking rapidly with his honorary uncle. Albus wondered again if it was the right thing to place the pressure of being present at the Wizengamot on Harry's shoulders. He focused on the matter at hand, jumping in when Harry paused for breath. Harry, if you have a moment, please. Sirius nudged Remus's arm. I need to talk with you. Come and sit with me while I get changed. Remus cast a distrustful look in Albus's direction but went with Sirius. Harry had stopped pacing and gestured for Albus to sit down. You wanted to talk to me, Professor Dumbledore. He gathered his robes and sank into a chair while Harry perched on the edge of the sofa. I wanted to personally apologize for not informing you as Remus had asked, Albus said solemnly. I can only imagine what you went through believing Sirius to have died, and I am tremendously sorry that I played a role in you coming to that conclusion. It's okay, Harry sighed and rubbed his nose. Well, not okay, but I know you meant to protect me and, well, his cheeks reddened. I've had my own taste of making decisions I thought would protect others, and it not working out the way I thought it would. Albus relaxed with Harry's welcome understanding. I will try to do better, Harry. He cleared his throat. With that in mind, I hope you take this in the caring manner I intend. Are you certain you should attend the debate in the Wizengamot? Albus asked. Harry's gaze flickered to him, and for a long moment, Albus felt as though he was being weighed and judged. It was a disconcerting feeling. Finally, Harry spoke. The alliance is called the Potter Alliance. They stand with me on my agenda. I know I can't debate because of my age, and I'm grateful for that, but the least I can do is be there. It is Sirius's responsibility to represent you until you come of age, Harry, Albus pointed out gently. Maybe, Harry conceded, but... He paused, and his gaze fell to the pictures on the mantel. When I lost him... Albus had to strain to hear him. When I thought I'd lost him, I realized that I was going to have to lead the alliance and do everything myself. I accepted it because there was no other choice and because I know it's going to be me and Voldemort in the end. Harry said simply. I think I always knew it, even before we went to hear the prophecy. His green eyes flashed up and caught Albus's fiercely. You and I both know it. Albus's heart nearly broke at the pain evident on Harry's face. Now I have Sirius back. Sirius would gladly do everything on my behalf, I know he would, but I need to take the lead if I'm going to face Tom again, Harry concluded. Albus could only nod. He had known it for years and still wished there was something he could do to change it. The thing is, Harry continued, it's not like I had someone before. His expression saddened. It was only me with Quirrell and Voldemort, and only me with the Basilisk and Tom's Shade. So, he squared his shoulders and lifted his chin. If I can face them, I can face Wenlock. He smiled suddenly. And at least I know Sirius and Remus will do all they can to prepare me and will cheer me on, that they're there if I need them now. Sirius and Remus, my boy, Albus said softly. Harry nodded slowly. Suddenly, they heard footsteps running down the stairs, and both turned to see Sirius approaching, with Remus right behind him. Albus noticed that Sirius was once again dressed in sharply tailored dueling robes over black leather pants and a black silk shirt, with dragon hide boots completing the outfit. Remus wore immaculate formal robes in the same style as Harry, the crests of Potter and Black proudly embroidered on their chests. Albus mused that they would make a definite statement walking into the Wizengamot together, eager to see the reactions. Right, Sirius said loudly, let's get going, shall we? Albus rose from his seat along with Harry and took a moment to let the wild surge of hopefulness inside him take flight before he reined it back. If Harry could face Voldemort with as much dignity and courage as he had shown in their discussion, Albus had no doubt that Voldemort would lose. The hapless Wenlock stood no chance. It was a most satisfying thought, and Albus felt a spring in his step as he led the way through the flue to the Ministry. I'm not surprised that she's ignoring you, Draco drawled. Harry spared a moment from gazing at Hermione, who stood with the Tonks on the other side of Cornelius's office, to glare at him. That's very supportive, cousin. Thank you. The houses of Potter and Black had been waiting in the office for what felt like forever. Sirius wanted to make a showy entrance to the Wizengamot at the very last minute, and they had arrived with time to spare. Harry looked again toward Hermione, but her attention was firmly on whatever Amelia was saying. Hermione had politely greeted Harry but otherwise ignored him. Draco raised one thin blonde eyebrow. You have to admit you'd be furious if she'd tossed you back to Hogwarts the way you did her. I was trying to protect her, Harry snapped. Draco shrugged. If you say so. His pointed features appeared far too pleased for Harry's liking. So, are you single now? Harry scowled at him. No. Will you just shut up about it? Draco raised one hand in mock surrender. Would you prefer we talk about Wenlock and the debate? He sneered. In truth, Harry thought they should be discussing the debate. Perhaps that was a sign that dating was a distraction, and he needed to focus on other matters. Maybe he should give up on dating until everything with Voldemort was settled. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about protecting his girlfriend or upsetting her when he took action she disagreed with. He wouldn't have to think about how to make it up to her after upsetting her when he should be concentrating on defeating Voldemort, preparing for the second task, or not allowing Wenlock to provoke him in the debate. He suppressed the urge to sigh and rubbed his forehead, trying to ease the nagging headache starting to form. He realized this was one of those moments when Hermione would scold him for making a decision without discussing it with her. Truthfully, he didn't want to give up dating Hermione, even though the situation with Remus had distracted him from figuring out how to make it up to her. Harry belatedly noticed that Draco was waiting for him to respond. He forced his mind back on track. Sirius will be great in the debate, Harry muttered defensively. I'm sure he will, but Wenlock will be expecting him, Draco drawled. He wasn't wrong, Harry thought, feeling another flutter of nervousness at the plan he and Sirius had devised. He might make mistakes in the debate by underestimating Sirius, but the only way I see him confessing anything illegal is if we dose him with truth serum or put him under a truth spell like Sirius did with his father, Draco continued. Harry froze, caught by the spark of an idea that Draco's words had ignited. Words had triggered a thought. Sirius had used family magic to compel Lucius to tell the truth. Could Harry call on Wenlock's family magic to make him reveal the truth? If the magic was accessible to him, he could do it. But that was the question. Would Wenlock's magic be available to him as the most powerful in the family magic circle? And how could he do it discreetly? Harry? Hermione's quiet voice pulled him out of his thoughts. He started slightly when he realized she was standing next to him. Draco smirked knowingly. Hermione, Harry said, pushing his glasses up his nose. Amelia says Sirius is going to try to get Wenlock to confess in the debate. Hermione asked, worry creasing her forehead. Harry nodded. Yeah, he's planning to. His gaze flickered to Draco briefly. And Draco's just given me a brilliant idea. I have? Draco asked, surprised. He has? They both spoke in unison, glaring at each other with identical frowns of outrage. If the situation hadn't been so serious, Harry would have been tempted to laugh. Draco mentioned that he didn't think Wenlock would give too much away unless he was under the family magic truth spell, Harry explained. Hermione's frown cleared almost immediately. So you're going to see whether you can call on his family magic? Harry nodded. I need a way to do it without actually saying it, though. Why do you think you can call on Wenlock's family magic? Draco asked, puzzled. I managed to call on Neville's at the World Cup, Harry admitted, realizing that Draco probably hadn't been informed. He wasn't sure if Sirius had even told Lucius and Narcissa. The secret of his ability with family magic was too important to share widely. He had only told Ron and Hermione, and only because Neville had witnessed it. Really? Both of Draco's eyebrows shot up. But that would mean... are you that powerful? Well, we don't really know if it's a question of power or if it has to do with Harry's and Neville's oaths, Hermione said briskly. This would be a good test since Wenlock is not allied with either house. I still need a way to do it quietly, Harry replied. If I shout it out, everyone will know, and that would be bad if it got back to Voldemort. Hermione looked thoughtful. Could you cast it silently? I'm not sure, Harry admitted. I don't think so. I believe ritual magic has to be declared when invoked. He glanced toward Sirius, who was deep in conversation with Lucius, and frowned. I can ask Sirius. It's a shame you can't use Parselton, Draco said. Father said you talked to the family snake the entire time you were at the Wizengamot last. He said it drove everyone mad trying to guess what you were talking about. Harry shrugged, feeling a flush creep up his cheeks. The snake likes to gossip. Hermione and Draco both stared at him in disbelief. Ready, Harry? Harry almost jumped when he realized that Sirius had moved next to him, along with Remus. I think so. Actually, Draco has come up with something. Sirius's eyes flickered to Draco, who blushed furiously as Harry quickly explained. So we don't know if I can try to invoke it silently or try Parselton Gore. Harry shrugged helplessly. Well, firstly, I'm not sure if it will work. The truth spell usually only aligns with the family head who has cast it, Sirius said. Harry's face fell, and he noticed that Hermione and Draco also looked disappointed. But I guess there's no harm in trying, Sirius added. Harry exhaled, excitement coursing through him. Now we can invoke some family magic silently. It's rare, but I remember my grandfather doing it, Sirius said thoughtfully. But you've only just started doing silent casting in your lessons, so it could be a bit hit or miss. And miss if it works. But you could try it, and if that doesn't work, use Parselton, Remus suggested. Harry nodded. It was a plan. And really, it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. It's a good idea to have thought of it in the first place, Sirius said approvingly, looking over at Draco. I hope it does work, Harry said. It might be the only way to make Wenlock trip up. Sirius patted his shoulder. Have some faith, he chided dryly. Harry flushed. Sorry, I know we have the plan. It's going to be difficult to ensure Wenlock hangs himself with the rope we're hoping to give him," Sirius acknowledged. He suddenly grinned at Harry. "Besides, if it all goes terribly, I'll make him lose his pants, and nobody will notice the debate." Harry chuckled, and his spirit lightened. His eyes caught Draco's for a moment before moving to Hermione's chocolate gaze. She blushed and looked away. A curl of satisfaction settled in Harry at the small sign that she still liked him. So, he thought determinedly, he'd get the debate with Wenlock out of the way, then he'd plan how to win Hermione back as his girlfriend, and of course, finally defeat Voldemort. It was a good plan. Well, it was more of a plan than he usually had, at any rate. Augusta watched the chattering group spread all over the Wizengamot with well-hidden glee. The chamber rang with the verve and energy emanating from the various groups. On one side of the chamber, Richard Bones was urgently conferring with Leonard Abbott, and on the other, an equally passionate exchange seemed to be happening between Wilkes and Nott. Augusta couldn't help noticing Wenlock nodding at some of his allies, a smugness in his manner that made her wonder what else the wizard had up his sleeves to try and disturb the revamp of the creature legislation. She shook her head and once again mused wistfully that Sirius's rise as Lord Black and his efforts to protect Harry had certainly revitalized the legislative body of the magical government. Augusta acknowledged, with a hint of wryness, her own lingering guilt that it had taken Sirius to motivate the others into action. Her gaze shifted to Albus, who was deep in conversation with Dullard. Times had changed for the chief warlock, she reflected. He was no longer the leading authority that the Light relied on, especially after his mistakes regarding Harry. Sirius's plan wasn't without its delays and challenges. The Yule incident and Crowd's abduction of Sirius were proof of that, but it was ultimately effective. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement was dynamic, actively working to maintain peace through constant vigilance. Augusta smiled at the thought, her mind briefly drifting to Alasta. The unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries were also engaged in their pursuit of whatever was at the heart of the treasure hunt. Even Cornelius appeared revitalized, diving into his political maneuvers with newfound energy and direction that aligned with the wishes of the Potter Alliance. Augusta idly fingered her wand and settled back in her chair. It had been a surprise the day before when Harry attended the Alliance meeting, but he had handled it admirably. She felt proud of how he listened to their advice, which varied from her supportive statement that the House of Longbottom would stand with him, to Doge's blunt and rude remark, especially with Remus present, suggesting he should distance himself from the werewolf. Yet, Harry had straightened his shoulders, thanked them, and asserted that Remus wasn't going anywhere. He emphasized that the best defense was a good offense and that he wouldn't let Wenlock bully them into agreeing to legislation that would only weaken their society at best and completely undermine it at worst. It had become clear why so many of their heirs had sworn fealty to Harry. Augusta's gaze shifted to the fourth tier of the gallery where those heirs were gathered. She noticed Amos Diggory sitting near his grandson. Neville was beside Hannah, with Susan next to her and Diggory next to Susan. On the other side of her grandson, a space had been left for the missing but expected members of the House of Black. Just as she began to wonder where they were, the doors to the chamber floor opened and they entered. The Blacks, Augusta thought with amusement, certainly knew how to make an entrance as the chamber fell into an almost reverent hush. Sirius, Harry, and Remus entered first, all in robes adorned with both the Potter and Black crests. The Tonks followed. Nymphadora wore aura robes, and her stride suggested she was on duty. Her mother and father escorted Hermione Granger between them. The three Malfoys followed closely behind. The procession paused at the bottom of the stairs leading to the empty seats Neville had commandeered for them. Remus bowed to Sirius and Harry. Augusta heard worried murmurs ripple through the chamber as the werewolf calmly, with his head held high, escorted Nymphadora up the stairs. She wasn't surprised to see that when he sat down, it was with Neville on his right and the Auror on his left. The House of Black quickly took their places, but the chamber's attention returned to the ancient and noble house tier where Sirius and Harry had arrived. Sirius quietly invoked the family magic to protect Harry, just as he had done on his son's first visit. "Seal the doors," Albus instructed loudly. The doors to the chamber closed with a sharp bang, and Augusta ruefully mused that she had been so caught up that she hadn't even noticed Cornelius, Amelia, and Bertie enter. Sirius made his way unhurriedly to his seat. There was another moment of acknowledgement as the houses rose in respect. The members of the chamber showed deference to him, even Wenlock, though his manner was grudging and mocking. They all settled down as the session began. Point of order. Wenlock jumped up just as Dullard was about to speak. He pointed toward Remus. I demand that creature be removed immediately. The chamber erupted into chaos. Augusta stood, shouting her objection along with several other members of the Potter Alliance. She noticed that Harry remained still after a quick glance at Sirius, who was calm and seated. Members of Wenlock's group shouted back, making it hard to hear anyone in the cacophony. A small bang from Albus's wand silenced everyone. Thank you, Chief Warlock, Sirius said as the noise subsided. As the objection was raised against the steward of my houses, perhaps I may be permitted to respond. Albus inclined his head, his blue eyes twinkling. Of course, Sirius. Please proceed. Lord Wenlock, Sirius said firmly, I will not take insult from you on this occasion, as I assume the erroneous publicity surrounding my steward's one lapse in judgment has influenced your opinion. The threat of taking offense for a second slur was evident in Sirius's words and manner. Augusta nodded in approval. However, Sirius continued, I will reaffirm the statement I made to the press yesterday. Remus Lupin remains the steward of the houses of Black and Potter and has our trust. While I would not say he isn't dangerous outside of the full moon, he is a fully trained wizard. After all, with excellent knowledge of defense against the dark arts, he is only a werewolf during the full moon. As we have some time before the full moon this month, I can vouch for him not turning into a werewolf for the next 4 hours of this Wizengamot session. More than just a werewolf, Remus Lupin had many faces that turned ashamed in the chamber. Wenlock sneered at Sirius. I agree with Lord Black, Albus said calmly. Mr. Lupin is hardly a threat to anyone and will remain. He's a werewolf. Avery shouted, looking to Wenlock for approval, revealing where that thought originated. Sirius glared at him, and Avery cowered back. Augusta mused that perhaps Avery was realizing the greater threat was not the werewolf but the lord of the ancient and noble House of Black. Nott stood up and cleared his throat. I would like to state that I concur with Lord Black's assessment of Mr. Lupin as a threat. There is no need for his removal. That's easy for you to say, Wenlock responded. You have a date on with the House of Black. Yeah, what about those of us who don't have some kind of date on or agreement? Tripe scowled as he stood up. Augusta thought she saw a glint of satisfaction in his eyes as he resumed his seat. It was a trap, she realized suddenly. They had anticipated Remus would attend the session and had devised a maneuver to force Sirius into a corner. He would either have to agree to Remus's removal or concede to conditions for his remaining. Her lips thinned. Well, not on her watch. Why don't you just use the family magic? Harry's blunt question broke through her mental ranting. She glanced over and found Harry petting the Potter Griffin absently, pushing his glasses up his nose as he regarded Wenlock and Tripe with guarded wariness. I mean, Harry continued, Sirius calls ours to protect me while I'm here, so why don't you call yours to protect you if you're really that worried about Remus? Wenlock seemed momentarily speechless. Tripe stood up, red in the face. I'd remind young Lord Potter that not all of us have family magic, he snarled. Sirius shrugged. I won't take offense if, for the duration of the session, Lord Wenlock extends his family magic to protect everyone in the chamber. I'd offer to extend my own, but I believe some may not trust it would protect them against a member of my houses. He smiled darkly. Augusta frowned. It almost seemed as if Sirius and Harry were trying to provoke Wenlock into calling his magic. Dullard sprang up. There is a precedent, he said excitedly. In 1941, Lord Lovegood extended his family magic to protect everyone in the session from the goblin entourage that had come to sign the last treaty at his request. Well, then, Albus said firmly, that seems to be the solution. He waved his hand toward Wenlock. Lord Wenlock. Wenlock glowered, clearly unhappy that his plan to corner Sirius into making concessions had been thwarted. He made an impatient gesture and called his magic. The silver vulture fawned slowly and looked displeased as it immediately flew to the ceiling of the chamber and perched itself on the chandelier. When Locke sat down, the public tier fell quiet, hushed by the sight of another family magic avatar, and Albus indicated for Dullard to continue with the notices. It hardly felt like any time had passed before Dullard called on Dirk Cresswell to present the suggested revisions to the werewolf and other magical creature legislation. Augusta had read the legislation and was pleased with it, but she listened intently as the wizard began to make his case. "Let me first deal with the relatively non-contentious item," Cresswell said, standing in the center of the Wizengamot floor with his hands behind his back. His blue robes were of good quality but not ostentatious. There are currently two rough categories of creatures, with the easiest being those identified as benign. The benign creatures range from the firefly to the kneazle to the postal owl, and the review of the laws suggests that only minimal changes are required, mainly to address changes in language and terminology since the last laws were enacted. To address from being included later. He paused, looking around the chamber. Furthermore, this legislation aims to clarify definitions rather than limit them. We want to ensure that all creatures are appropriately categorized. Augusta leaned forward, intrigued. Cresswell continued, "This is a step toward better understanding and protecting our magical ecosystem. By establishing clear definitions, we can better manage the relationships between magical beings and ensure their welfare." Dullard nodded in agreement. "Let us remember that the goal of this legislation is to promote harmony among all magical races and creatures." Selwyn frowned but seemed to accept Cresswell's explanation. "Very well, I withdraw my objection, but I expect full transparency on any future additions." Cresswell smiled, relieved. "Thank you. Now, let's proceed with the vote on this part of the legislation." With a nod from Dullard, the members raised their wands to cast their votes. The results were quickly tallied, and the changes passed overwhelmingly. Cresswell stepped back, his expression a mix of satisfaction and determination. "Thank you all for your support. Together, we can create a more inclusive and protective framework for all magical beings." To discuss being added later in this session or another. Most of the protesters calmed down, though one or two from the minor houses stood up to voice concerns about the increase in licensing fees and the breeding regulations. Their objections were quickly addressed. After all, any reasonable person would agree that the breeding regulations needed to be updated, and the licensing fees had been too low for decades. Before long, the second vote moved the Protected and Dangerous Creatures section into legislation. Augusta let out a satisfied sigh. 2 sections of the new law were completed, but she knew there were several more to go, and she and the rest of the Alliance could not afford to be complacent. All others previously known as creatures are now identified as magical races, as listed in Table 2B of the committee's change bill, Cresswell announced. The following sections outline the proposed legislation repealing prohibitive rules and regulations concerning a creature species now deemed a race or wizards and witches with special circumstances. An immediate objection came from Wilkes. "What defines a race, and what is this nonsense about wizards with special circumstances?" A magical race is redefined in this legislation as a magical species with recognizable governance, speech, and intelligence, Cresswell stated firmly. Wizards and witches with special circumstances refers to situations involving cross-species progeny between another magical race and our own, or individuals born as wizards or witches who are affected by conditions such as lycanthropy. Unsurprisingly, the chamber erupted into chaos once again. Augusta glanced over at Sirius and saw him keeping a close watch on Harry, who appeared to be speaking with the Black Snake. Silence. Albus's stern declaration restored order, and the session resumed. The creation of a new department overseeing wizard and magical race relations was proposed and passed with minimal protest. Each magical race was then discussed briefly. The Wizengamot voted to classify them as a magical race and then determined a course of action. They quickly addressed the giants, centaurs, and merpeople. There was a grudging acknowledgement that all three constituted a race with their own governing bodies. Since these races primarily wanted dominion over their own lands, something the Wizengamot had not fully conceded before and still did not under the new law, the sections pertaining to them passed swiftly and without debate. Similarly, there was no real discussion regarding vampires and Vila, as neither had established communities within Britain. The section simply recognized their existence and restricted their use of various powers against wizards and witches on British soil. The section concerning the goblins was also easily passed. The Wizengamot agreed that the goblin treaties would remain untouched, but the Goblin Liaison Office would work to open a more positive dialogue. The establishment of house elves as a magical race did spark some debate, as there was no central governing body to engage with. However, it ultimately passed along with a new law that protected them from abusive owners. Finally, everyone awaited the last section. Firstly, the review stands by the current laws surrounding the progeny of a witch or wizard with a member of a magical race as the second parent, Cresswell began. In all cases, the progeny is considered to be first and foremost a wizard or a witch. However, if dangerous traits are inherited, as in the case of vampires and Vila, they must also conform to the agreed legal restrictions for that magical race. If no one has any objections, I would like to move on to the second category, namely the topic of wizards and witches infected with lycanthropy. An expectant hush fell over the chamber. Augusta noticed Wenlock shift slightly, his body tensing in preparation, while his cohort subtly altered their body language. They believed they had an advantage, and Augusta wondered what it might be. Cresswell would clearly need to think on his feet during the debate if they were going to be surprised. Augusta thought impatiently, "Get on with it, man." Cresswell, however, took his time to sweep his audience with a thoughtful gaze, pausing significantly on Remus Lupin before continuing. He cleared his throat. It is proposed that this section replaces and supersedes all previously written legislation regarding wizards and witches with lycanthropy, or as they have been previously referred to, werewolves. A murmur rippled through the public tier at the blatant renaming of a dark creature to something that acknowledged their usual state of being more. The committee has found the previous legislation to be abhorrent and more likely to incite dissension and unrest within our society than to provide protection for its citizens. Cresswell continued. Over 98% of those infected do not actively choose to be infected, nor do they seek to harm others. They usually secure themselves away during the nights of the full moon. However, our current laws strip them of all basic rights, restrict their employment, education, and housing options, and allow for executions of even those of minor age. The committee believes this is a travesty of justice. Yes, our laws should provide protection for the wider community against those who have chosen infection and embraced a feral existence. But at the same time, they should acknowledge that the vast majority seek help in managing their condition and desire to continue being productive members of our society. Augusta found herself nodding along to Cresswell's speech. She was impressed with his eloquence, and as she regarded her fellow Wizengamot members, she could see that the rest of the Potter Alliance was pleased with Cresswell's performance and the results of the committee's review. So, Cresswell stated firmly, the proposal is twofold. Firstly, identification and rights. Wizards and witches who are infected will no longer be referred to primarily as werewolves unless charged and convicted with knowingly attacking another wizard or witch while transformed or partially transformed. They retain all rights as wizards and witches as they were originally born. If they are employed in the wizarding world, their employers are encouraged to allow time off for the day of the full moon and up to 2 days beyond it. He paused for a moment as the murmurs faded before continuing. Secondly, protection. It is understood that transformed or partially transformed werewolves are dangerous creatures. The infected must make every effort to secure themselves during the nights of the full moon. Parents are responsible for minors. While the state would like to provide safe houses and supply wolfsbane, the current budget does not support this. We ask that this matter be deferred for discussion in the next annual budget review. Cresswell looked up again. Any attack by a werewolf will be investigated by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. If the werewolf is found to have attacked knowingly and with intent, the punishment will remain execution. If the werewolf is found to have attacked instinctively but caused harm, the punishment will be imprisonment. If no harm occurred, a warning will be issued. Multiple warnings may lead to imprisonment. He nodded decisively. This is the committee's proposal. Wenlock barely waited for Cresswell to sit and Dullard to open the debate before raising an objection. Albus sighed and nodded for Wenlock to speak. He made an impressive figure, thought Augusta, taking in his finely tailored robes, aristocratic features, and impeccable grooming. Wenlock smiled, and Augusta couldn't help but think it was a shark smile, cold, deadly, and predatory. My first point is that the committee has taken its remit beyond what it was tasked to do. Review the legislation, yes. Provide suggestions for improvements, yes. But to redefine creatures? No. That is a step too far. He held up a hand as whispers of protest arose from the public tiers. But we have acknowledged that perhaps. Yes, in the cases of some, such as centaurs, he sneered, or vampires, redefinition as a race may be in order. However, there is a substantial difference between redefining a creature as a race and redefining a creature as a wizard with special circumstances. Augusta frowned. It was unfortunately a valid point, and she could see it resonate with some in the room, as a few heads nodded in agreement. We can recognize that for those infected with lycanthropy, it is a tragedy, Wenlock continued smoothly. In one instant, their entire lives are redefined. But to pretend otherwise would be a greater tragedy for our society. Once infected, they are no longer wizards but werewolves. The wolf's instincts do not only emerge at the full moon, and we would be foolish to believe that they are dormant in between. They seek out packs. They gather in groups, and the majority seek the dominance of one they call alpha. They identify as werewolves. Why should we ignore this basic fact and suggest they should have the same rights as us? More heads nodded, and Augusta could see that Wenlock's rhetoric was swaying some to his side. Merlin, she noticed Doge absently giving an approving head tilt in Wenlock's direction. She pursed her lips. And there is a more important point here, Wenlock continued. If we allow ourselves to be swayed into believing these creatures are not different from us, then we have no way of recognizing that they are. We could sit beside a werewolf, anger them in ignorance, and find ourselves fighting for our lives within one breath and the next. Even a scratch from a non-transformed werewolf can be deadly. To identify them as werewolves ensures our protection as a society, it ensures that we know to be on guard when one of them is near, it ensures that we can choose to place ourselves at risk or not. To allow them to identify as us, to roam among us freely, it is an invitation for the disease to spread and become prevalent. He took a breath. Werewolves are creatures. They are a threat. Any attack, whether intended or not, is still an attack and should be met with the full force of the law. Wenlock glanced at Remus and then at Sirius, clearly reconsidering the use of Remus in his argument. We should be reinstating our previous laws instead of allowing this weak and feeble-minded piece of legislation to pass. Wenlock sat down, and his allies broke into applause, a sentiment echoed by a few in the public tier. Augusta's heart sank. Unfortunately, Wenlock's points were perfectly reasonable and undoubtedly attractive to many. Why should everyone risk infection when the simple solution was to ostracize those from society and eliminate the threat completely? Augusta exchanged a look with Richard Bones across the chamber. They both knew Sirius was formidable, but Wenlock had proven to be better than they had anticipated. Sirius waited for Albus to recognize him and then stood up. The chamber fell silent as Sirius cast a serious gaze around the gathered members. Lord Wenlock has certainly summed up the view of the opposition succinctly, maintain the status quo. It could even be argued that the status quo is the right state of being. For those of us who are not infected, we can go about our daily lives knowing that there are no werewolves in our schools, nor in key places of employment and government. We are aware of the threat of execution that hangs over every werewolf if they fail to chain themselves up during the full moon. We revel in the small security that provides us. We look at the packs with distaste, viewing them as something feral, different, and wrong. And all is well because we are safe. Sirius paused and took a breath. We are wrong. A murmur broke out in the public tier. Wenlock's eyes narrowed as he tried to ascertain Sirius's argument. The status. Sirius continued, the status quo draws lines, them on one side and us on the other. It suggests that we are right and good, while they are wrong and evil. The truth is that what is right and what is wrong, what is good and what is evil, depends on which side of the line you stand. He scanned the hushed chamber. That is a universal truth. If we were infected, would we not stand on that side of the line and say, "It is not right that I have lost my home and my job, and I have to endure my friends looking at me with pity and fear"? Would I not say that the person who would rather kill me than help me is a monster? A rustle of movement echoed as people shifted in their seats, disturbed by the stark reality Sirius was presenting. This is the truth: the status quo has drawn lines and created divisions. It has formed pacts because where else can an infected wizard or witch find comfort, kinship, and belonging when the rest of society casts them out? When they are labeled as a creature and a werewolf, something society tells them is no longer even human. Sirius took a breath. As a governing body, we are sworn to protect everyone in our society, the weak and disadvantaged, the elderly and the sick. Those infected with lycanthropy carry an illness. It grants them unusual senses, strength, and endurance, but it also punishes them harshly with the torment of changing and losing their mind and sense of self every month. We have just as much duty to ensure their safety and protection, to safeguard their rights and interests, as we do for those who are not infected. He glanced briefly at Wenlock. Execution and exclusion are easy options, but they only make monsters of us all. His gaze landed on Harry. But those of us who are not monsters, who view the world through new eyes, show us that the right choice is to protect everyone. Draw the line that says them and us. Harry smiled at his father, recognizing that it was Sirius's political agenda he was advocating for. "My son wants to protect everyone," Sirius said, his eyes locked on Harry. He would give Harry what he wanted. The unspoken message was as clear as if he had shouted it from the rooftops. The chamber erupted in applause. Augusta found herself on her feet, clapping. The entire alliance joined in, and a good portion of the public tier followed suit. It was a good sign, and Augusta breathed a sigh of relief as she sat back down, just as Wenlock jumped up. "Are you seriously arguing that we're monsters for wanting to protect ourselves from a threat?" Wenlock sneered. Sirius smiled in response, his eyes sharp as flint. "When you would rather kill a wizard than help save him, yes." Wenlock jumped, seemingly unable to help himself. "But they're not wizards. They're werewolves. Because we call them that." Sirius thundered back. "How we identify anything drives our reactions and actions. You call them werewolves, and you see them as something less than human, as dangerous creatures that must be executed." He glared at Wenlock. "Start thinking about what you'd want to be called if you were bitten." Wenlock bristled. "Is that a threat? Will you turn your steward loose on me if I dare to disagree with you? After all, didn't you send a schoolboy rival to meet a werewolf on the night of a full moon when you were at Hogwarts?" He looked triumphant. There was an audible intake of breath around the chamber. Every eye turned to Sirius to see his reaction to the charge. Sirius raised one eyebrow, a small mocking smile playing on his lips as if to say, "Is that the best you can do?" He shrugged. "I was young, very stupid, and I almost fell for a rival setting me up to be expelled. I've my best friends to be executed." He glanced apologetically at Remus. "Luckily, James Potter rescued us all, including my rival who knew what he would find on the night of a full moon." "Youthful folly, indeed," Wenlock retorted. "So why should we trust your word on this? You have gathered an army of werewolves, all under the leadership of your steward." Pandemonium erupted. Augusta struggled to maintain her composure, wondering how Sirius could remain so unfazed by the accusations as shouts of abuse were directed at him. It took Albus a long time to restore order to the session. "An army," Sirius repeated dryly. "This is what I was talking about. You say to Maytu, and I say to Mr. You call it an army, but I call it my son, and I'm providing sanctuary and protection for those who want to escape from the Greyback Pack." The announcement sparked another uproar. Augusta felt a wave of hysterical laughter rising in her chest and tried to suppress it as Dullard shouted ineffectually for order once more. Wenlock was furious. "You are building an army with your steward as Alpha," he yelled, as soon as the chamber quieted enough for his voice to be heard. Sirius looked at him with pity. "Why would I want an army?" he asked evenly. "To become the next Dark Lord." Wenlock snapped back. The excited buzz of chatter following that declaration was like a roar. There were yells of disbelief, cries of panic, and people shouting at Wenlock, calling him a liar. Others condemned Sirius, while some directed demands at Cornelius to take action, and more calls for help went to Albus. Augusta was tempted to cover her ears, but just as she began to raise her hands, Harry rolled his eyes and stood, surprising everyone except Sirius. The noise in the chamber gradually faded as the crowd settled, eager to hear what he would say. "Lord Wenlock, you've insulted the House of Black and the House of Potter," Harry said bluntly. Augusta was sure she wasn't the only one stunned by Harry's impulsive move. What was he thinking, calling out the older wizard? Yet her eyes flew to Sirius, who seemed completely unfazed. "What?" Wenlock stuttered, his eyes wide with shock at being confronted. "Not only is my father Lord Black, but he was adopted into and is protected by the House of Potter. My steward is protected by both the Houses of Black and Potter. The army you speak of is simply a group of wizards and witches seeking protection, which is provided by us," Harry responded, his eyes shining with anger. "You've insulted both houses 3 times, and as the Lord of the House of Potter, I take that as a personal affront." "My dear boy, perhaps Sirius hasn't had the chance to explain what that means," Albus interjected, clearly horrified by the turn of events. "Actually, he's explained the matter of house honor to me very clearly, Chief Warlock," Harry replied, not taking his eyes off Wenlock, who squirmed under the intense gaze. "Calling my father a Dark Lord is a grievous insult, especially since my last father died at the hands of a real one." Albus turned to face Sirius. "You cannot." "Harry seems to have this handled," Sirius interrupted firmly. He regarded Harry with fondness and took a seat. "But—" Albus spluttered. Augusta held her breath. They had planned this, she realized, taking in Sirius's calm demeanor. They knew that Wenlock facing off against a teenage boy would make him appear the villain. It was clever, but so dangerous. If Wenlock suspected their strategy and called their bluff. Wenlock straightened and glared at Harry. "You cannot expect me to duel you." "A boy?" Wenlock swiveled back to Harry, as if he were watching a tense tennis match. "Why not?" Harry asked, exhibiting the stubbornness of youth. "I duel with Director Bones all the time." Amelia cleared her throat, looking a bit bewildered, just as much in the dark as everyone else. "I can validate that he does, Lord Wenlock," she said. Richard Bones stirred in his seat. "Actually, hasn't he beaten you several times, Director?" he teased, easing some of the tension in the room. Amelia shot him a sardonic look but nodded. "I believe Harry leads our duels 5 wins to my 3. Wenlock visibly paled. Harry continued to stare at him. "Perhaps an apology, Lord Wenlock?" Albus offered hurriedly, trying to intervene. "I'm afraid I won't accept it," Harry replied before Wenlock could respond. "It's a duel or a forfeit." "Oh Merlin. A forfeit?" Augusta had forgotten about that archaic aspect of house honor, and from the surprised expressions around her, she could tell most of the other ancient and noble houses had too. A forfeit could be offered as restitution for an insult, but it was rare. Wenlock turned furiously to Sirius. "Are you just going to sit there? You're his regent and his father. You should stop this." Sirius raised an eyebrow, calm and collected. "Or you could accept that you insulted our house's honor and take the forfeit," he said, waving a hand vaguely at Harry. "Unless you want a duel with my son." It was clear that Wenlock was at a loss for how to handle this turn of events. He hadn't expected his accusation to be taken so seriously or for Harry to be the one to challenge him. Oh, those clever boys. Augusta struggled to keep a smile off her face. "I will concede that my words were hasty," Wenlock muttered. "But surely you can see that it looks bad." Everyone turned to. Harry's response was sharp. "What exactly looks bad?" he asked pointedly. "The army of werewolves." Wenlock exclaimed. As Sirius has already said, there is no army, Harry replied, sounding completely exasperated. We're providing a sanctuary house for any wizard or witch with lycanthropy, especially those wanting to escape the Greyback Pack. We give them work, wolfsbane, and a safe place during the full moon. It's not an army. He gestured towards Amelia and Cornelius. Both the minister and the head of the DMLE signed off after Greyback's attacks last year. Augusta felt a sense of triumph at the flustered expression on Wenlock's face and how Harry framed the sanctuary as a positive initiative. Your steward is Alpha and is building a pack from the situation. You cannot deny that. Wenlock said, desperation creeping into his tone. Harry rolled his eyes. Remus already has a pack, he has us. His gaze softened as he looked over at Remus. But he's also the one we put in charge of organizing everything for the sanctuary. For wizards and witches with lycanthropy, part of their condition is recognizing pack or social hierarchy to an extent. So yes, they view him as their alpha, and Remus has had to accept the position because he has the most authority within the group. So you admit werewolves align themselves to pack mentality? That they have their own government and structure? Wenlock tried to steer the conversation back to his original argument. They have no choice at the moment, Harry countered. If the rest of society casts them out, where would they go? The packs provide a place of safety and belonging, well, most of them. Greyback uses his pack for his own violent purposes and puts them all in danger. That's why we're offering sanctuary. If society accepted those with lycanthropy, Greyback would never have anyone wanting to follow him except those who already have violent tendencies. He paused, allowing everyone in the chamber to consider his argument. But that's beside the point. I'm still insulted and awaiting your reply, Wenlock scowled furiously. You should drop this. You're clearly not old enough to determine that for yourself. It's a question of honor, Lord Wenlock, Harry replied calmly. The boy's right, Tiberius Ogden said as he stood up. You insulted the House of Black and the House of Potter. Augusta rose swiftly. Here. Richard stood as well. I don't think there is anyone in the Potter Alliance who feels you didn't insult them, Lord Wenlock. Augusta was surprised when Nott was the next to get up. As much as I am pained to take attention away from the actual debate on werewolves, Nott said smoothly, if you had accused me as you did Lord Black, then I would be insulted and demand restitution. Lord Potter has the right of it, either accept a duel or a forfeit so we can move on. I am not dueling a 14-year-old boy. Wenlock said defensively. Nott nodded thoughtfully. Then a forfeit it is. He gestured toward Harry. Name your price, Lord Potter. Augusta resumed her seat along with the others as Harry's expression turned contemplative. She was surprised that he didn't immediately state a forfeit since she was certain that the move had been planned. Perhaps something had changed since then, something had been said in the debate or not said. She shook her head and refocused on Harry. There was a brief exchange between Harry and Sirius, a question answered, Augusta mused, or a confirmation of support. Either way, Harry's demeanor altered almost imperceptibly. One question answered truthfully, sworn on your family magic, Harry announced. Even Augusta could see that Wenlock was sweating profusely. What Harry asked for on the surface was wonderfully simple. How could Wenlock refuse without looking foolish? Albus beamed happily. That sounds like a splendid idea, my boy. Lord Wenlock. All eyes were on Wenlock. A faint sheen of sweat glistened on his brow, undermining the image of lordly perfection he had worked so hard to maintain. What is the question? Wenlock asked stiffly. Your sworn oath, Lord Wenlock, Harry insisted. Wenlock cast a frantic glance around the chamber, but he received no support from any corner, including his own allies. He swallowed hard enough for Augusta to notice the movement of his Adam's apple. He was trapped, and he knew it. Very well, Wenlock said through gritted teeth. You have permission to draw your wand for the oath. Albus continued cheerfully. Wenlock extracted his wand and raised it. I swear on my family magic that I will answer Lord Potter's question truthfully. A vulture swooped down and landed near Wenlock, regarding him seriously. Harry nodded briskly. Please tell me everything you know about how Remus Lupin's actions on the night Sirius Black escaped Hogwarts were leaked to the press. Wenlock turned bright red, then pale, then red again. His family avatar stared at him before letting out a baleful caw. A gold gaze emerged from the vulture and settled over Wenlock. It was a version of the truth spell invoked by family magic. Augusta realized, a demand that Wenlock answer. He would not be able to resist it. Yet, Wenlock was trying, as evident from the way he tightened his lips and clenched his fists. Silence filled the chamber as everyone awaited his response. I put Amos Diggory under an imperious spell and commanded him to bring me Lupin's file, which I then arranged for someone to leave on the desk of a journalist, Wenlock finally blurted out. The chamber erupted in a wave of noise. Wenlock moved, snapping his wand up and across the chamber toward Harry. A cry of warning rose on Augusta's lips, but she knew it would be too late. Yet, Sirius was already on his feet, casting. Sirius stood firm, wand out, casting a shield. The black snake moved, flowing into the Potter Griffin, whose wings spread wide protectively in front of Harry. It happened so swiftly that, to Augusta, it seemed like one moment the Griffin wasn't covering Harry, and in the next moment, it was. Wenlock's purple curse traveled across the chamber, but the Potter Griffin roared, tripling in size and charging, swallowing the curse. A red flash from Sirius's wand shot across the room, knocking Wenlock into his chair, unconscious. The vulture gave another sad cry, abandoned Wenlock, and flew to Harry, bowing down at his feet before disappearing. Silence fell over the chamber. Sirius jumped out of his seat and ran to Harry as the Griffin returned to guard him. Sirius wrapped Harry in a tight hug before shielding him, pushing Harry slightly behind him. "Are you all right?" Sirius demanded. Harry nodded but didn't protest Sirius's presence and protection. "Auras!" Amelia yelled. "Take Lord Wenlock into custody now." The Auras hurriedly ran to follow the director's orders. Augusta watched as Amelia approached Amos, with Leonard Abbott hurrying to her side. "Amos," she said gently. Amos blinked at them, bewildered. He said, "But wouldn't I know?" Leonard took Amos's elbow and helped him off the bench. "Come on, Amos. We should take you to see a healer." A respectful silence filled the chamber as the department head was led away by his friend. Sirius kept one arm wrapped around Harry, the other at his side, holding his wand. "Chief Warlock, in the circumstances, I suggest a short recess." Yes, quite right, my boy," Albus replied, raising his voice. "The Wizengamot will take a short break. The session will resume in 1 hour. Doors are open." Augusta breathed out. It was over. Chapter 65, Pronglet Fights Back. "Thank you, Remus." Narcissa carefully tucked her personal quill into her handbag. She felt relieved that the monthly meeting to review the Malfoy expenditures was over. It still bothered her to meet with the werewolf, but she appreciated Lupin's businesslike and respectful approach. He never made her feel as though she was being interrogated, and the questions he asked were always relevant. She was also pleased that he provided her with statements and briefs regarding the Malfoy estate and sought her opinions on investments and business deals. She had learned more than she ever did when Lucius managed the finances. In fact, it could be argued that the werewolf was performing better than Lucius. Their investment income had already doubled since Lupin took charge, and with their expenses kept to a modest level, their savings were finally growing for the first time in years. One final item. Lupin pulled a sheet of parchment and a small key from his document pouch. "Sirius has made arrangements for a vault to fund the expenses for the baby, including a nursery, clothes, toys, and so on." Narcissa barely kept her face expressionless. She had been wondering how she would manage the baby-related shopping on the budget they had agreed upon for usual expenditures, but she had planned to raise that concern at the next meeting. She took the parchment cautiously. "Did the funds come from the main vault? I don't remember seeing the deduction on the statement." "Sirius has funded this from the black vaults." Lupin smiled wolfishly, his pleasure at unsettling her clearly evident. "He tells me it's a black tradition for the primary house to take care of these matters." It was indeed a tradition, but she hadn't expected Sirius to adhere to it. In hindsight, she wasn't sure why. Sirius had shown support for several black and pureblood traditions since taking up the lordship. He was even teaching them to Harry. It made her wonder whether Sirius truly hated everything related to the blacks or whether he had simply hated the madness and blood superiority extremism of his parents. If only he hadn't fallen in with James Potter and gone to Gryffindor. "I will convey my thanks to my cousin personally," Narcissa said coolly to Lupin. She was pleased with the vault. It was more than enough for her to substantially redecorate a suite of rooms and buy enough new items for the baby, with galleons left over. She folded the parchment, tucked the key into her purse, and prepared to leave. Lupin stood and helped her into her cloak. "I'll see you out." "There's no need," Narcissa replied firmly. While the pretense of Lupin providing steward services to the House of Malfoy was enough to stem gossip, she did not want to be seen with the werewolf outside of formal family occasions. Additionally, while fervor had calmed down over Lupin's lycanthropy after the Wizengamot session the previous day and the revelations of Wenlock's criminality, she wasn't certain she would be safe in his presence if someone took exception to him. As if he had read her thoughts, Lupin winced. "Yes, probably for the best in the circumstances. Sirius would not want me to place you in any danger." Narcissa waved him back into his seat with a muttered confirmation that she'd see him later at the family dinner at Hogwarts. She exited the Gringotts conference room and nodded farewell to her niece, who was apparently still on guard duty, wondering vaguely why Dora had chosen to remain outside the room. She headed for the main hall. Upon entering, she heard the shrill tone of a woman protesting by the farthest counter. She ignored it. Whatever drama was happening, Narcissa would not lower herself to be interested. She started to draw on her gloves and made her way to the exit, grimacing at the January weather, which was rainy, cold, and miserable. She mused that she would order one of Creature's hot chocolates when she got back to the manor. Despite the weather, Narcissa needed to shop for a while. Her figure was changing, and it was time to invest in some maternity wear. She wanted something fashionable that would also allow her to be discreet about her condition. "Wait!" Narcissa frowned at the call and turned back slightly, uncertain if it was meant for her. The approaching Lady Alexandria Wenlock, clearly heading toward her, made her freeze in place. She fingered her wand, knowing she couldn't use it within Gringotts. She noticed a matronly woman and a young man hurrying behind Alexandria. Quickly, she identified them as Christopher Wenlock, the heir and oldest son, and Catherine de Ware, Alexandria's sister. Narcissa considered leaving but didn't want to be pursued into the alley. She straightened and tilted her chin upwards slightly. "Alexandria," she greeted coolly as the other woman came to an abrupt halt in front of her. "Don't Alexandria me as though nothing is wrong. What is the meaning of this?" Alexandria waved a parchment in front of Narcissa's face, obscuring her view of the otherwise attractive and fashionable brunette, whose Slavic heritage was evident in her high cheekbones and graceful lines. Christopher grabbed the parchment and yanked it out of his mother's hands. "My apologies, Madame Malfoy. My mother and I have had some distressing news, and she is overwrought." Alexandria huffed and shook off the comforting hand her sister tried to restrain her with. "I am not overwrought. This is all the fault of that blood traitor and his horrid boy. I demand justice. I demand—" "Madam," interrupted a well-armored goblin carrying a spear, "you are disturbing the peace of Gringotts. If you have no further business, I suggest you take this outside." Alexandria bristled. "No further business." Her voice rose shrilly. "No further business. I'll have you—" "Mother!" Christopher exclaimed. "Remember where we are," he snapped. "And who you insult," Narcissa replied frostily. She had held similar views about her cousin and Harry before the resurgence of the House of Black, but she was satisfied with their leadership and power. They had certainly defeated Wenlock thoroughly. "My apologies, Madame Malfoy," Christopher said, his dark eye sincere, though his cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. "My mother did not mean her remarks." "Do not." "Quiet, Mother," Christopher demanded sharply. The authority of an heir was clear in his tone as he turned to glare her into submission. She fell silent, glowering at him. Christopher turned back to Narcissa. Once again, I offer my apologies, Madame Malfoy. I realize my house owes you no favors, but perhaps you could assist us in locating Lord Black. It seems yesterday's events concerning my father had unforeseen consequences. He handed her the parchment. Narcissa stared at him for a long moment, deciding whether to even look at the missive. But she saw nothing sly in his expression and lowered her gaze to read the parchment with well-hidden curiosity. Gringotts has registered the magical surrender of the House of Wenlock to the houses of Potter and Black. All vaults and property have been seized. Further inquiries should be directed to the steward for the houses of Potter and Black. Merlin. She had heard of magical surrender in the traditional folklore her parents and tutors had drilled into the heads of the Black sisters, but she had never witnessed it until now. An image of the silver vulture of Wenlock bowing to Harry the day before flashed through her mind. It was monumental and had the potential to give them a political and magical advantage like no other. She glanced back up at the young man in front of her. Come with me. She didn't wait for him, nor did she pay attention to the hissed protest of Alexandria, which was once again overruled. Of influential circles. Narcissa strode back into the hall, ignoring the wide-eyed stares of curious onlookers and the goblin's grumpy disapproval. She made her way to the antechamber where Remus was. Dora straightened immediately as they approached, her training evident in her easy fighting stance. What's this about? She asked. The Wenlocks need to see the Potter and Black steward, Narcissa replied crisply. He's with Madame Tonks, Dora said, sounding a little uncomfortable. Narcissa arched an eyebrow at the news that her sister was with Lupin. It made her wonder if Andromeda and her husband had faced the same financial restrictions as the Malfoys. That seemed unlikely since they had committed no crimes against the House of Black in Sirius's eyes. Perhaps Andromeda was simply taking advantage of the house steward to get some business advice. But why was Dora still outside the room? Some outdated notion of professionalism, Narcissa thought. Give him this. Narcissa pushed the parchment into Dora's hand. She was almost impressed by the scathing glare her niece aimed at her before bending her head to read the parchment. The immediate response of knocking swiftly on the door and entering at Lupin's calm command proved the missive's explosive content. The door closed, leaving Narcissa standing in the corridor with the Wenlocks. She briefly considered leaving, but a part of her was too curious about the outcome and too tempted to stay and influence events. This is unacceptable. Alexandria hissed at her son. Alexandria, please stop making a scene, her sister softly reprimanded. We are fortunate Narcissa was willing to parley on our behalf, especially after the reprehensible actions of your husband. Her tone indicated that she knew they now owed the Malfoys and the House of Black for such, and Narcissa felt a curl of satisfaction. The De Wares were European nobility with connections throughout various influential circles. Of countries, it could only benefit the House of Black. The door reopened, and Dora ushered them inside. Narcissa's eyes widened slightly. The room was no longer the small, cozy office she had occupied during her review, it was now a larger space. The small table she and Lupin had shared was extended into a full conference table, and Lupin directed the Wenlocks to the far side. Narcissa quickly made her way to her sister's side, greeting her smoothly and inwardly approving of the neat bronze robes Andromeda was wearing. Lupin cleared his throat as Dora prepared to step outside. You are welcome to remain inside, Aura Tonks. It's best I guard the entry to the room, Steward Lupin, Dora said firmly before stepping out again. The formality caused Andromeda and Narcissa to exchange concerned looks. The werewolf and her niece usually had a warm, flirtatious relationship. Had they argued? Lupin motioned to Narcissa. May I ask you to perform the introductions? She inclined her head and smartly announced everyone. Lupin gestured for them all to sit. I have requested Aura Tonks to send for Lord Black. He tapped the parchment in front of him. I believe only he has the authority to make any kind of decision regarding this. He looked chagrined. I'm afraid the official Potter and Black copy must be in my correspondence folder. Kitbold handed me a stack of parchment this morning, but I've been in meetings all morning. While we wait for Lord Black, perhaps some refreshments," Andromeda suggested smoothly. A moment later, a house elf arrived with a silver tea tray filled with a matching pot, sugar bowl, and milk jug. A stack of delicate china cups, stamped with the Potter crest, was balanced precariously alongside them. Narcissa felt grateful that her niece hadn't been required to carry it in. The girl was clumsy on a good day. She sat politely as Andromeda played the role of mother and poured the tea, which occupied Narcissa's hands. Narcissa shifted her focus away from Alexandria's pinched white face. She felt a flicker of sympathy for the woman. Sirius and Harry had devastated Wenlock's political career, and Wenlock's own criminality had sealed his fate. If he had handled things correctly, he would never have been caught. Lucius had managed to cover his tracks until he was pinned down by the House of Black's authority and a Lord Black he had not anticipated. But then again, no one ever anticipated Sirius, Narcissa thought with a twinge of amusement. Just then, Sirius swept into the room with an air of implacable authority that Arcturus would have been proud of. Dressed entirely in black, his open robes revealed a combination of leather trousers and a black shirt that left the witches of the Wizengamot in awe and reminded the wizards that they were in the presence of a battle mage. Lupin immediately handed over the parchment while making introductions that Sirius barely acknowledged as he read. "Well, this is unexpected," Sirius said as he took his seat at the head of the table. "Has anyone heard of this before?" Narcissa exchanged a quick glance with her sister and stepped back at Andromeda's signal to respond. "Father told us of an old tradition that involved houses surrendering their magic to the will of another, but it was usually the explicit and considered actions of a head of house that led to such a state," Andromeda said crisply, her tone slightly lecturing. This brought back memories for Narcissa, along with a pang of grief that Bella wasn't there to roll her eyes in shared amusement. "It could be argued that Lord Wenlock did undertake such an action yesterday," Narcissa interjected before Sirius could reply. Sirius motioned for her to continue, his grey eyes flinty and narrowed. "Lord Wenlock swore upon his family magic to answer Lord Potter's question truthfully," Narcissa reminded them. Sirius spoke quickly. "He effectively placed the House of Wenlock under the authority of the House of Potter when he did that. It's a pseudo-surrender, so to speak. So when Wenlock attempted to lie and the magic forced him to speak truthfully, the family magic deemed he actually surrendered." Sirius nodded briefly. "It's an explanation." He ignored the bristling indignation of the Wenlocks on his right and glanced toward Lupin, silently asking for his opinion. "It's a good theory. It would explain why the vulture bowed to Harry," Lupin commented, tracing the rim of his cup with his finger. "I'd forgotten about that," Narcissa said as she sipped her tea. "It was a working theory." Christopher squirmed in his chair and raised a hand to catch their attention. "I just want to say, Lord Black, that the rest of the family had no idea of my father's criminal actions. We knew father wasn't happy about the move to review the laws on creatures, but we never considered he would go further than the usual political maneuverings." Sirius's grey gaze landed on the heir of Wenlock speculatively. "How old are you, Mr. Wenlock?" 17, Christopher replied, the red darkening his cheeks even as he lifted his chin in a stubborn challenge. Lupin frowned. "Aren't you part of the Durmstrang delegation for the tournament?" "Yes," Christopher nodded. "Myself, my brother, and sister are all at Durmstrang. In fact, that's one of the reasons why we were so surprised about father. He has always been somewhat dismissive of his obligations and duties here in Britain. We have determined as a family to return to our home abroad," Alexandria broke in sharply. "We came to organize our finances with the goblins and—" She motioned at the parchment. Lupin turned again to Christopher. "Had you tried to invoke your family magic since yesterday?" For a long moment, it looked as if Christopher would ignore Lupin, or worse, insult him, but finally, he spoke. He settled for shaking his head vigorously. "Right," Sirius sighed. He gestured at the earring. "You should try." Christopher took a deep breath and called on his family magic. Nothing happened. "You try, Sirius," Lupin suggested. Sirius pushed back from the table and directed his ring to the floor beside him. Familius Magicus. 3 totems shimmered into being: the snake of the House of Black, the griffin of the House of Potter, and the vulture of the House of Wenlock. Well, that's new, Sirius said, staring at the silver vulture. So you have stolen the family magic of my children and denied them their legacy, Alexandria said bitterly. Sirius straightened, and she shrank back, dropping her gaze as a dull flush colored her cheeks. Narcissa hid her smile, pleased with Sirius's silent reprimand of the woman. Forgive my mother, please, Christopher interjected hurriedly. It is a stressful time. Very well, I won't take offense this time, as I realize you're all under a lot of pressure after Lord Wenlock's behavior came to light yesterday. This entire experience cannot be easy for you, Sirius said sternly. But let's be clear, there is nobody to blame for this situation but him. Clearly, your family magic no longer wants to align itself with your line. What does that actually mean? Christopher asked. Sirius glanced over at Lupin. Remus? I'm only speculating, as there is more unknown about family magic than known, Lupin replied, lifting the parchment. Lord Wenlock had taken a vow to protect all in the Wizengamot, but forced under a family magic truth spell, he revealed he'd harmed someone present. He explained that, coupled with the belief that family magic originated in an oath to protect the wizarding world, leads me to believe the magic determined he was an oath breaker. Narcissa could not disagree with Lupin's theory, it had merit. Judgment, Sirius said briskly. If the family magic decided in that moment to judge, the most common punishment is to strip magic from those found guilty of oath-breaking. We should probably check in with Amelia to see whether Lord Wenlock has any magic today, Lupin said quietly. The Wenlocks looked perfectly horrified. I can believe you're right, but judgment is usually limited to the guilty, isn't it? Why did the family magic surrender to the House of Potter? Why not simply skip to the next generation? Andromeda asked, gesturing toward Christopher. I think my sister and nephew would like to know the answers to those questions too, Catherine added. She had placed a comforting and restraining hand on her sister's shoulder while Lupin shared his theory. That I don't know, Lupin admitted. It's possibly a combination of judgment and Lord Wenlock being under oath to Harry at the time he was judged. Narcissa understood immediately. When Lord Wenlock broke faith, the family magic determined that the surrender was owed to Harry. Lupin frowned and nodded. But it's all conjecture. Either way, this is not an outcome any of us could have foreseen. The question is, what now? Catherine asked, gesturing at the parchment Lupin still held. That suggests that effectively the House of Wenlock has been placed in service to the House of Potter. I'm afraid that's the upshot, Lupin said succinctly, managing to sound apologetic. Alexandria maintained her composure but went pale. Christopher remained composed and contemplative. I'll need to check, but I would assume that the Wizengamot has received a similar notification from Magic, Lupin continued. I suspect the proxy for the House of Wenlock will fall to the House of Potter. Narcissa sipped her tea, feeling a curl of satisfaction in her belly at how thoroughly the House of Wenlock had been affected. This cannot be considered just, Alexandria exclaimed, slapping the table. It strips the entire family of everything. I don't disagree with you, Sirius answered sharply. The sins of one man should not be paid for by his entire family. Narcissa held back an eye roll. Sirius could still be such a gry-finder. However, clearly, Magic does not agree with either of us, Sirius finished, surprising Narcissa and everyone else in the room. Even if I had a mind to reverse this, I wouldn't know how to convince Magic to do it. Christopher cleared his throat. I am not averse to swearing an oath of service in truth to the House of Potter. Narcissa barely concealed her surprise. Andromeda raised an eyebrow. Sirius looked faintly amused by the turn of events while Lupin appeared suitably shocked. Christopher! Alexandria looked horrified. No, Mother, Christopher said, raising a hand to stop her from continuing her berating. My politics are not Father's. I am not interested in becoming the next political powerhouse in British society. He grimaced. Why would I? You and Father have never spent time here beyond what is necessary, and and I are schooled elsewhere. Alexandria frowned heavily. But your legacy, she demanded tightly. And what of your sister and brother? Are they to be cast out of school and into service too? Alex. Catherine regarded her nephew carefully. I believe Christopher is trying to safeguard all of you if you will let him speak. Christopher nodded in gratitude to his aunt and turned back to Sirius. Lord Black, as I have stated, I have no political ambition. I had already spoken to my sibling some months ago when father became enthralled with gaining more power within the Wizengamot. We are agreed, we have no interest in making England our home. We are planning to make our lives in Switzerland, where we have spent the majority of our childhood. He paused. I had decided that after father's death, I would decline a seat in the Wizengamot and send it to the floor. Interesting, Lupin commented. It's possible that magic sensed your intent. Coupled with your father's oath-breaking, that may have determined the fate of your family magic. Narcissa nodded slowly. She thought Lupin was right. Why would family magic, designed to protect the wizarding population, remain loyal to a family that clearly had no intention of honoring the original oath? As you mentioned, I am also part of the Durmstrang contingent at Hogwarts. I've spent a lot of time with Theodore not recently, preparing for our champion's next task, Christopher continued. He and I share several political views. He speaks highly of the houses of Potter and Black. I witnessed the power of the head of the House of Potter during the execution of the first task. I will happily swear service on 2 conditions. First, my mother must be provided with a home and a living allowance that allows her to maintain the lifestyle she is accustomed to with my father. Alexandria stared at her son. And the second? Lupin prompted. Christopher raised his chin. Our education must be protected, and my sister must be provided with a dowry for her future marriage. Sirius regarded him thoughtfully for a long moment. Narcissa found herself holding her breath, wondering which way Sirius would decide. He could be so unpredictable. Sirius leaned forward, clasping his hands on the tabletop and ignoring the cooling cup of tea beside him. You will swear a lifetime of service to the House of Potter, he said sternly. Your brother will serve for a year after his education. Your sister will be under the protection of the House of Potter until she marries. The house will provide an adequate dowry at that time. You all return to Durmstrang to finish your education. Your conditions regarding your mother will be met. Christopher exhaled audibly. Thank you, Lord Black. An approving smile curved Narcissa's lips. Sirius had guaranteed the young man's loyalty, and he would make a good, intelligent addition to the House of Potter. We'll take the oath before the end of the day, Sirius said crisply. But for now, Remus will sort out the practicalities of your money and housing. We'll leave you to it. A moment later, there was a flurry of hurried goodbyes, and Narcissa found herself once again outside the room, pulling on her gloves as she prepared for the outside world. Sirius hovered beside her, helping Andromeda into her cloak. Well, that was fun, he said. Sirius, Andromeda chided, pulling on a brightly colored scarf. Why did the bloody vulture have to surrender? Sirius complained loudly, his voice verging on a whine. Narcissa exchanged a sisterly look of exasperation with Andromeda over Sirius's antics, which drew a snort of amusement from Dora. Narcissa took a moment to savor their reconciliation and the fact that they could share such a moment. At least Wenlock's service to the House of Potter will give you a valid excuse for the vulture answering to your call, Narcissa pointed out calmly. Politically, this is well done. Wenlock serves the House of Potter, and you hold the proxy. Its alliances are now all in disarray. The minor houses associated with it will be scrambling. She's right, Andromeda said briskly when Sirius gave nothing but a disgruntled harumph. She patted his arm. Try not to sulk too much, Sirius. She kissed his cheek before turning to Narcissa. Andromeda hugged her briefly, then did the same to her daughter, much to Dora's horror, and hurried out with a murmur about already being late for her next appointment. I'll escort you out, cousin, Sirius offered, winking at Dora in goodbye. Narcissa accepted. His arm. How are you, Sissy? Sirius asked. "I'm well, thank you, cousin," she replied. "I was going to thank you for the baby vault when I saw you this evening for the family meal." "Just don't paint the nursery silver and green," Sirius sniffed with feigned authority. This took her back to their childhood summers at the Black Estate, when Sirius had been her favorite cousin, funny, witty, and protective. "How is the baby?" Sirius asked tentatively as they entered the main hall and began to navigate through the waiting customers toward the outside. Narcissa smiled softly at him, her awe and love evident in her expression, knowing Sirius would never use it against her. "Regina is doing well," she said. Sirius's eyes softened. "Regina, who?" "You settled on the name." "I wanted to honor Regulus," Narcissa confirmed as they stepped out into the sunshine. This seemed right. "What does Lucius think?" Sirius asked, casting a warming charm over her along with several privacy spells. He brought her to a halt on the bottom step. His question was casual, but it held weight. "He is happy to abide by my wish in this, as he is in all matters related to this pregnancy," Narcissa replied, knowing her cousin understood the subtleties of what she wasn't saying. Lucius's only interest in the child she carried was in keeping her compliant within their marriage. She was under no illusion about that. He'll be pleased about today's news. The House of Malfoy is the obvious choice to act as an intermediary between the Wenlock's allies and the House of Black. Sirius snorted, shaking his head in resignation. "It seems I might have a bit more politicking to do today than I anticipated." "Cornelius will be thrilled." Narcissa hummed in agreement. The minister thrived on political machinations and would be over the moon with this development. "What is the position on Diggory?" "They found the evidence they needed of the Imperious curse. They also think he's been under the influence of suggestion potions for a while." Sirius straightened, a sober expression on his face. "The healer said he might have been under them since before Halloween. The Aurors found evidence that his alcohol had been spiked. They took advantage of his weakness," Narcissa commented, wrinkling her nose in disgust at Diggory's lack of character and feeble mind. "Appears so," Sirius agreed mildly. "His wife confessed to Amelia that Amos has had an ongoing problem with drink. He sobered up when Cedric was born." He shrugged. "It came back after he didn't get the seat, and then with the pressures of the committee review and Cedric competing against Harry." "Do they believe Wenlock was responsible for the potions?" Narcissa asked. Sirius shook his head. "They've questioned Wenlock with Veritaserum. He used an unforgivable, but he didn't do the potioning." He scowled. "They think Crouch did that, and Wenlock just took advantage once Crouch couldn't get back to the ministry. I assume Diggory is at St. Mungo's receiving treatment." Narcissa inquired. Sirius nodded. "They're trying to assess if he's been given a sleeper spell. It was an old trick of hiding a compulsion deep in the mind that would be triggered upon a keyword. It was an ingenious spell, tricky to perform but extremely effective. Cornelius has placed him on sick leave and put Dirk in charge of the department for now." Narcissa inclined her head. She didn't approve of most of the new creature laws, but she had to admit that the man who had spearheaded the review was probably best placed to lead the department until Diggory returned, if he returned. "The publicity in this morning's press was positive for us," Narcissa commented, changing the subject slightly. Publicity had not been kind to the Diggorys or the Wenlocks. The newspapers had praised Harry's performance at the Wizengamot, and there were several notes of admiration for Sirius. Sirius sighed. "I'm just pleased the worst of it is over." The uproar surrounding Lupin and the werewolf sanctuary was old news. "How long will Nymphadora continue to provide him with protection?" Narcissa asked, adjusting her grip on her purse. "For as long as it takes," Sirius replied, giving her a glare that questioned why she was probing that particular topic. Narcissa inclined her head. "Dora seemed very cool towards him today." "You noticed that?" Sirius huffed. "Of course you noticed that. They're not exactly subtle, are they?" He waved dismissively. She asked, and he turned her down again, "I think, but they're both being remarkably tight-lipped about the details." Dora's interest in the werewolf was something Narcissa couldn't understand. She couldn't see why her niece was so captivated by him. Lupin wasn't unattractive, but his lycanthropy was a serious disadvantage, and her niece could do better. At least it seemed Lupin was aware of that. Well, I should take my leave and head back to Harry. Sirius sighed. He's probably wearing the floor out wondering what's going on. Is Harry eager to resume his lessons? Narcissa asked politely. Draco had spent much of the holidays solidifying his alliances with the younger Not and Zabini. She was pleased. Eager to get back to some kind of normalcy after everything that's happened, Sirius said. Narcissa nodded slowly. I am glad you are not dead, cousin. You need to take better care. Our heir needs you. It was a mild reprimand for Sirius putting himself at risk for making his son endure the fear of thinking he was dead. Sirius's grey eyes flashed with something like amusement, but he gave her a brisk nod and kissed her hand. See you later, sissy. Narcissa watched him leave, her fondness for him carefully concealed. She smoothed a hand over her abdomen, feeling the swell of her body. Sirius's return had granted her a gift she never thought she would have, and she was determined to do everything she could to help him rebuild the House of Black. A chill ran through her as the warming charm faded with Sirius's departure, prompting her to decide against shopping. Instead, she made her way to the leaky cauldron to flew home. Creature appeared beside her as soon as she exited the flue. Mistress Sis's husband returns. Thank you, Creature. Narcissa watched as Creature disappeared, taking her outerwear with him. She smoothed a hand over her hair and headed to Lucius's study. Lucius frowned slightly at the sight of her, even as he set aside his correspondence and rose to greet her. I thought you intended to spend the day shopping. An unexpected Black family meeting was held at Gringotts because of the Wenlocks, Narcissa replied dryly. She quickly brought him up to speed. She noticed his eyes light up at the mention of the Wenlock proxy. My, Lucia said smoothly as he resumed his place behind his desk. This does open up some possibilities, doesn't it? Perhaps we should invite Benjamin and Norman for breakfast tomorrow. Narcissa suggested. An excellent idea. I'll invite Stuart too. Lucius immediately understood her plan to brief and discuss the situation with their closest allies. He turned back to his correspondence. See to the arrangements, I'll owl them now. The order irked her, but Narcissa maintained a calm expression as she headed back toward her own study to call for the house elves. She would allow Lucius his small victories. She had what she wanted, her fingers brushed against her child. Her future was secure. Harry sat down next to Daphne as Moody directed and shot her a quick grin. She rolled her eyes at him, but he knew she had no real objection to being paired with him. Harry's good humor faded as he noticed his former girlfriend across the aisle giving Draco a disapproving look. Draco sniffed imperiously and sat beside her. With the start of the new term, Hermione still hadn't agreed to resume their dating. Harry had tried giving her flowers, which she thanked him for, but nothing more came of it. He had also written a sincere apology, which she accepted gracefully, yet she offered no further comment. She was friendly, happy to discuss their holiday homework and help him prepare for the second task, but there were no dates, no holding hands, and no kissing. Harry poked at his parchment with his quill, feeling morose. He was out of ideas on how to win her back. Well, there was one idea, but both Ron and Neville warned him he would likely be grounded for a month by Aunt Minnie if he tried it. Stop brooding, Potter, and focus on the assignment, Daphne hissed, weaving her wand to create a modified privacy wall around them to keep others from copying their work. Sorry, Harry muttered, a hint of embarrassment warming his cheeks. He turned his attention back to the blackboard. With the new year, Moody had shifted from recognizing threats and situational awareness to actual defense. The board displayed a list of 10 threats, and their assignment was to come up with one solid defense against each. Harry found it amusing that, in typical Moody fashion, only 2 acknowledged dark creatures were on the list. The rest were thought-provoking, including a friend, which made Harry think of Pettigrew, and a man or woman obsessed with you. He wondered if his ongoing pursuit of Hermione would be considered a threat by her. Very well, Daphne said with an exasperated sigh. Out with it. Harry turned to her, confused. You clearly won't focus on our assignment until you've gotten the current state of affairs with Granger off your chest, so out with it. Daphne said impatiently, her eyes flashing with annoyance. Harry winced and sighed heavily while rubbing his cheek. I don't know how to convince her that I'm sorry about what happened. Daphne folded her arms over her chest and tapped her fingers restlessly. What has she said? Said? Daphne rolled her eyes. Yes, Potter, what has she said about forgiving you? Not much. That was true. Harry felt a bit uneasy under Daphne's disbelieving stare. He gathered his thoughts, recalling the first time he and Hermione had met after Sirius's return. She told me she understood that I thought I was protecting her, but that she couldn't be with me again until I could demonstrate that I trusted her to make her own decisions about her security and protection. Those were her exact words. Daphne asked, a considering expression crossing her face. Harry nodded. Well, it's clear why the apologies haven't worked so far, she said crisply. Granger's not going to believe you until you actually show her you trust her. Saying you're sorry isn't doing that. Oh. Suddenly, Harry realized the fine line Daphne was pointing out. All his apologies had shown Hermione that he cared for her and still wanted to be with her, but they hadn't demonstrated that he trusted her. He frowned. How could he show her? Daphne sighed as he voiced his thoughts. Well, you have two options. Harry raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to elaborate. Either you contrive some kind of circumstance where Granger realizes you trust her. Harry shook his head. Hermione will see right through that. Probably, Daphne conceded. And she values honesty, so you'd be in worse trouble with her than you already are. Thank you, Harry said dryly. He could always count on Daphne to tell him the truth in blunt, no-nonsense terms. Daphne shrugged, a small smile on her lips. So you're stuck then, because the only other way to regain her favor is to actually trust her and wait for a moment to show that to her. Harry sighed again, unwilling to accept her words, but he knew they were true. I guess. He shook himself slightly, as if trying to shake away the melancholy of the realization, and picked up his quill again. We should get on with this. He pursed his lips. How do you deal with a drunk but well-meaning bystander? Sobering charm? Daphne suggested immediately. He felt a wave of gratitude for her willingness to change the subject. The rest of the defense lesson flew by, and before he knew it, school was over for the day. He fell into step with Daphne as they made their way to the room of requirement, where they were due to meet with the rest of the Potter Alliance and his other friends for preparations for his second task. Daphne remained quiet beside him, as if she understood he needed the silence to reflect on their earlier discussion. The room opened into its usual setup for task discussions, and Harry made his way to the dais where Draco, Neville, and Hermione joined him. Bill, who was ostensibly performing guard duty, entered at the end of the stream of Hogwarts students and closed the door behind him. Harry scourged, and he rubbed it before clearing his throat noisily. The crowd in front of him settled down instantly. He smiled at them all, feeling humbled and honored to have so many people willing to help him. It's January now, and the second task will happen in February, so we only have a month and a bit to go. I'd like us to regroup on where we are starting from. Hermione levitated the board with the clues to the front to remind everyone. Water, water, everywhere, of your prized possession take great care, for prisoners rarely work together, and time will not last forever. Right, Hermione said briskly. Let's begin from the top. Location. There's activity around the lake, Harry replied. Blaise answered promptly. They're definitely preparing something. He's right, Natalie Warren asserted. Robert and I have both been informed that the patrols are to keep students away from the lake. Bill nodded. They've masked the whole area with an illusion that makes it appear that the lake is undisturbed, but it isn't. Is the illusion restricted to above or below the lake? Theo asked calmly. Both, Bill replied, cocking his head to the side. Good point. So, we know it's the lake, and we think it likely has both an above and below component, Hermione noted, chewing her lips thoughtfully. The above component could be nothing more than a landing stage, Daphne pointed out. Or it could be integral to the task, Draco countered. We don't know enough. So we find out, Neville responded. What if we find a way to get around the illusion or break it? I doubt any of us have the magical power to do that except for Harry, Hermione said before Draco could answer sneeringly. But Neville has the right idea. Blaise shot the Gryffindor a quick grin. We need to find out exactly what they're building. Bill, I'm guessing that you don't actually know what they're building? Harry asked, leaning back against the table behind him. No. The security here has been told that they're building, but not what, Bill said regretfully. Who exactly is building? Daphne asked shrewdly. And can they be bought or bribed into giving the information over? Theo nodded. It would be a good plan. It's a Gringotts team, so I doubt it's feasible, Bill said thoughtfully. But I do know that the illusion allows animals and merpeople to see through it without incident. A spy, Ron proclaimed, pointing a finger at his brother. We can get Remus to talk one of the merpeople into spying for us. I doubt the merpeople are going to be open to telling us what's going on, Draco drawled. He's right, Hermione said, sending Ron a quick look of apology for siding with Draco. Harry wondered if Remus would agree. Even if he did, convincing a merperson to help and relying on them seemed risky. Fine, Ron said, throwing up his hands. It was a bad idea. Not a wholly bad idea, Ron, Harry said with a grin, trying to comfort his friend. A spy is a good idea, and we can try. If it doesn't work, we just have to think of something else besides Remus convincing a merperson. Ron seemed to feel better at that. Hermione seized the moment of silence. Right, we'll need to ask Remus, and if that's not an option, we'll come up with something else. Harry nodded gratefully at her. Thank you. She blushed and tapped the blackboard. In the meantime, we have a list of spells to learn for above and below the water. We need to step up our practice. She tapped the blackboard again, changing the topic. Have we made any progress on what will be taken? Theo shifted in his seat. In one of the study sessions, I found a draft letter from a student to a parent. It said that Karkaroff apparently told Crumb's group about the details of the original task before it was changed. Harry flinched at the reminder that Voldemort had altered the tasks to make them more dangerous. He absently touched his scar. And? Ron prompted impatiently. Theo adjusted his position. The original task selected the person closest to the champion at the moment they signed their name on the parchment to enter the tournament. Crumb believes his original hostage might have been someone random in the library at that time, since that's where he was. Cedric's original hostage would have been Cho then, Susan chimed in. She was sitting right next to him when he signed the parchment before entering. You must have been watching him closely to know that, Blaise teased. Susan shot him a dirty look, her cheeks flushing. Ron had gone bright red. Well, that doesn't really tell us which of us would have ended up as Harry's hostage, does it? He muttered. He didn't enter himself. Who knows when he signed that parchment? Well, it's probably something I signed officially, Harry murmured. It's pretty likely either Sirius or Remus would be the hostage. It made his heart ache to think of Sirius being used as a hostage against him after what had happened at Christmas. But we know it's unlikely that Voldemort continued with the same plan, Hermione said briskly. He may have taken the principle of hostages but turned it into something completely different. And we know that Crouch at least knew using the person closest to the champion when he signed the parchment wasn't going to accurately target Harry's hostage enough for whatever they have planned, Daphne added. That's it. Ron proclaimed passionately. We've got to think about this like Crouch. Who would he want to put in danger? He started to pace. I mean, he's a Death Eater, so he hates Muggleborns and goes with the pureblood nonsense, and he hates Harry and Sirius, that's a given, so. Me, Hermione said, lifting her chin slightly. Harry's heart dropped. No. Hermione couldn't be in danger. She couldn't. You weren't my girlfriend at the time he gave the parameters to the cup, though, he pointed out. But she is a likely candidate, Theo noted dispassionately. She was announced as a daughter of the House of Black. She's a Muggleborn, one of your closest friends, and clearly someone Lord Black favors. Crouch might have figured that was enough. Hermione had paled, and Harry wanted to reach out and hold her hand to reassure them both that everything would be all right, that he wouldn't let her be harmed. The urge to send her away somewhere safe surged through him again, but he wrestled it back. Sending her to a different country wouldn't help. The magic of the goblet would simply return her to the competition, and besides, it had been made clear to everyone. Harry had to trust that Hermione could make her own decisions. I guess I should practice all these spells with you, Hermione said bravely, her brown eyes meeting his with a challenge, though a flicker of fear lingered in their depths. You do that anyway, Ron replied, unaware of the tension between his friends. Harry adjusted his glasses and tried to smile. You'll probably get them before I do. Weasley should practice too, Draco remarked. Ron turned around and glared at the Slytherin. What? Draco scowled back. Given when Crouch had to set the parameters for choosing in the goblet, you are another likely candidate, aren't you? A blood traitor to the Dark Lord's cause, Potter's best friend, responsible for ensuring Lord Black was exonerated, and favored by him because of your family's alliance with Potter. Ron went pale under his freckles. Blimey. Malfoy's right, Ron, Bill said. You are the other most likely candidate. I would think the other candidate is Lord Black, Theo added. Crouch could have included him. I think it's unlikely that he would put Sirius in that position, Ron replied, trying to move past the realization that he was a potential hostage. He wouldn't want to risk someone who knew what they were doing. That makes sense, Harry agreed, feeling relief at the thought that Sirius wouldn't be targeted. Me and Hermione, Ron said bravely. We're the most likely candidates. This worried Harry, but in some ways, it felt right. It had always been the three of them getting into trouble and finding a way out. He glanced at Hermione, who stared back at him with a challenge. So, we plan on that basis, Harry said abruptly, maintaining eye contact with Hermione. And you guys practice. He softened his tone. It wouldn't be the first time we had an adventure, would it? Hermione nodded sharply and took a deep breath. Deeply. At least we have time to plan, Ron said with a grin. Let's just hope there are no spiders. The whole room seemed to relax as Harry smiled back at his best friends, albeit reluctantly. What about the rest of the champions? Hermione asked suddenly. If Crouch is targeting either me or Ron, he's likely also targeted the hostages for the other champions based on the same criteria. Which is probably best friends or something related to sponsorship or alliances, Theo agreed. It went unsaid that he would find a way to inform the others, but everyone nodded, understanding that Theo was careful with his words, given the clear instruction for Harry not to confer with his fellow champions. Are we definitely saying that the prized possession will not be an item of importance? Blaise asked. It's unlikely, Harry replied simply. Voldemort changed the first task just enough to increase the danger, but Professor Dumbledore confirmed that the original first task was to retrieve a golden egg from a dragon's nest. So, based on that, the second task was likely going to involve retrieving someone from the lake. It's probable he hasn't strayed too far from that, just ramped up the danger, Blaise noted cheerfully. Got you, Harry said. I think we've exhausted the discussion about the task unless anyone has anything else. Nobody spoke up. Harry raised his wand. Defense practice then. Everyone split into pairs. We're playing dodge spell. It always surprised him how quickly everyone moved. Within moments, they were all practicing in small dueling domes that Harry had the room construct. He and Bill walked around the various pairs, providing instruction and guidance. The rules of the game were simple. One person practiced hitting the other with a spell, while the other dodged. They would swap roles after being hit 3 times or when Harry whistled to signal a change. Initially, there had been some muttering about using a game for instruction, but everyone quickly realized how effective it was at improving their aim and ability to avoid spells. Being hit with spells had turned into something they all really enjoyed. Harry helped Connor Sapworthy adjust his aim against his friend before wandering over to where Hermione and Luna were practicing. Both girls were quick and fierce. Maybe Hermione was right. Perhaps she could take care of herself, or at least Harry should trust her to do so more than he had in the past. Bill tapped Harry on the shoulder. "You all right there, Harry?" Before Harry could reply, a chime sounded in the room. Instantly, everyone stopped, and more than a few groans punctuated the silence. "Session's over?" Harry called out briskly. "You'll need to get moving for dinner." A steady trickle of students headed for the door. Draco nodded imperiously at Harry before leaving with Theo and Blaise. Hermione smiled at Harry briefly but didn't speak to him as she fell in step with Ron and Ginny. Harry watched her leave with a heavy heart. It wasn't long before he and Bill were the only ones left in the room. Harry swished his wand absently, and the room transformed into a replica of his room at Griffin House. "Wow," Bill said, impressed. "The room really can be anything you want it to be, huh? I'm guessing you're feeling a little homesick." "Things were simpler in the summer," Harry grumbled. He threw himself down on his bed, sitting on the edge and feeling very morose. He wasn't surprised when Bill pulled up a spare chair to sit in front of him. "You want to talk about it?" Bill offered. For a long moment, Harry wanted to brush off Bill's concern, pretend everything was fine, and wallow in his own misery. But the comfort of the familiar room, a space that was truly his for the first time in his life, took him back to all the chats he and Bill had during the summer. Within moments, the whole mess tumbled out, including his conversation with Daphne. Bill listened carefully without asking questions until eventually, Harry fell silent, feeling a little mortified that he'd shared so much. Bill offered Harry a comforting pat on the shoulder. "Girl trouble, hey," he said with an exaggerated wince. "If it helps, every guy goes through it." A flicker of empathy crossed his blue eyes, easing Harry's discomfort. It seemed Bill might have his own concerns. Are you and Alicia okay?" Harry asked tentatively. Bill's gaze sharpened, and Harry felt a bit uneasy under the scrutiny. After a heavy sigh, Bill replied, "Coming to the end of the road, I reckon. If you want to talk about it." Harry offered uncertainly. Bill smiled. "That's a good offer, but I'll pass. I'm sure you don't want me to bore you with the details of my love life." "I bored you with the details of mine," Harry pointed out wryly. "I mean, you listen to me." Bill laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, since you put it that way." He shrugged. "It's not really a big deal. You know my mum is really keen on me and Alicia settling down." Harry nodded, glad Bill was willing to share. He understood how persistent Molly could be about marriage. "Well, neither of us is ready for that," Bill stated plainly. "So when Alicia and I first talked about how Mum was, I promised to ask her to tone it down, which I did. She agreed, and it was fine for a while. But you know my mum," Bill continued, and Harry winced in agreement. Ron's stubbornness had to come from somewhere. So it's awkward at times, and I guess both of us are wondering if seeing each other is still worth the hassle." Bill shrugged, surprisingly calm about the impending breakup. "I'm predicting that I'm going to. Alicia might give me the 'it's not you, it's me' speech any day now," Bill said. "Are relationships always this difficult?" Harry asked, a bit grumpily. Remus and Tonks seem to be at odds lately, with Tonks being very cold towards Remus. Sirius had warned him to stay out of it, saying whatever argument they had, they needed to work it out themselves. "They're always hard work," Bill confirmed. He tilted his head. "The first thing you've got to ask yourself is this, is what you and Hermione have worth the effort of fixing things with her?" Yes. Harry didn't even have to think about it. He really liked Hermione and wanted to be with her. He was prepared to do anything to make things right between them again. "Do you understand what Hermione's problem with you is well enough to fix it?" Bill pressed. "I think so. Hermione's annoyed with me because I made a decision to push her away without talking to her first." He bit his lip. Not so much the thing with sending her and the others back to Hogwarts, because I was really upset and she understood that. But, after thinking that staying away from everyone would protect them better, and telling her again that we were over because I wanted to protect her. His cheeks heated again at the memory of what he had done. He had been so stupid. You were upset and grieving, and your ability to make rational decisions was compromised, Bill said comfortingly. Everyone understands that, including Hermione. But she hasn't forgiven me like everyone else has, Harry replied, feeling miserable. Bill nudged him. Why do you think that is? Harry sighed heavily again. I really hurt her. And what do you think will fix that? I think Daphne's right, Harry said. Hermione knows I'm sorry, but she's not going to think about getting back together until I've shown her that I trust her. He rubbed his head again. She's not going to trust me not to do what I did again until she feels I trust her, I guess. I think that's a good guess, Bill said, patting his shoulder again. So you're stuck waiting until you can somehow prove to her. I trust her, Harry mumbled unhappily. He had known that before they started talking, but he had hoped for a different answer. Bill nudged him again. Based on tonight's discussion about the task, I think you're going to get your opportunity sooner rather than later. He's going to target her, isn't he? Harry sighed and flopped back on the bed. I don't want anyone hurt because of me. Is that so much to ask? It's not your fault, Harry, Bill said firmly. Who knows what insanity is going through Crouch and you-know-who's head? He tapped Harry's knee and waited until Harry sat up again before continuing. Nobody disagreed with you sending your friends out of danger. I get why you did what you did at Christmas. But you know it wasn't the best way to handle things. Remember that first meeting with the Alliance kids? You told them you were stronger if you all stuck together, and you were right. I know, Harry said, plucking at the coverlet on the bed absently. It just feels like everyone gets hurt because of me, and that sucks. You have to keep in mind that it's not because of you, it's because of Crouch and you-know-who, Bill reiterated. Nobody blames you. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't as though he hadn't had the same conversation with Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore. Maybe he should start believing it. His parents had told him the same thing, hadn't they? His heart ached at the memory of seeing them in the cemetery, but underneath the pain was the solace that they loved him, loved each other, and believed in him. So I make sure Hermione and Ron both practice like mad and can take care of themselves, Harry said aloud. Bill nodded. Harry grimaced and absently rubbed at his scar again. He was going to have to wait for Hermione to fully forgive him, that was clear. It was a disappointing conclusion, but he guessed it was one he had to live with since he was serious about her. He looked back up at Bill. What about you and Alicia? He asked curiously. I guess you're not planning to fix things? The oldest Weasley shook his head. As quick as you were to say you and Hermione were worth fighting for, I'd say the opposite about me and Alicia. He shrugged, an amused glint in his eye. We're good together, and we've had fun. Merlin knows I will always be grateful for her helping to heal me after the duel with Crouch. But I don't think we're meant to be together forever. Otherwise, neither of us would be resisting my mum so much. He shrugged again. So I'll let her break up with me, and I'll find someone else. He poked Harry in the knee. You may want to consider that you're young too. Hermione might seem like the be-all and end-all of everything right now, but there are other girls out there. Harry shook his head. He liked Hermione. Besides, if he dated someone else during whatever this was of a break, a pause, a test, then Hermione could go out with other blokes, and he definitely didn't like the idea of that. Bill smiled, amusement spreading across his face, but then it melted away into concern. Do you have a headache? Harry froze and frowned at him. No. Why? You keep rubbing your scar. Bill waved at Harry's forehead. Harry realized his hand had drifted up again and yanked it down. It always kind of itches in here. Bill's expression sobered immediately. Really? Harry nodded. You know cursed scars usually react in the presence of dark magic. Bill commented as he got to his feet, his wand already in his hand as he scanned the room suspiciously. Harry blanched and leaped up, his wand falling into his hand. He took a breath and calmed himself. It was very unlikely Voldemort was hiding out in the room of requirement. But if not Voldemort, the Horcrux? Harry blurted out. He hid the Horcrux. Here. Bloody smart wanker, isn't he? Bill grumbled, twirling his wand. How do we know what kind of room he stored it in? Harry frowned. Well, maybe if we both try exiting the room and think of somewhere to hide something. Bill nodded thoughtfully. Might work. They made their way into the corridor. Bill looked back at the blank wall. You want to give it a go? Harry considered all the possible options and shook himself. He was making it too complicated. He paced in front of the wall. I want somewhere to hide something important. I want somewhere to hide something important. I want somewhere to hide something important. The door appeared. Bill waved Harry back. Harry bit down on his urge to protest, knowing Sirius would give him grief for not allowing the fully trained Cursebreaker to go first. Bill opened the door and entered. You can come in. Harry stepped inside eagerly and stopped abruptly beside a similarly shocked Bill. He took in the towering piles of books, trunks, broomsticks, and everything else. There were rows upon rows and piles upon piles. A Keogh Ravenclaw's diadem. Bill called out, weaving his wand through the spell movement almost unconsciously. Nothing happened. Bugger, Bill swore before grinning sheepishly at Harry. It was never going to be that easy, was it? Harry shook his head and looked back at the seemingly endless room. It wasn't going to be easy. It was going to take a while and be hard work. But with furious satisfaction, he thought they were closer to finding the elusive Horcrux than they had been before, and he would only ever consider that a win. Chapter 66, Pronglet Fights Back. Hermione scribbled another note to herself in the small notebook she kept for her ongoing list of things to do. Sitting cross-legged in the center of her bed, she raised her eyes to gaze around the Gryffindor dorm and mentally compared it to her childhood bedroom, which she had just left a few days before. The solid dark oak beds, wardrobes, and dressers might have made the tower room gloomy, but they shone and gleamed with polish. The sunlight poured in through the wide windows, highlighting the wonderful gold grain buried in the wood. The bright red and gold Gryffindor colors blazed in the hangings and the linen, in the woven rugs of a griffin and a unicorn. It was wonderful and homey in a way her bedroom at home had ceased to be. She grimaced. Crookshank snored from his place at the bottom of the bed, and Hermione looked at him fondly. Maybe she should try asking for a redecoration of her bedroom at home for her next birthday or Christmas present. It would be nice to have it looking like the bedroom of the young woman she was, rather than the child she had left behind when she started Hogwarts. She shook her hair and reread her notes. Daphne and Luna had done a great job compiling the list of useful spells, and she needed to ensure that she, Ron, and Harry mastered them all. She tapped the quill against her chin and pursed her lips. Harry had already hated the idea of someone being held hostage because of him, and the fact that it was most likely her or Ron wasn't going to help. Hermione frowned. She had retreated to the dorm to work after dinner because their split was the talk of the Hogwarts grapevine. If she had thought it was difficult dealing with the stares and attention when they were together, it was much worse being apart. Still, Harry had been a complete gentleman, letting it be known that he was to blame and that he still wanted to be with her once she had forgiven him. She bit her lip, remembering the moments they had shared. The holidays had been awful when Harry had been missing. She had worried about him, feeling alone and grieving for Sirius. Yet, she had also felt angry. He had physically and magically pushed her away. He had broken up with her to protect her, and in that moment, he had been a stupid, arrogant fool. Hermione sniffed and sighed heavily. Despite everything, she understood. Harry had not been thinking clearly, he had been devastated and had reacted instinctively when he had sent them back to Hogwarts. She could forgive him for that, she had forgiven him for that. What she struggled to forgive was the letter he had sent afterward. In it, he insisted he was protecting them all by staying away, especially by no longer being her boyfriend. It had felt like a planned, deliberate statement that hurt her deeply. The moment she read it, she knew he didn't want her anymore. The silence that followed only made it worse, especially when they had learned Sirius was back and had found Harry. She had wondered if it was all just an excuse to break up with her. Harry had denied that when he came over to apologize. He had been genuinely contrite and remorseful, but she couldn't overlook the pain he had caused her. She had hidden her hurt behind anger, resenting that he assumed he had the right to make decisions about her safety without consulting her, using that as the basis for their breakup. She had told him he needed to do better than a few flowery words before she would consider forgiving him and going out with him again. She had insisted that he needed to prove he trusted her to make her own decisions. Hermione sighed. She had been so determined not to give in that she had rejected every one of his attempts at an apology. Absently, she ran her finger down the edge of the folded letter she had placed at the back of her notebook. She wondered now if sticking to her guns had been a mistake, as her mother had warned her. You have to ask yourself, Hermione, what does Harry need to do before you'll forgive him? Her mother tapped the half-written reply Hermione was working on. You say you need him to prove he trusts you, but you don't say how he can prove it. She sat down beside Hermione. Well, I don't know how exactly, Hermione replied angrily. You should be careful you're not asking him to do something that he has no hope of actually achieving, her mother said. If he doesn't know how to prove his trust in you, it may take him a long time to do it, and then you'll find that you're broken up for a lot longer than a few days. Is that what you want? He trusted me to go with him and help him rescue Sirius at the end of our 3rd year without question. That's what I want. Seriously, her mother countered, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice before she took a deep breath. Look, darling, he made a mistake in breaking up with you and pushing you away, but he's apologized. If you can't set this aside and move forward without testing his sincerity, then perhaps you shouldn't be with him. I can't believe you're taking his side, Hermione said, folding her arms and glaring at her mother. Her mother countered her glare with one of her own. Believe me when I say I'm on your side. I don't like that he hurt you, and he knows it. But he's apologized very sincerely. Even if I didn't think he deserves a second chance, right now I'm trying to advise you as your mother and stop you from making a mistake you'll regret. She got to her feet. Honestly, I'm not happy you want to put yourself in another dangerous situation in order for him to prove himself to you. You have to consider why you're really doing this, Hermione. Is this a way of punishing him for hurting you? A retaliation? Because right now, I think it is, no matter how you convince yourself it's justified. Her mother had been right. Not being trusted to help him with his grief and to be his girlfriend was, in many ways, the final straw. It confirmed that Harry had stopped trusting her and Ron. She understood that Sirius was in his life and had set rules about what they could know regarding Harry's struggle with Voldemort and those who wanted to hurt him. She even appreciated that there might be reasons why Harry kept things from them. Yet, it all made her feel as though he no longer trusted her. On the night of the Yule Ball, she had sensed something was wrong with Snape and that Harry was worried. However, he had said nothing to her. Both Neville and Sirius had been kidnapped and hurt. Yes, he had taken them to London to find Sirius, but only after they insisted, and he quickly sent them back to Hogwarts. He had shut her out until Sirius returned and brought him home. A small voice in her head reminded her that he had been grief-stricken. But Harry hadn't even confided in her about how he and Sirius planned to take down Wenlock. The Wenlock takedown had been brilliant. Slytherin, she mused with a hint of amusement. Perhaps if she had forgiven Harry, he would have shared the strategy with her. She poked the notebook with her quill. Was she punishing Harry? Hermione sighed. Maybe, just a little, if she was honest with herself. However, her anger had mostly faded after seeing him again at the Wizengamot, during the few family occasions they had shared, and since returning to school. He clearly felt sorry and had been good at respecting her wishes to remain civil and friendly. Still, it had been so awkward between them. That was the last thing she wanted. What she wanted was to go back to being Harry's girlfriend and for him to confide in her. But she didn't know how to do that after everything. Didn't finish her thought. Hermione understood. Relationships could be complicated. She didn't want to give in and abandon her stance with Harry. That would make her feel foolish. Yet, did she really want to wait for Harry to do something that would prove he trusted her? Her mother had a valid point. How could he show his trust without them facing some kind of danger? It was a tangled situation, and Hermione felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Suddenly, the door to the dorm swung open. Lavender rushed in, barreling over to Hermione and wrapping her in a lopsided hug. Then, she began dancing around the room, clutching a letter in one hand. Parvati followed her in more calmly and sat down on Hermione's bed with a sigh, while Lavender continued her jubilant celebration. "What's going on?" Hermione asked, intrigued. "Ron asked her out," Parvati replied. "He sent her a proper invitation by postal owl." "Oh." Hermione felt an unexpected flutter in her stomach at the news. She hadn't known Ron was planning to do that. It seemed like the boys had all banded together since returning to school. Maybe it wasn't just Harry who had stopped confiding in her, Hermione thought sadly. She forced a smile for Lavender, who had finally stopped spinning around. "That's good news," Hermione said brightly. "Isn't it?" Lavender hugged the letter close to her chest. "I thought I'd blown it after the ball. But he said he doesn't blame me for choosing to go with Dean. He was an idiot for not asking me sooner." Hermione hummed in response. "We going to Hogsmeade?" Lavender exclaimed. "Oh, what am I going to wear? I have to get that catalogue from Katie." She dashed off again before Hermione could remind her that Ron wouldn't care about her outfit. Parvati sighed. "She's going to be like this until the date." Hermione made a sympathetic sound. "What about you? Is there anyone you're interested in?" "Neville," Parvati said immediately. "But he and Hannah seem pretty entrenched, so." She trailed off, sighed and looked over at Hermione with suddenly sharp eyes. "How are things going with you and Harry? You both seemed all right at the session tonight." Hermione grimaced. "I was thinking I should have listened to my mother and not been so adamant about not forgiving him straight away." "What did he do anyway?" Parvati asked. "You're all so tight-lipped about things?" Hermione considered what to share with Parvati. She didn't want to reveal everything, but surely she could say something. "You know Neville was kidnapped and Sirius was injured." Parvati nodded. "Well, Harry got it into his head that he was to blame and that it was better for people not to be his friends and he broke up with you to protect you," Parvati concluded. "Without even talking with me about it." Hermione complained loudly before subsiding. "He's apologized and everything, told me he wants to get back together but you don't know if you trust him anymore." Parvati completed. "No." Hermione stared at her. "No. I trust Harry." "Then why?" Parvati began, perplexed. "He didn't trust me," Hermione said fiercely. "He should have talked with me. Let me decide for myself." "Hermione," Parvati remonstrated, "the one thing you can't say is that Harry doesn't trust you. He lets you lead the research into the task and tells you what it all means. He really does check with you when he doesn't understand something. He lets you show others how to do things when we practice. He trusts you." "It hasn't felt like it this past year," Hermione grumbled, flushing. "He used to tell me everything and now he's the head of an ancient and noble house, heir to another, and has a parent and other adult allies he can turn to, grown-ups who've probably told him what he can and can't say about things." Parvati's expression wasn't unsympathetic, but Hermione winced at the direct hits. "I know, and I know it's not fair to expect him to still tell me everything when things have changed so much. It's just..." Hermione trailed off. "Sigh. I miss how it used to be," she said, brushing her hair out of her face. "You could just tell him you've changed your mind and you forgive him," Parvati suggested. "He's still crazy about you. Anybody can see that." Hermione shook her head, her lips pressing together. I know I could do that, but it just feels like you'd be losing the argument if you did. Parvati asked shrewdly. Hermione nodded, her curls bouncing. I've made such a big deal about entrusting me that if I went back on it. So I guess you have to decide which is more important, Parvati said bluntly. Your pride and winning the argument, or being with Harry. Before Hermione could respond, Lavender burst back in, grabbing Parvati and hustling her out of the room. Katie will only let me look at the catalogue in her dorm, and I absolutely need your help deciding on the perfect outfit for the Hogsmeade weekend date with Ron, she babbled. Hermione shook her head in amusement. She was contemplating whether to change for bed despite the early hour when a faint tapping noise came from the window. She hurried over, thinking it was an owl, and almost froze when she saw a black raven instead. It was Harry. She almost fell over in her haste to open the window and usher him inside. He transformed as soon as he cleared the window. Immediately, she punched his arm hard. What are you thinking? Hermione hissed. This is the girls' dormitory. You're going to get into so much trouble. Harry yelped, clutching his arm and glaring at her. What was I supposed to do? Ron said you'd gone up to your room and I needed to talk with you. You could have asked Lavender or Parvati to come and get me. Hermione pointed out furiously. I didn't think you'd want to discuss us in front of the entire Gryffindor common room. Harry retorted, still rubbing his arm. Hermione folded her arms and conceded the point with a sigh. With her anger fading, nerves surged through Hermione as she realized Harry had come to talk to her. This was her chance to make things right. Her mouth felt dry, and the words she wanted to say tangled in her mind. He took her silence as an opening. Look, he said, reaching into his robe to pull out a pink rose. I just wanted to apologize. Again. He adjusted his glasses nervously. I know I was wrong to push you away like I did. I realize that I hurt you, and I'm really, really sorry. The last thing I ever want to do is hurt you, and I know I did. Hermione took the rose and bit her lip. Harry? So you said you need time and for me to show that I trust you. Harry straightened his shoulders and looked at her earnestly. I don't know how I can do that exactly, but I do trust you. I just want you to know that even if it takes a while, I'll wait and do whatever it takes. Suddenly, all Hermione could see was how much Harry was hurting over their breakup beneath his sincere words of apology and regret. Her insistence on staying apart was causing him pain. It was the last thing he needed with the pressure of the tournament and the death threats. Oh, Harry. Hermione lunged forward and hugged him. He froze for a moment before returning her embrace. I'm sorry too, Harry. Hermione pulled back slightly to look at him. You don't need to prove anything to me. It's been hard knowing there are things you're not sharing with Ron and me. I know you can't, I understand that. It's just, sometimes it feels like you don't trust us. You clearly knew something was going to happen with Sirius and Professor Snape at the Yule Ball. I'm sorry, Harry repeated. I maybe should have told you about that, but it's not like before when it was just us sneaking around. A lot of what I can't tell you is confidential. It doesn't mean that I don't trust you. Security measures. And I don't want you to get into trouble with Sirius. It's different, Hermione said as she hurried out. But maybe I could discuss with Sirius telling you more, Harry offered. It's worth a try anyway. Thank you, Hermione smiled at him, pleased with the gesture. And I want you to know that I understand why you pushed everyone away. But, well, it's just, her gaze dropped, you did hurt me. A lot. She raised a hand to stop him from interrupting. I know you didn't mean to, and I know you're sorry. And I know you won't do it again. Her voice rose at the end, making her statement sound like a question. I won't. I promise, Harry said fervently. His green eyes shone with hope. Does this mean? Hermione nodded. Yes, you're forgiven, and she felt her cheeks heat with a blush, if you still want to go out with me. Of course I do. Harry broke in, smiling widely. She smiled back. Okay, then. I guess we're back together. She didn't protest as he leaned in for a kiss. It was chaste, just a press of his lips on hers, but it was perfect. They smiled happily at each other as they held hands. Hermione glanced at the open window and shook her head. I still can't believe you flew up here. Harry shrugged. Well, when I was looking for ideas on how to get you back, Ron suggested I fly up here on my broomstick and try to get you to come fly with me. I didn't think you'd go for that. Hermione chuckled, remembering their flight on Buckbeak. I don't know, she teased, it might have worked. She nodded toward the outside. It's just as well you didn't try it. It says in Hogwarts, a history, that there's an old magical shield around the windows that prevents anyone from entering from the outside by broomstick as part of the security measures. Defense measures. It also prevents people from just jumping out of a window unless a fire is detected. Harry nodded. Remus mentioned that. He grimaced. He overheard Ron. Said my dad tried to get into my mum's dorm by broom once and failed miserably. Hermione hummed. It's a bit of a flaw that the shield lets in an animagus, if you think about it. You're right about. Harry. Lavender and Parvati shrieked as they stumbled into the dorm. Hermione flushed as they noticed how close she and Harry were standing, their hands clasped together. Parvati smiled. You two made up. They nodded. Lavender bounced happily. That's so great. You know what this means? Now that Ron has asked me out, we can double date. As much as Hermione had grown to appreciate Lavender over the past school year, she felt a twinge of horror and didn't dare look at Harry. Mr. Potter. They all froze and turned to the doorway where an irate Professor McGonagall stood. Professor McGonagall, Harry was only visiting. Hermione began, but she was drowned out by twin shrieks. It isn't what it looks like. We swear they were only holding hands. Lavender and Parvati babbled. Hermione was caught between amusement at Harry's predicament and worry about him getting caught. I just want to say Hermione knew nothing about this, Professor. It was all my idea, Harry said courageously. Never in all my years. Not even your father. Professor McGonagall slapped her wand against the wall, switching off the protection that turned the stairs into slides. Down the stairs now. Harry grimaced and sighed. He squeezed Hermione's hand. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, Hermione answered softly. He let go of her and hurried over to the fuming deputy headmistress, who pushed him bodily out of the room. Hermione rushed to the doorway until they disappeared from view. Professor McGonagall continued to scold Harry as they walked down the stairs, her voice echoing back up the stairwell. The cheers and whistles from the common room grew loud as the students realized what Harry had done. Hermione couldn't help but grin when she heard Fred and George shout, "Way to go, Harry." February 2nd, 1995. Arthur began, I would like to conclude with the announcement of a new schedule for knowledge-sharing conferences between what Muggles refer to as scientists and our own unspeakables, who are now serving in the Muggle Counterspell team. He smiled brightly. We anticipate this will provide greater understanding between both groups and help us maintain the statute of secrecy more effectively. Sirius fought the urge to squirm in his seat like an impatient child. The session had been incredibly dull. Even the transition of the Wenlock alliances to the House of Malfoy and the announcement that the House of Potter now held the Wenlock proxy felt anticlimactic. Reports from both Arthur's new department and Dirk's had shown that new approaches to Muggles and creatures were making progress against the deep-seated prejudices in the wizarding world, but the information had not been exciting. Dullard cleared his throat. The announcement is noted, he said, turning to the chief warlock. We have nothing more on the session agenda for today. Albus beamed. That concludes the February session of the Wizengamot. Unseal the doors. Sirius sighed in relief. Richard Bones leaned across to him and said, Now you know what a relatively normal session feels like. Sirius replied with a good-natured complaint, who knew taking over the wizarding world would be so boring. Richard laughed. Do you think if we told you know who, he'd reconsider? Sirius deadpanned. It's a plan. They got to their feet and started to make their way down the stairs. Common rooms ever since. Amelia was waiting for them. What has you two giggling like errant schoolboys? She asked dryly. Taking over the wizarding world, Sirius replied immediately. Amelia shot him an amused look. At least it's still not about how your son got into the Gryffindor girls' dorm room. I didn't talk about it that much, and it was a month ago now. Sirius proclaimed defensively. I don't know why people are still going on about it. Possibly because he's the only male in the history of Hogwarts to do it. Richard commented. And something to do with the fact that apparently you congratulated him for the feat when Minerva took him to you for punishment. Sirius battled with the flush that threatened to rise on his cheeks. Praising Harry's ingenuity for accomplishing something the Marauders had never managed had been his first response. He glanced at Richard, and they both broke down into another set of chuckles. You should have seen her face, Sirius said. I don't think even the Marauders had her looking so furious. Amelia gave a long-suffering sigh. Don't worry, Amelia, Sirius said, noting her disapproval. Minnie clouted me over the ear and then stood over me while I gave Harry an appropriate punishment and a lecture about how he could have damaged Hermione's reputation. Susan tells me every guy in the school is trying to get in the girls' dorms now. Amelia pointed out. That's hardly a good outcome. The Weasley twins started a competition a couple of weeks ago, Sirius said dismissively. It's all done in good humor. Apparently, there's a sizable book, and Moody thinks it's good practice for the defenses. Harry was sworn to secrecy presumably on how he'd done it, asked Amelia, digging for information. Yes, Sirius said. He was sworn to secrecy, and he also had to promise to never use that method to gain entry into the girls' dorm again. Not that he can now. Alastair's had the security teams warding the common rooms ever since. Message from him that raised some concerns. He mentioned a shipment that was supposed to arrive, but it was delayed due to some issues at customs. Amelia leaned forward, intrigued. What kind of issues? Richard continued. Apparently, there are rumors that certain artifacts are being scrutinized more closely than usual. They suspect some of them might have dark connections. Sirius frowned. Do you think it could involve Death Eaters? It's possible, Richard replied. We need to be cautious. If they're trying to smuggle anything related to dark magic, it could pose a threat. Amelia nodded thoughtfully. We should investigate further. If there's a chance that these artifacts are linked to the Death Eaters, we can't let them slip through our fingers. Sirius agreed. I'll have some of my contacts look into it. We need to ensure that nothing dangerous gets into the wrong hands. Richard added, and we should keep Harry and the others informed. They need to be aware of any potential threats. Absolutely, Amelia said. I'll send word to them. We can't afford any surprises. The three of them exchanged serious looks, knowing that the challenges ahead would require their full attention and cooperation. Sirius cut to the chase. Fevrier insists he'll only deal with me at a meeting in Italy to buy the Lumiere parchment. This makes me think there's something else behind his request. Until now, he has been content to deal with Richard and Augusta. You think this is a trap? Amelia quickly surmised. Sirius nodded. Fevrier would sell his grandmother out for a quick deal. Amelia tapped her fingers on her desk. They must have made contact with one of our missing Death Eaters. How else could they have received the mission to entrap you? There are a few Death Eaters who escaped abroad, Sirius pointed out. They could be acting independently, trying to gain favor after hearing rumors of what's happened in Britain, or they could be tasked to capture me. He grimaced. I don't mind being bait, but given what happened last time, I don't want to put Harry through a repeat. And presumably, we still want the document, Richard murmured, frowning as he considered the problem. And we have the issue of being on foreign soil. How long do we have before we need to set up a sting? Amelia questioned bluntly. Sirius shrugged and exchanged a brief look with Richard. We can probably keep him dangling for another month, maybe. Between the protest at me being part of the deal personally, the price he wants, and the commission, it should be easy to stall for that length of time, Richard agreed. Amelia nodded. I think I have a plan, but it'll need that long to pull together. I'll also need to talk to Bertie, Alastair, and Cornelius. We've also got the second task as a good delaying tactic, Richard commented. Anyone who knows you knows you're never going to leave Britain in the run-up. Sirius nodded. He had no intention of going anywhere until Harry was done with the task. Let's work with that. Amelia smiled, and Sirius was glad he had never truly had her as an enemy. I'll let you know. Once I've got the big things pinned down, Sirius said firmly, trusting Amelia to take the information and run with it. I'd better head back. Both Amelia and Richard said goodbye to him at the office. Sirius welcomed the solitude as he made his way out of the ministry. Between his Wizendamart duties, the politicking with Cornelius, the estate responsibilities for various houses, the Potter Alliance, the War Council, and being a father, he hardly had any time alone. That was probably a good thing, he thought wryly. He didn't really do the whole alone thing well. Everything he was doing was important and interconnected. As much as he hated the politicking with Cornelius, he had grown to respect the minister's political acumen. It was still too self-serving for his taste, but Cornelius had thrown himself into supporting the new regime with vigor. It was Cornelius who advised which of Wenlop's alliances would give the Malfoy house and its allies enough weight to effectively counterbalance the Potter Alliance. Cornelius had also successfully argued why they needed that counterbalance, Sirius considered begrudgingly. The Potter Alliance held a majority. Harry's agenda of equality for all and respect for wizarding traditions was established and could only continue to grow. However, they needed a strong minority to force compromise when the Alliance wanted to go too fast or too far. Sirius grumbled at that, but politically he recognized the necessity for decent democratic debate. More importantly, it was vital that the House of Potter did not appear to be establishing a tyranny. Furthermore, as much as it would be nice to wave a wand and have their agenda immediately realized, the wizarding world at large wasn't ready for that. Slow, steady progress was the way to go if it was going to be long-lasting. Critically, the new political landscape made it difficult for Voldemort to gain a foothold, just as Sirius had intended all those months before when he constructed this plan. Voldemort's plan to take over the wizarding world had been thwarted. His old followers had been reduced to a minority and could no longer push through legislation that aligned with his goals or gave him an advantage. The past month had been challenging, and the recent session had dragged on endlessly. However, Sirius was determined. Making the world a better place for his son was worth the effort, and it was encouraging that one aspect of the original plan was succeeding while others struggled. The search for Voldemort, Peter, Crouch, and the escaped father and son duo of Travers had stalled. All they knew for certain was that one of them was likely on the Durmstrang ship, keeping Karkaroff under control. They still lacked sufficient evidence to obtain an official warrant to search the ship, and Bogdan's unofficial efforts were taking time. There had been no further communication to Snape, except for a cryptic note from Crouch. The note partially congratulated Snape for surviving and reiterated the need to delay the creation of the antidote that would awaken the sleeping Crouch elf and the pregnant woman, Summers. Fenrir was still unaccounted for, and much of his former pack had sought refuge at the Black Farm in Bulgaria. Perhaps the trap with Fevrier would prove useful. Finding the lost and found room, as Bertie had named it, had aided the treasure hunt. They were certain the diadem was buried somewhere in the amassed junk, they just needed to locate it. Bill and Kara were still sifting through the mess, and Sirius decided he would stop in to check on their progress. With a frown, he tossed some powder into the flue and stepped into the flames. He emerged in the cozy rooms he shared with Harry at Hogwarts. A quick check with Dobby confirmed Harry's location, down by the lake, practicing spells with the other kids from the Alliance. Sirius almost opted to head to the lost and found room immediately, but decided to change first and took the stairs up to his room. Within moments, his thoughts turned to the tasks ahead. Sirius had swapped his Wizendamart robes for something more casual: black boots, black jeans, a white t-shirt, and a black leather blazer. He took a moment to let his hair down, running his fingers through it before securing his wands again. Feeling presentable enough for Hogwarts, he skipped downstairs, only to pause when he heard Remus and Tonks arguing. They had been at odds for weeks, and he suspected something had happened between them in early January, just after the newspaper article. Neither had confided in him when he asked. Tonks had barely been civil, telling him to mind his own business, while Remus avoided his attempts to discuss it. Sirius had held his tongue, thinking they were adults who could sort it out. But as their voices grew louder, he winced. Maybe that had been a mistake. He hovered on the stairs, torn between going back up to let them resolve their issues or continuing down and potentially interrupting. "And I told you I don't want to talk." Remus gestured passionately. "I know you don't want to, but I need to talk to you," Tonks argued, her hair shifting to an angry red. "I tried talking to you weeks ago, and you gave me the cold shoulder. Because we spent one night together, and then you changed your mind about asking Sirius for permission to date me for no good reason. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it isn't a good reason," Remus retorted furiously. "And I would expect you to respect my choices, just as I respected your choice not to talk to me for the last few weeks." "I want to talk to you now," Tonks pointed out, exasperated. Remus folded his arms over his chest and raised his chin defiantly. "And now I'm not interested in talking to you." "Oh. Could you be more childish?" Tonks yelled. "I'm not the one being childish," Remus snapped. "What possible reason would I have for agreeing to talk to you now?" "Because I'm pregnant, you fuzzball." With that revelation, Sirius decided it was time to intervene. He marched down the stairs and into the shocked silence. Both Remus and Tonks turned pale, then flushed red before paling again as they realized they had been overheard. "Padfoot," Remus began, a pleading tone in his voice. Sirius steeled himself against the urge to react as a friend. He needed to handle the situation as Lord Black. "Don't," Sirius ordered gruffly. "You know what I need to do here after what I just heard." "Wait for me in the study, Remus." Remus stiffened, but a glance at Tonks, who was ignoring him, made his shoulders slump in defeat. He nodded and left the room. Sirius gestured for Tonks to take a seat on the sofa. He stood in front of her, feeling like a disapproving father, and settled into a nearby chair as a compromise. "This is what's going to happen, Nymphadora," he said, ignoring her glare at the use of her given name. "You are going to explain to me exactly what happened between you and Remus." "It's none of your business," Tonks proclaimed. Sirius met her glare. "It is my business. I'm your head of house. I know you weren't raised with the protocols, but you have to understand that when a member of the house falls pregnant out of wedlock to the steward, it's not something the head of house can just ignore." Tonks flashed bright red, her hair cycling through various colors before settling back into its original brunette. She turned away from him. "I don't know for certain that I am," she mumbled miserably. Sirius closed his eyes briefly and prayed for patience. When he opened them again, he continued, "Look, when you started all this, I thought you and Remus could be a good couple. He needs some fun and laughter in his life, and frankly, you need some maturity. I figured being with Remus would make you mature a bit," Sirius said. "Thank you so much," Tonks snapped back. Sirius shot her a glare. "Clearly, recent events have me reconsidering. I have been patient and stayed out of it as you both requested. I've given you both plenty of time to sort things out, but that's not happening. So, you're going to calmly tell me what happened between you two before I make decisions that won't help anyone." Tonks looked back up at him, and whatever she saw in his expression seemed to convince her to give in. She slumped against the sofa cushions and fiddled with the edging of her red robe. "You remember the day the article came out?" she asked quietly. "I remember," Sirius replied, biting back the retort that he was hardly likely to forget. "Well, that night, Remus and I were back at the schoolhouse, and we were alone for the first time since Shan had gone to the sanctuary. It all became clear." "So you made your move," Sirius stated. "Poor Remus. He'd been a wreck the day of the article, feeling guilty and horrified about the political fallout for Harry and Sirius, and mortified about the attention he was receiving. Sirius had considered staying at the schoolhouse that night to share a drink and commiserate with his old friend. But he had Harry to think about and didn't want to leave his son alone so soon after Harry had believed he lost Sirius. Harry would always come first, but Sirius realized his choice left Remus lonely and seeking comfort. Anyway, he turned me down at first, but eventually, I got him to agree to give us a try as a couple. We even agreed he would talk to you for permission, Tonks continued. All sounds pretty positive, Sirius commented as Tonks fell silent. Yes, well, she looked up at the ceiling, avoiding his gaze. I offered to sleep with him, not sex. Just sleep for comfort. And I'm going to guess. Sleeping together. Sirius surmised with a heavy sigh. Tonks shook her head, and he noticed tears shining in her eyes before she ruthlessly suppressed them. It was my idea. Once we were in bed and... Sirius held up his hands. I don't need details, he said. Tonks flushed but nodded unhappily. She sniffed. In the morning, we were late, and he said we'd talk about what happened when we got back from the Wizengamot, and we did. She looked heartbroken. That's when he told me that after everything that had happened, he couldn't risk politically embarrassing the house by getting involved with one of its daughters right then. The last part sounded like a direct quote, and Sirius could easily believe Remus. Poor Honorable Remus. So I yelled at him, and... Tonks grimaced. I stopped talking with him except when we needed to discuss something professionally as part of my guard duty. She squirmed and leaned forward, hunching over. Then yesterday, I realized I was late. She blushed furiously. I'd been trying to get him to stop and talk to me since, and well, you heard the last attempt. Sirius sighed. It was a mess. He'd been wrong about them. Tonks was too young, too immature. She'd seduced Remus when he was vulnerable, and maybe she'd done it with the best intentions to comfort him, but he figured he was being generous to her. Not that Remus was blameless. The wolf could have said no, and having said yes, he took it back because of his noble loyalty to the house's reputation. Sirius could understand why Tonks felt hurt and angry at Remus. What are the chances that you are pregnant? Sirius asked bluntly. Tonks sighed and pushed her hair out of her face as she turned to look at him fully. I'm a metamorphogus, Sirius. I know my body, and I can already feel the changes, small as they are. I haven't had. The officials say so, but I'm sure, Sirius said. He nodded and continued, you have options. Will you? I'm keeping the baby, Tonks replied immediately. She looked away from him, shame evident on her face. It's not how I wanted to have a kid, but I'm not sorry it's happened. You know Remus will offer to marry you, Sirius said almost idly. Tonks' eyes widened, emotions flitting through them, telling Sirius everything he needed to know, even as she started to protest that it wasn't necessary. She really was crazy about the wolf. Sirius held up a hand. For the sake of the house's reputation, you should consider accepting. He noticed the glint of rebellion in her eyes and glared at her to forestall her reply. I know you haven't given the house any thought in your actions, and that's pretty evident in everything you've said. I can give you a pass on not understanding some of the implications because you haven't been raised under the protection of a house. While Andy's taught you some of the protocols, she hasn't taught you the politics. Sirius got to his feet and paced to the mantelpiece and back, considering what he was going to say next. You know everyone got caught up with what happened with Wenlock in January, but the important thing was that we got the new creature and race classifications through. A classification that means Remus is no longer considered a dark creature with no rights, someone an aura shouldn't even consort with, let alone date, marry, or have a child with. It means that werewolves are no longer restricted as they were, but only restricted in ensuring they harm no one during their transformations. Sirius paused, making sure he had Tonks' full attention. Even then, the law passed by the slimmest of margins and only with the enforcement of the Potter Alliance. There were even a few members who still didn't agree but complied with their oath to support Harry's agenda. So, the law changed in January. He took a breath before continuing, but our society's culture and perceptions did not. Sod them. Isn't that all the more reason? Tonks cut in heatedly. Shut up and listen. Sirius barked. He gestured an apology for his abruptness but stood firm. What Remus noted in January during the session was that we barely held it together in the court of public opinion. The tide turned in our favor because Wenlock made such a huge mistake that there was no other outcome. With that, we got the law through. Everyone accepted that Remus made a mistake the night he didn't take his wolfsbane and grudgingly acknowledged that we were providing sanctuary, not building a werewolf army as Wenlock wanted them to believe. But it was close. Tonks frowned, confusion evident on her young face. And Remus realized that if it became public that the same werewolf who made such a mistake started dating a daughter of the house, the attention would remain on him. The profit would continue to focus on him. More publicity, more scrutiny, and maybe the wizarding public would think we were flaunting the changes we fought for. The risk of losing political ground and public opinion was significant. Sirius pointed a finger at her. That's why he told you and not now. It shouldn't matter what people think. Tonks insisted stubbornly. And there speaks the voice of youth, Sirius replied smoothly. I can't even begin to tell you how many times I said the same thing to Remus at school, or even after, before everything fell apart. He gestured. I'd tell him, bollocks to the lot of them, and rage against the laws, even as I did nothing to truly change them. I knew back then that if our side won the war, it wouldn't be much better for him. I resented Remus for spending time with the Pax, wanting him to pretend to be normal. He held her gaze. I was an idiot. The implication that she was acting just as foolishly made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Of course, I was rebelling against my family. Against my training in politics. I forgot that my grandfather, who spent years preparing me as his heir, taught me to remember that society is often more like a tortoise than a hare. What? Tonks muttered, confused. Sirius sat back down. Have you ever heard of the hare and the tortoise? No? The hare was an arrogant, cocky creature, actually a bit like I was in my youth, he said with a rueful smile. He was the fastest and the best, able to run circles around the other animals. He bullies the tortoise, who is slow and steady. So the tortoise challenges the hare to a race. The hare agrees, and they set off. The hare speeds ahead, but he becomes complacent being so far in the lead and decides to take a nap. While he's sleeping, the tortoise wins the race. Sirius knew that this was exactly what had happened with him and Peter back in 1981. He had been too cocky, and Peter had won. Tonks frowned. I don't see how this relates to anything. Sirius sighed. Right now, you're a hare just like I was. You want everything to happen immediately. You want people to treat Remus the right way right now. You want to be able to date without repercussions right now. It's all about now, now, now. He gestured at her. But society is the tortoise. It's nowhere near that finish line. It will get there eventually, but not today, not tomorrow, and maybe not soon enough for you to date and have a child with Remus without any backlash. If we act too much like hares, if we're perceived as arrogant, taunting, or bullying the tortoise, we risk angering it and might find ourselves challenged in return. He paused, realizing that continuing the analogy might not be helpful. Do you understand? Tonks nodded slowly. So I've messed it up, is what you're saying? A look of creeping comprehension crossed her face. Its sharp angles and grey eyes reminded him of the face he saw in the mirror every morning. You've made mistakes, but so have I, Sirius said firmly. I shouldn't have indulged your pursuit of Remus. I found it funny. I thought you'd make a good couple in theory and figured there wouldn't be any trouble within the house if there was some flirtation and a bit of a dalliance. He realized now how wrong he had been, especially given the frosty atmosphere of the past month. I should have thought about the bigger picture and stepped in. Remus thought about the bigger picture, Tonks said miserably, hunched forward again. I am an idiot. I pushed him into this and now there's a baby, and he doesn't even want to talk to me. Her voice thickened with tears. Sirius pulled her into a hug and rubbed her back roughly. "Hey, it's going to be okay," he said, giving her a squeeze as she sniffled audibly. "Remus is one of the good guys, you know." "I know," Tonks replied. "That's why I like him." Sirius conjured a handkerchief and offered it to her. She took it and blew her nose loudly. "What happens now?" Tonks asked, sounding utterly depressed. "Right," said Sirius. "I'm going to go and talk with Remus. You can stay here and have a mug of hot chocolate. It'll make you feel better. After Remus and I are done talking, the three of us will work out what to do next." He patted her on the back and disentangled himself from her. He walked over to his study, took a moment to breathe deeply and center himself, then opened the door and entered. Remus sat in a chair by the fire, his head in his hands. Sirius sighed and made his way over, sitting on the edge of the sofa. Remus dropped his hands and raised his eyes to examine Sirius's face searchingly. "Is she really?" "Yes," Sirius said. "I'll resign immediately, of course, and—" "Oh, will you stop doing that every time something goes wrong?" Sirius said sharply. "You're not resigning." Remus let out a shaky laugh that bordered on hysteria. "I just got an unmarried daughter of the house I serve pregnant, Sirius. If that's not a reason to demand I resign." "She admits it was mostly her idea," Sirius said, exasperated. "And I can well believe it since she caught you at a vulnerable time." "I didn't exactly say no," Remus replied, his face turning a violent red. "And you didn't remember a contraception charm either," Sirius said dryly. "Bloody Merlin's balls, Mooney. After the whole talk we had with Harry, how could you just forget?" Remus dropped his eyes, feeling ashamed. "I'll marry her, of course." "Do you want to marry her?" Sirius asked bluntly. "Because I've never had the impression that you were keen on pursuing something with her, despite her interest." Remus stiffened and nodded jerkily. "I can see why you have that impression, but—" He motioned toward the study door and the woman on the other side. "That night, before, we discussed my concerns, and she had an answer for every one of them. I do like her. She's smart and funny, and she accepts me. I still don't think I'm good enough for her, but I do care about her, Padfoot." Sirius believed him. Remus had never been the type to sleep with someone without genuine feelings involved. "And the baby?" Sirius asked soberly. "Are you prepared for fatherhood? Is it something you've even thought about?" Remus shook his head, just as Sirius knew he would. "You know I've never considered it because of my lycanthropy." He frowned heavily. "What do I know about being a dad?" "You don't do badly with Harry," Sirius pointed out. In fact, most of the time, he thought Remus did better with Harry than he did. "It's not the same," Remus said, a hint of hysteria creeping into his voice. "You're responsible for Harry, not me, and I don't know how to be a dad." Sirius replied, "And I'll tell you what I told James when he fell through the flue half-pissed on fire whiskey, saying the same thing. You do know. You had a great dad, unlike me, and you're not alone. You have us, me and Harry, to help. And you have Tonks, who will be around as a mum, even if you two don't make it as a couple." I'm not even sure the pregnancy is medically sound, Sirius. I could have transmitted my lycanthropy to the fetus and... It was a valid concern. Sirius sighed. "Come on." He got to his feet. "I don't want to leave Tonks alone for too long." She was pretty upset, especially once I shoved the wider political implications of you two being in a relationship right now down her throat. Remus paled again but obediently followed Sirius back into the main living area. Tonks stood as they approached, her natural silver gaze fixed on Remus, Sirius's conjured handkerchief still clutched in one hand. "I'm really sorry, Remus. This is all my fault and—" Remus took a couple of quick steps to her side and reached for her free hand. He picked it up and held it gently. "It takes two to duel, as they say, Dora. You were right before, I was being childish, and I'm sorry I wouldn't listen to you." Good, Sirius said, feeling a rush of relief as the two of them smiled shyly at each other. Maybe the two of them together wouldn't be a complete disaster. Now that you've apologized and you're talking to each other again, I suggest a visit to Madame Pomfrey to get it confirmed officially and to allay any concerns regarding the effect of lycanthropy on the newest member of the Black family. Then you can both sit down and work out what you want to do and how to handle this publicly. Tonks stared at him. You want us to decide? Sirius smiled at her. I may be your head of house, but I remember making your mother a promise that you would decide who you would marry. He gestured at their clasped hands. Your lives, your baby, you get to make some decisions. 2 things. First, I won't be disowning you or firing Remus. Second, I need you to consider the potential impact of your decisions on the house's reputation. It goes without saying that I won't be happy if your choice publicly embarrasses us and undermines Harry's political agenda. Remus squeezed Tonks' hand and nodded. We understand, Sirius. Do you have any suggestions? I'm not keen on rushing either of you down the aisle at one point just because of the baby, Sirius replied. On the other hand, I'd like to minimize the scandal as much as possible. He sighed. You might want to think about leaving Britain and moving to the Sanctuary for a while. It would keep you out of the public eye and provide some safety, especially since Greyback is still after Remus. If he finds out about a child... Remus blanched, and Tonks looked more serious than he had ever seen her. Now, shoo! Sirius waved them toward the door. Go get checked out, go home, and discuss everything. Come back after dinner and let me know what you've decided. He waited until they left before making his own way out, easily navigating Hogwarts to the 7th-floor corridor housing the lost and found room. Sirius stepped inside and almost bumped straight into Caro. Sorry. Caro grinned and winked. Not a problem, Sirius. The pleasure would have been all mine, Sirius flirted, enjoying Caro's light-heartedness after the situation with Remus and Tonks. Oh, I'm sure that's not true. Caro looked him over. Sirius let out a bark of laughter. You, he said, wagging his finger at her, are going to get me into trouble. She gets me into enough trouble. Bill's amused voice made them both turn to see him levitating another dozen broomsticks to the front of the room. He placed them on a wooden platform, and they disappeared. Amazing contraption, Sirius commented. It transports everything straight into a Gringotts vault, Bill smiled. It makes getting the treasure out of inaccessible places a lot quicker. All I can say is thank Merlin we have some way of clearing this place, Caro added. Croker's down that aisle. He found some old books and got distracted. She pointed to the furthest row. Sirius gave her a mock salute and went to find the head of the Department of Mysteries. Bertie had found an old leather chair and made himself comfortable, reading a huge book with beautifully painted letters on parchment etched in gold. He didn't look up as Sirius approached, his attention completely absorbed by his find. Interesting book? Sirius asked dryly. Bertie hummed. It took a moment before he jerked his head up, blinking wildly as he suddenly connected the question with Sirius's presence. Sirius? I see you found something, Sirius said, staring at the book dubiously. One of the first potion books written by Slytherin. Bertie exclaimed, shaking his head. It's remarkable. What was it doing in here? Sirius asked, glancing around at the never-ending piles of stuff around them. This item I suspect was hidden away by Riddle, Bertie murmured. I believe its original home was the Chamber of Secrets. That would make sense, Sirius commented. He motioned down the aisle. Any luck with the diadem then? It's not in this vicinity, Bertie said with a sigh, closing the book. We have an accurate picture of the diadem, it's just a matter of locating it. He can't have come too far into the lost and found room, Sirius said. Whether he stowed it on the way in or the way out, he was pressed for time, Bertie said. Indeed, although I suspect he cast something stronger than a notice-me-not charm to keep people from noticing it. And by the way, the elves have told me off. Apparently, this room is designated as the come-and-go room or the room of hidden things, depending on which elf you ask. Sirius waved away the discussion about the room's name. Perhaps Voldemort casts something that distracts the searchers with other interesting finds, he suggested with a good-humored tone, pointing at the book Bertie still held. Bertie grinned back at him. Perhaps. Even so, I hope it'll be found before Easter, thanks to the system Caro has devised. He smiled. Albus might want to argue for Caro and Bill to stay on and clear the room completely. There are some valuable finds here, historical, sentimental, and monetary. Some of the latter might very well help the Hogwarts budget. Sirius nodded in agreement. Once we have the diadem, there's only the snake. And Voldemort himself, Bertie said grimly. We need to start thinking of strategies to trap him and turn the tables once and for all. We haven't made much progress on the whole power he knows not a thing, Sirius sighed. I would really like to meet a Veela who can introduce me to Lumiere's descendant so I can try for the original story of the Hallows. You know, it may not even be that, Bertie pointed out crisply. There's still time. Well, I'll leave you to it. I just came to see how things were going, Sirius said. I should get back. I'm expecting Harry home for dinner. How's he getting on? Bertie asked with genuine interest. Good, Sirius said with a fair amount of pride. He's mastering magic above his year on a daily basis. His theory knowledge is still an issue, but he's keeping pace with his yearmates. Once we get this whole Voldemort thing out of the way, he might be able to sit for his owls in the core wand subjects by Christmas. Sirius felt a surge of eagerness to return to his suite and see his son. Bertie waved him off with a knowing look. On the way back, Sirius transformed into Padfoot, happily scampering through the corridors and up the stairs, ignoring the occasional shriek from a startled student. Dobby greeted him as he entered. Master Harry Potter is upstairs. Sirius thanked the elf and bounded up to find Harry, surprised to see him alone with still some time before dinner. He found Harry sitting on the window seat, staring out into the darkening sky. Harry shifted his legs so Sirius could join him. The frown lines creasing Harry's brow and the tense angles of his face made it clear that something was bothering him. Sirius hoped it wasn't girl trouble again. He had been relieved when Harry and Hermione made up and had enough drama from the situation with Remus and Tonks. You want to talk about it? Sirius asked gently, nudging Harry's knee with his own. Harry nudged back and met Sirius's gaze. Ron can't sustain the bubblehead charm. It's a tricky one, Sirius agreed. I'm pants at it myself. If Ron gets chosen for the second task. Harry trailed off, worry shining in his green eyes as he bit his bottom lip. Out at the lake, there was a moment when I thought it would be better if it was Hermione or Neville because at least I know they can do the charm and be fine. That's mental. I shouldn't even be thinking that. Sirius hummed in response. There was a time in our 5th year when the Marauders got caught out on the grounds by a pack of 7th-year Slytherins. One of them tried to use Crucio on your dad, and Remus pushed him out of the way and took the curse. Afterward, I was pleased it was Remus. Remus knows pain and can handle it, while your dad was innocent in that way at that time. No one had ever tortured him with pain before. I felt guilty thinking it was better that it was Remus, so I understand how you feel. Harry's tension eased with the story, and he sighed. It's a bit ironic, isn't it? A month ago, I was dreading Hermione being part of the task, and now I think she would be better than Ron. You know she's a better witch than he is a wizard. She's more prepared and has more in her arsenal to deal with the unexpected, Sirius said. Ron's a good mate, surprisingly excellent at strategy, and always willing to take on a challenge, but he doesn't have her smarts or her power. You should want the best qualified person to survive, not the one who is more likely to struggle. He nudged Harry's knee. The trick is not to feel guilty for that thought. It's not your fault if either of them gets picked. Harry sighed but nodded, his messy black hair bobbing. I just wish I knew more about what they were building on the lake. Sirius nodded. Attempts to find out what was happening by the lake hadn't been very successful. Animals could see through the illusion, but an animatus could not. A casual approach to the merfolk had also been turned down. Harry gestured at Sirius. "How was your day? Did it go okay at the Wizengamart?" Sirius made a face. "I complained to Richard that taking over the world is boring." Harry chuckled. "Well, it's good it's settling down now." "You're right," Sirius agreed cheerfully. "I have to admit, a session without the family totems showing up unexpectedly and criminal confessions was slightly more relaxing. The most excitement we had was Griselda threatening to strangle Albus with his beard." "What did he do?" Harry asked, amused. "She complained again about the House of Potter holding the Wenlock proxy," Sirius said, unconcerned. "Albus's disapproval didn't matter to him. I think Griselda and Tiberius are planning on calling him out one of these days." He shifted, poking Harry in the knee with a finger. "The more exciting drama happened after I came home." He began to fill Harry in on what had happened with Remus and Tonks. "She's pregnant," Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open before he quickly shut it again. "But you and Remus lectured Neville and me for hours." "It wasn't ours," Sirius said defensively, then sighed. "You have a point. He wasn't responsible, and now you're going to get a real-life lesson about living with the consequences. I've already told Remus that I don't approve of his teaching technique." "Are they going to get married?" Harry asked, contemplating the situation. "Probably," Sirius replied, expecting that they would. He understood from conversations with Hermione's parents and others that single parenthood and unwed pregnancy were losing their stigma in the Muggle world. The Wizarding world, however, was still fairly old-fashioned in its morals. While Sirius wouldn't force his oldest friend and cousin down the aisle, he expected backlash if they didn't wed. Stacey Paulkiss, Dudley's friend's sister, had to when she got knocked up, Harry mused. Aunt Petunia called it a shotgun wedding. "We usually call them wand marriages," Sirius said. "They take place with the groom held at one point by the father of the bride." It was a huge scandal on Privet Drive. "It kept the neighbors talking for months," Harry added. "Is it?" "It will be," Sirius confirmed. "But we'll just have to weather it." He hoped the pair would take his advice and go abroad. It was an old-fashioned solution to the problem. He remembered talk of head girl Justine Martby leaving Hogwarts. Harry remembered meeting her in France when he was in his 3rd year. A few years later, he ran into her again in Diagon Alley, where she had an adorable child with her. It was easy to connect the dots. "Well, we can let Moony and Tonks know they've got us, can't we?" Harry said firmly. "You said they're coming back after dinner." Sirius nodded and smiled proudly at Harry. "You're a good man, Harry, a good friend. Both Moony and Tonks are lucky to have you." Harry felt a bit embarrassed by the praise but playfully poked Sirius. "Dinner." Before Sirius could respond, Harry's stomach growled loudly, and both of them laughed as they climbed off the window seat. "Come on then, Padfoot," Harry said brightly. "Let's get you fed." Sirius put an arm around Harry's shoulder in a friendly gesture. "Hey! I'll have you know I deserve a feast. I've had a very hard day." Chapter 67, Pronglet Fights Back. February 24, 1995. Dear Harry, Remus is going to miracle you later to say good luck, but my mum always sent me a letter when I was at Hogwarts, and I thought I'd do the same. As Remus has probably told you, life at Black Farm, also known as the Potter Black Werewolf Sanctuary, is settling back down after our arrival. I guess our showing up as a couple and with me pregnant really was like a boulder being tossed into a pond. All the pack have pretty much accepted me now, and I've heard no grumblings for over a week, not even from Sean. Clara is fantastic. She and I have just clicked. We're best buds, and she's appointed me as a teacher in the school they've set up here. It's mostly basic charms and transfiguration, but it's keeping me busy. Patrick, Remus's beta, is also a good laugh. He reminds me a bit of the Weasley twins. He's quite mischievous but very likable. We're conspiring to cheer the place up a bit and ensure there's some fun every day. The entire pack, along with Gregor's pack, have gone crazy about the baby anyway. I've had to threaten hexing anyone who dares to refer to the kid as a cub, but that's really what the pack considers the little one. Martha, Gregor's wife, has started knitting up a storm, which is good since neither Mum nor I can knit to save our lives. Dad tells me Mum is still cross with me but will have come around by the wedding at Easter. Speaking of the wedding, I've got to tell you this. We had the Minister of Bulgaria over for tea the other night. Apparently, Bogdan and Remus get on like a house on fire. Remus asked him if he knew of anybody willing to officiate, and the next thing I know, Bogdan himself is saying he'll do the honors. Remus has had to allow Gregor to make some kind of speech, otherwise, there would be hurt feelings. What with Gregor being the alpha wolf in these parts, apart from Remus himself? I really love Bogdan and his wife Hilda. They're truly lovely. Hilda even, the two of them was the bigger baby, Padfoot or himself. He stepped over the sleeping dog and made his way downstairs, enjoying the quiet of the house. As he moved through the halls, he thought about Tonks's letter. The traditions she mentioned were fascinating. It was comforting to know that no one would judge her for walking down the aisle while pregnant. The offer of a room at their estate every full moon made him feel better about Remus's concerns. Harry reached the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. He couldn't shake the feeling of missing Remus. The absence of his presence was palpable. It was strange not to have him around to share thoughts about the estate or the tournament. Meals felt incomplete without him, especially during family gatherings. Sirius was also feeling the loss. Harry could see the sadness in his godfather's eyes. No matter how many times they spoke through the mirror, it didn't fill the void left by Remus's absence. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the clock. He had some time before he needed to head to the lake for the second task. He decided to take a moment to collect his thoughts. He knew he needed to focus and be ready for whatever challenges awaited him. With that resolve, he headed back to his room, ready to prepare for the task ahead. Harry worried more about the tournament than Padfoot did. He decided it was probably Padfoot who was more concerned. He stepped over the grim and happily entered the bathroom first. He missed Griffin House and their individual bathrooms more than he had expected. Not that he minded sharing with Sirius, but Merlin knew that Sirius could take forever in the morning. After using the facilities, Harry tapped the shower with his wand, and a waterfall of water at just the right temperature poured down on him. He tilted his face up to the water and let it wash over him for a moment before he began the task of washing his hair and body. He muttered about his favorite shower gel running low again due to Sirius's generous use. It would be nice to visit the farm at Easter. Not only for the wedding, which he wasn't particularly looking forward to, but to see the sanctuary and meet Remus's pack. It would also be his first holiday anywhere in Europe, and he was eager to see how Bulgarian Wizarding Society differed from the British. Victor had offered to show him the Bulgarian Quidditch headquarters and stadium, which he was really looking forward to. Sirius had also mentioned that they might visit a couple of other countries during the holiday and spend the entire break abroad instead of at home in England. Harry figured it was Sirius's way of encouraging him to look beyond the second task. As he finished rinsing off, he shook himself lightly and tapped the shower to turn it off. He grabbed one of the big fluffy robes and walked over to the sink and mirror. "You're looking pale this morning," the mirror teased loudly. Harry grimaced. He brushed his fingers along his jawline and used the shaving charm Sirius had taught him to remove any trace of stubble. He still didn't need to shave often, but it was reassuring to know he was developing in the right direction. He dried his hair and attempted to style it before giving up. When he reopened Harry opened the bathroom door and noticed that Padfoot was missing from the landing. He figured Sirius had woken up due to the noise from the shower. "Bathroom's free," he called out loudly before rushing into his room to put on a robe for breakfast. He skipped down the stairs and settled at the table. Dobby appeared instantly, placing a large bowl of porridge topped with berries in syrup in front of him. Harry frowned, as he had been hoping for plain toast, but Dobby looked at him sternly. "Master's Paddy says you need the energy in the cold water." Harry realized he wasn't going to escape the porridge. He picked up his spoon and began to eat. The porridge was delicious, creamy and warm with just a hint of ginger and cinnamon. He reached for the Daily Prophet but pushed it away when he saw the front page was filled with excitement about the task that day. Sirius's footsteps on the stairs made Harry lift his gaze from his bowl. "Morning," he said. "Morning, Promlet." Sirius flourished a hand mirror. "For you." Harry took it eagerly and smiled widely at the sight of Remus. "Morning, Remus. Tonks said you'd be calling in her letter." "I'm glad it reached you all right," Remus replied, his face blurring for a moment as the mirror stabilized. "She was worried. She said the Bulgarian minister is going to officiate your wedding." Harry asked. Sirius choked on his coffee across the table. "Bogdan has offered and we've graciously accepted," Remus confirmed. "Gregor will play master of ceremonies. Padfoot will be best man, and you'll be a groomsman along with Patrick." He paused, sounding somewhat bewildered. It was supposed to be a small affair. Sirius grabbed the Daily Prophet and snorted in disgust. Remus cleared his throat. "Anyway, I called about you, not about me. Are you all prepared for today?" Harry nodded. "I'm ready. Just waiting to see who is picked as my hostage. Apparently, there's going to be some kind of ceremony to begin the task, and we all think that's when the Gobbler will choose them. I know you and whoever is chosen will do their best," Remus said calmly. "Just remember that Voldemort is bound to have stacked the deck somehow, like he did with the Horntail. It's not going to be over until you're back inside the castle." "I'll remember." Remus's expression turned sad. "I'm so sorry I can't be with you." "It's okay," Harry assured him. "No, it's not," Remus contradicted. "But Tonks and I need to stay out of the public eye right now until we're respectable, so it can't be helped. I expect to hear all about it right after it's over though." "I'll mirror call you afterwards," Harry promised. "Stay safe, Snitch." With that, the mirror went dark. Harry handed it back to Sirius, who placed it gently on the table. He returned to his porridge and wasn't surprised when his empty bowl was replaced by a plate of waffles, crispy bacon, and maple syrup. He made a good attempt but couldn't stomach more than a few bites. He pushed his plate away. Sirius discarded the Prophet, sipped his coffee, and regarded Harry over the rim of the cup. "How are you holding up?" Harry shrugged. "I'll be glad when it's all over." He lightly fingered the cutlery. "Did you see the Prophet?" "Rita's not been kind to Diggory," Sirius agreed. "She can be a total bitch. Hopefully, Cedric will be able to ignore it all." Harry knew the bad publicity surrounding his father had distracted Cedric in his preparations, through scuttlebutt in the Hogwarts corridors. He just hoped it hadn't distracted the Hufflepuff too much. "I'd best get ready," Harry said morosely. Sirius nodded tensely, and Harry wished again that Remus wasn't abroad, if only so Sirius would have someone to lean on. He headed back. Harry made another trip to the bathroom since his task outfit would make further visits difficult. He returned to his room where Dobby had laid out the clothes. The first item was a thermal undersuit consisting of leggings and a t-shirt. Next was a modified Muggle dry suit used for cold water diving, made as thin and light as possible by magic. Dobby assured him that all the Alliance members would wear something similar in case they were chosen as his hostage. It was a bit of a struggle to get into the garment, but Dobby popped in to help zip him up. Harry completed the outfit with a woolly hat, gloves, and a heavy winter cloak that covered him from neck to toe. He slipped on footwear made from the same materials as the diving suit but with a pliable rubber sole. All the outerwear had been enchanted with built-in warming charms to stave off the cold. He made his way back downstairs and wasn't surprised to find Andy and Ted waiting for him, along with Sirius. "Sissy sends her and her family's well wishes," Andy said as she greeted him with a hug. "They wanted to get a good seat. Shall we?" Harry gently allowed himself to be led out. Andy kept up a stream of light conversation that never touched on Tonks, Remus, the baby, or anything related to the task. Before long, they reached the edge of the lake. "Champions over here, please," Bagman called jovially. Sirius was the last to hug him. "Good luck, Promlet." Harry nodded in acknowledgement, too choked up to reply. His nerves twisted in his stomach, and he regretted eating porridge. He should have stuck with toast. He forced his mind off his nausea and took the opportunity to look around. Almost the entire lake was lined with stands filled to the brim with spectators. The Durmstrang ship had been moved to the far side of the lake, out of the way, and visitors for Durmstrang were housed there. On its deck, the lakeside closest to the castle had been transformed with a massive landing platform extending across the water. The judge's desk was positioned to one side, with the goblet placed upon it, while a VIP section occupied the other side. In the center of the lake, a floating wooden cabin was visible. Bagman waved Harry forward and positioned him next to a pale Cedric, whose eyes were fixed on the champion's box right next to the landing platform. Harry glanced over and spotted Amos Diggory sitting next to his wife. "It's good to see your dad looking better and out and about again, Cedric," Harry said. Cedric relaxed a bit. "Thanks, Harry," he replied. Fleur shivered and said, "Will they not get on with it?" Victor nodded in agreement. It took another 10 minutes for the judges to take their seats before Bagman finally cast the sonorous spell to amplify his voice. "Good morning, distinguished guests, professors, students, and of course, our four champions." Bagman began. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Now, some housekeeping before we start. Today's task will take place in and upon this fine body of water and in the structure you see in the center, along with a matching one underneath. A magical barrier has been placed around the stands to prevent any interference from spectators. However, we understand that it may be difficult to see what is happening. Therefore, events within the structures will be projected above the lake, similar to some of the more expensive memory pensives. Unfortunately, we haven't managed to get the audio to work." Another roar came from the crowd. Harry wondered if seeing the events unfold would make it better or worse for Sirius. "Right, now to business," Bagman continued. "The task today involves each champion rescuing a hostage, specifically the one they have thought of most between you and the second task. The identity of this hostage will be determined by the goblet itself. Once chosen, the goblet's magic will transport them into the task." He turned to the judges' table and smiled widely. Fleur looked at Madame Maxim and said, "Perhaps it should be ladies first." "In that case, it should be Karkaroff," Victor muttered under his breath. The champions exchanged amused glances. "My dear headmistress, if you be so kind to tap your wand against the goblet, it will display the name of the hostage for your champion in flame," Bagman continued cheerfully. The headmistress followed his instructions. The goblet surged to life, and bright blue flames erupted into the sky. They danced for a moment before spreading out and forming letters, Gabrielle Delica. "Non!" Fleur exclaimed hysterically. "Non, ma petite sœur." But it was too late. A shriek came from the champion's box, and a magical projection appeared in the center of the lake, showing a bewildered miniature Fleur arriving in a room. A brief glance at the windows revealed fish swimming beyond the panes of glass, clearly indicating it was on the bottom of the lake. Harry frowned as he tried to ignore Fleur's panic. He focused on memorizing the projection, the shape and size of the room, the details he could see. "Headmaster Karkaroff," Bagman's smile had dimmed after the revelation of the Bowspatan's hostage, "please do the honors." Karkaroff immediately tapped the goblet, and it flared to life once more. The flames turned purple and formed a name, Natalie Warren. Harry's eyes shot to Victor's stony face as the name of the Hogwarts head girl blazed, and the magic took her into the room. Fleur settled as the projection showed Natalie immediately moving to calm a visibly crying Gabrielle. "I am courting Ms. Varenne," Victor said quietly, providing an explanation. Cedric grimaced and tensed. "I think I know who my hostage is likely to be," he said. Harry nodded in agreement. "Mine too," he muttered. Dumbledore tapped the goblet, and because he represented both Harry and Cedric, he called out Cedric's name. A brilliant yellow flame shot into the air and slowly transformed into words, "Susan Bones." Cedric's face turned bright red. "Cho is going to kill me," he hissed. "I mean, Sue's been great about my dad and spending time letting me rant at her, but I didn't realize I was thinking about her that much." Harry could only nod in agreement. His attention returned to the goblet, which produced a brilliant red flame that quickly turned into Hermione Granger. It took less than a second for her to join the others in the underwater room. Harry wasn't surprised when he saw her immediately take control and start organizing everyone. He smiled ruefully. That was his Hermione. "Mon Dieu! She speaks French!" Flo exclaimed, relieved to see Gabrielle's face brighten as Hermione crouched down to talk with her. "Yes. She loves France. She and her parents often holiday there," Harry replied. Bagman cleared his throat and pulled his gaze away from the projection where Hermione, Susan, and Natalie had all discarded their outerwear to reveal form-fitting dry suits. The sight of the three witches drew wolf whistles and shouts of appreciation from many young wizards in the crowd. Harry decided to reveal his own matching outfit, removing his outerwear without any fanfare. The realization that the Potter Alliance had planned together and executed their strategy well settled over the crowd. Bagman jumped into the hushed silence. "Right. The rules of this task are fairly simple. Each champion must exchange places with one of their opponent's hostages by performing a task within the utmost structure. As soon as the first champion is exchanged, the underwater room will begin to fill with water. If a champion decides to leave the underwater room ahead of the others, they will flood the room and face an underwater obstacle path back to this landing deck. Upon standing safely on it, their hostage will be magically transported to them, and the other champions will be deemed to have lost, and the hostages eliminated from the competition." That didn't sound ominous, Harry thought grimly. Knowing Voldemort, elimination was likely something permanent. Bagman continued, "If the champions leave the room together, they must return within an hour for all their hostages to be deemed safe and transported here. Any questions?" "Do the hostages know what's involved?" Cedric asked, anticipating both Harry and Victor. Fleur was focused on the projection where the three older girls had transfigured her sister's clothing into something similar to the suits they wore. "Yes. There is a copy pinned to the wall in both rooms," Bagman assured them. "If you're ready." The champions all nodded. Bagman waved his wand at the goblet, and a rush of sparkles burst forth. "We begin." A surge of gold enveloped the champions, and Harry felt the world fade away as the magic transported him. Hermione smiled reassuringly at Gabrielle, who was now wearing a dry suit that would keep her warm and assist her buoyancy underwater. "You look very beautiful," she said in French. But of course, Gabrielle agreed with a Gallic shrug. Hermione bit her lip to stifle a laugh. "A moment, please, Gabrielle. The others and I need to confirm what we are doing here and how our champions are going to rescue us." Gabrielle nodded but slid her hand into Hermione's. Hermione led them over to the wall, where Susan and Natalie were already reviewing the task description. "Right," Natalie said briskly, "we're in the structure below, they're in an identical structure above." She pointed with her wand at the diagram. "They'll receive a clue and instructions that will provide the information they need to proceed. There are 4 spells. A champion must cast a spell on another champion. Each spell will handicap that champion to some degree, but the Hex champion is exchanged with a hostage." She frowned. "There's no mention that they're exchanged with their own hostage, though. It's possible each. That spell would be linked to a specific hostage," Hermione mused aloud. "For instance, if you cast the one that makes you vomit slugs, you'd be exchanged with me. Or if you cast the one that turns your skin purple, you'd be exchanged with Sue." "Somehow, I don't think those spells will be that benign," Sue pointed out. "There's nothing to say either way, but this part of the task is clearly designed to encourage the champions to hex each other in order to get their hostages exchanged," Natalie said crisply. "Are we certain they'll work together?" "Unless one of them panics," Hermione confirmed with a nod. Theo had done an excellent job ensuring that information was shared without violating the instruction for the champions not to collaborate in preparing for the task. "Right then," Natalie continued. "We expect them to find a way to get down here. As soon as the first hostage is exchanged, this place will start to fill up with water." She glanced at the young French girl. "Hopefully, They'll take her topside first. Hermione translated the discussion for Gabrielle, who looked understandably fearful about what would happen if she was in the room when it filled with water. Do not worry. I can cast a bubblehead charm on you to make sure you can breathe, Hermione reassured her. Let's hope they take me next because I'm terrible at the bubblehead, Sue commented with dismay. Didn't you bring the backup gillyweed? Natalie asked. Sue shook her head despondently. I didn't think I'd get picked. I mean, I was so far down the list for Harry, and I never considered. She flushed with embarrassment. Forget this task. Cho is going to kill me. Natalie and Hermione exchanged a semi-amused look. Let's worry about that once we're out of this, Natalie said firmly. Harry knows about your problem with the charm, Hermione reminded Sue. I'm sure he'll make sure you get exchanged second. And either Hermione or I can cast it on you if you are stuck down here for a while. Let's assume that's not going to happen. Once all the champions leave, they need to reach the landing deck within the hour of the task starting to trigger the magic that takes us from the room above back to the deck, Natalie said as she turned back to the wall. If a champion leaves before all of the hostages are exchanged, this room floods, and there's an obstacle course back to the landing deck. She nodded. All fairly straightforward. We should be on our guard though, Hermione pointed out. The last task was sabotaged, and we don't know how else this one might be. True, Natalie said, twirling her wand. Right. Wand's out then. Sue nodded grimly. And we protect the little one. Agreed. Hermione turned back to Gabrielle and translated the discussion again, finishing with their promise to look after her until she could be returned safely to her sister. They had just finished when Victor popped in, and in a swirl of blue flames, Gabrielle disappeared. Harry had landed in the task room and was relieved to see he wasn't the only one who had stumbled. They quickly agreed to work together and save everyone. Harry still hadn't acknowledged that he had taken charge without consciously thinking about it, nor that the others had let him, despite being the youngest. After reviewing the instructions, it was simple enough to find a clue under the statue of 4 monkeys. Speak no evil brings the oldest monkey. See no evil brings the smartest. Hear no evil brings the youngest monkey. Think no evil brings the kindest. A list of associated hexes appeared on the wall as soon as they spoke the clue out loud. They established which hostage was linked with each hex and agreed on the disabilities they could each cope with best. With Victor hexed and gone, he and Cedric exchanged relieved smiles at the sight of Fleur hugging Gabrielle and reassuring her in a torrent of French. Cedric coughed. Apologies, he said. In slow accented French, we need to continue the exchange or we will run out of time. He pointed at a conjured alarm clock that Victor had created. Okay, Harry said, so it looks like we were right about the hexes and how they're linked with the hostages. Victor should be deaf now. That got us Gabrielle. We need to get Sue, which means you're next, Cedric, since you're the one who can deal best with the happy hex, and we think she's the kindest, monkey. You mean I'm the only one who can't do blind, deaf, or muteness, Cedric grimaced. Okay. Let's get on with it. Just. He grimaced again, can you let Sue know I'm sorry about this? Harry nodded quickly, too aware that they were running out of time. He braced himself and performed the happy hex, otherwise known as the Fool's Curse. Until Cedric received the counter hex, nothing would faze him. A poisonous snake would be treated as his best friend, a sharp knife like a favorite teddy bear. It was a dangerous state of being, and Cedric was going to have to rely on the rest of the champions to keep him from putting himself in danger. As soon as the hex hit, Cedric popped away, and there was a rush of yellow flames as Susan appeared. Harry! Sue hurried over, leaving wet footprints on the wooden floor, and Harry hugged her briefly. You okay? He asked, urgency creeping into his tone. Sue nodded, rubbing her upper arms briskly to keep warm. He fired a warming charm at her, and she smiled back appreciatively. Cedric said sorry, Harry murmured. Sue blushed. It's not his fault. Harry simply nodded back in absent agreement. Fleur and I have to get on with this. Don't worry, Sue said firmly, all of us hostages know the score. We'll take care of each other. Thank you. Fleur led her sister over to them. She crouched in front of her sister and said something in a stream of French that sounded reassuring and comforting. She wiped away. Gabrielle's tears flowed as she nudged her sister toward Susan. Please, look after her. Sue wrapped an arm around the youngest hostage and nodded. We will. Harry and Fleur stepped aside to keep clear of the other two. They did not want to accidentally harm one of the hostages. We'll cast together on the count of 3, Harry said, struggling to keep his tone calm as his nerves heightened. In a moment, he would be mute, and Fleur would be blind. He pointed his wand. 1, 2, 3. Spells of lilac and pink shot through the air and landed with precision. For the second time that day, Harry felt his world disappear. Hermione sighed in disappointment as the red flames cleared, revealing the uppermost room with the other hostages. She had been up to her waist in water in the room below, and it dripped onto the floor where she stood. She quickly performed a drying charm and shivered. She had hoped that she and Harry could spend a few moments together, but knowing that the final 2 champions would have to hex each other at the same time made that unlikely. She gazed out of the small windows at the blue sky. A small hand crept into hers. She turned and smiled at Gabrielle. Okay. My sister is very brave, and she will rescue us all, Gabrielle replied with a certainty only youth could provide. Certainly, Hermione agreed lightly, glad that Gabrielle had at least been reassured by her champion. She repressed another sigh and looked at the concerned faces of her fellow Hogwarts students. I guess now we wait. Well, this just sucks monkey balls, Natalie said bluntly. Are we just supposed to sit here like helpless idiots waiting for them to rescue us? What are you suggesting? Hermione asked, suspecting she already knew. They should all be swimming now for the deck, right? And no one outside the magical barrier surrounding the lake can help. Natalie waved her hand around the room. We're on the inside. But we're locked in, Sue protested. Then let's find a way out, Hermione countered, immediately understanding where the head girl was going. Professor Moody mentioned in his lesson on hostage situations that if you're left alone, it's wise to check your surroundings thoroughly to see if there's a way to escape. If we can leave the room, like Natalie suggested, we can support Harry and the others in the lake. They will have a disadvantage while swimming, making it harder for them. We need to be ready in case of any sabotage. Sue's expression hardened, reminding Hermione of the director of the DMLE. I'm in. Then her eyes narrowed on Hermione. What? Hermione asked, feeling nervous. Sue reached out and grabbed something from Hermione's hair, tugging slightly, which made Hermione wince. Sue quickly clamped her other hand over the object to prevent it from escaping. It's some kind of bug. Maybe I should crush it, but... Let me see, Hermione requested. Sue carefully opened her hands just enough for Hermione and the others to peek inside. Hermione started grinning. It's Luna's beetle. She's seen it a couple of times. It's too bad we don't have anything to put it in. Natalie scanned the room and picked up a figurine of 4 monkeys. I can use this. She transfigured it into a jar and pierced the lid with breathing holes. Sue carefully transferred the beetle into it. I'll hang on to it, Natalie said. Thank you, Hermione replied, grateful, as Gabrielle once again held her hand tightly. Natalie grinned. All right, now that that's done, let's start checking this place for weak points. In the box, Alastair snorted in amusement, capturing Sirius's attention. I'll have to give those girls some points. They're doing a good job. Damsels in distress, my ass. Alastair. Andy complained, but her heart wasn't in it. Sirius's focus was not on the girls, he was tracking the second projection that was following the champions. Fear tightened his throat, leaving him unable to speak. He stood at the front of the box, gripping the railing so tightly that he imagined there would be dents in the metal when he finally let go. His son couldn't speak. Harry had been hit with a hex that took away his voice. Sirius reminded himself, for the umpteenth time since the hex had been cast, that Harry was skilled in nonverbal casting. Ever since Harry had learned its usefulness in dueling, he had worked hard to master silent casting. He had even managed the complex bubblehead charm nonverbally, a feat that was notoriously difficult. Natalie had performed the charm for Victor, who apparently struggled with it just as much as Sirius did, and for Cedric, who was completely out of it due to the Fool's Curse, before she had been transported away. Ted let out a heavy breath beside Sirius. It's good to see they've employed a buddy system for the swim. Sirius nodded jerkily. Cedric had been teamed with Victor. The Durmstrang student had cast a translation spell that allowed Victor to understand Cedric's words in Bulgarian, which appeared in the air above Cedric's head. The burly Quidditch player kept Cedric in check, quickly redirecting him whenever Cedric's short attention span got distracted by something at the bottom of the lake. More importantly, Harry and Fleur were paired together. Harry had cast a spell that allowed him to act as Fleur's eyes, and they stayed in sync as they swam through the murky waters. Victor and Harry were using Quidditch hand signals to communicate. It was an excellent example of cooperation between the schools, and Sirius wondered how the judges would score it. A flash of something in the corner of the projection caught Sirius's attention. Senses quickly. He steadied himself and prepared for the next move. Isn't that? Andy gasped as a sea snake lunged toward them. I thought the swim was supposed to be without obstacles if they went together, she exclaimed in horror. It was, Alastair replied grimly. But it seems we have another case of sabotage. Sirius swore under his breath, his eyes fixed on Harry, who had stopped to face this new threat. Harry heard the snake before he saw it. Tasty, tasty snacks. The creature's voice had a vaguely Scottish lilt. He spun around, raising his wand. Fleur reached out to him, her face filled with dread as she realized the danger. The snake was as large as the basilisk he had faced, its silvery grey body adorned with razor-sharp fins and a mouthful of menacing teeth, its dull black eyes devoid of life. Victor swam up beside Harry and signaled a question. Harry shook his head and pointed at Cedric, who was clapping his hands in excitement, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Harry gestured for Victor to take Cedric and Fleur and get them out of there. For a moment, it seemed Victor might protest, but he nodded sharply instead. He grabbed Cedric with one hand and Fleur with the other and began to swim away. Harry focused on the snake, missing the moment Victor helped Fleur onto his back. He swallowed hard, gripping his wand as he weighed his options. The snake's skin was likely magically resistant. The last time he had forks, but a phoenix couldn't appear underwater. He could, however, blind it. He cast quickly, targeting one eye, then the other. The snake thrashed wildly, sending an underwater ripple that pushed Harry back momentarily. But he quickly regained his footing and prepared for the next challenge. Harry positioned himself and swam against the current. He wondered how he would finish off the snake as it prepared to charge again. Suddenly, a white mist appeared between him and the snake. The form of a woman took shape, translucent and beautiful, ethereal in her old-fashioned robes, with ringlets of hair floating in the water. She wore a warm and friendly smile. Though she resembled Morgana, she was not her. More importantly, she held out a gleaming silver sword with an ornate hilt. Harry took the sword from her with a nod of thanks and noticed words flame into existence along its blade, "Take me up." The woman dissipated into nothingness, revealing the angry snake lurking in the water behind her. Harry gripped the sword and dove out of the way as the snake struck. Tail, he remembered frantically, pushing himself upward just before it could hit him. The snake circled him, taunting, "I can't see you, but I can taste you. Give up, little prey, and let me have you." Harry adjusted his position, thankful that Sirius had taught him not only how to swim but also how to play pranks in the water. He moved slowly, first one way, then the other. The snake circled again, its tongue flickering out to taste the water and send Harry. He could feel its left eye so close, just an inch more, just a smidgen. With a swift motion, Harry thrust the sword into the beast's eye and deep into its brain. The snake screamed and thrashed, tossing Harry away in a wave of water. He quickly stabilized himself, fighting to keep the sword from dragging him down. Looking back, he saw a stream of blackish red mixing with the murky green of the lake. A rush of nausea threatened to overwhelm him, but he turned away and forced the thought of the snake from his mind. He was running out of time. Regaining his bearings, he struck out again for the landing deck. The sword felt lighter somehow as he swam, holding it out in front of him. Harry swam horizontally, using his legs to gain power as he kicked forcefully. He felt the leg bed incline beneath him and his feet connected with the rocky ground. Pleased with his rubber boots for protecting his feet, he found his footing and stood up, striding through the shallows. Cedric and a serious-looking Victor helped him onto the landing deck, while Fleur quickly wrapped him in a warm towel. Together, they turned back to the upper structure and their hostages. The search of the room had not been fruitful. There was no visible door. Hermione had even tried to access the room of requirement, but it hadn't worked. The windows were magically warded, and magic had bounced off them when Natalie had tried to shatter one. The glass was also unbreakable, as Hermione discovered when she transfigured a shoe into a rock and attempted to throw it through the pane. Exhausted from their efforts, Natalie conjured some string, and the three older girls tried to distract Gabrielle by playing an elaborate game of cat's cradle. Unfortunately, the room suddenly rocked violently as the usually tranquil lake turned as rough as the open sea, disrupting their attempt. Gabrielle screamed and threw herself at Hermione. "It's all right, Gabrielle," Hermione said, hugging the little girl. "The room floats and is very secure. We will be fine." "What do you think caused that?" Natalie asked, shivering. For the first time since the task began, the head girl looked disconcerted. "Maybe the squid," Sue suggested, gently touching Natalie's arm to comfort her. "Right," Natalie nodded. "I mean, there's no need to assume anything bad." "How much time do you think we have left in here?" Sue asked. Hermione brushed her hair away from her face and cast a temper spell. It was just gone 9 o'clock. The task started at 8, so allowing. Since our selection and the task officially beginning, we all need to make it back by around 1:15, Hermione said, feeling the room rock again. She tightened her grip on the little French girl. It was frightening, and she wished with all her heart that Harry could have been beside her. She always felt scared, but somehow having Harry around made it seem possible that they would survive their adventures. "Zoo should tell, book," Gabrielle said suddenly in heavily accented English. "A story?" Hermione asked softly. "When I RVZ nightmare, Marmonid Fleur read to me," Gabrielle explained, her tone implying that Hermione should follow their example. Sue and Natalie exchanged amused looks over the little girl's head, which was buried in Hermione's shoulder. "I guess I could tell a story," Hermione agreed. Her mind raced with ideas before settling on one. Once upon a time, there was a young girl called Hermione, and she was a witch. She was so excited to be a witch that she read all she could and practiced her magic all the time until she could go to school with other witches and wizards. But because Hermione was very smart about books, she sometimes wasn't smart about other things, like making friends. She ignored the sympathetic, what she assumed to be pitying gazes of the other two girls. One day, she felt so very lonely that she spent all day crying in the bathroom. But because she was in the bathroom, she didn't know that an evil wizard had brought a huge troll into the school until it entered the bathroom. "Was he scared?" Gabrielle asked. "Very scared," Hermione said, the memory sending a shiver through her. But just before the troll could hurt her, 2 boys suddenly appeared. One had hair as dark as the night, called Harry, and the other had hair as red as fire, called Ron. Harry jumped on the troll's back and told Hermione to run, but she was very scared and couldn't move. Just as she thought all was lost, Ron managed to use his magic and knocked the troll out with its own club. "Ron?" Sue asked, sounding a little skeptical. "Wingardium Leviosa," Hermione replied dryly. "He actually got the pronunciation right." She turned back to Gabrielle. And ever since that day, Hermione has always remembered that books and cleverness are all very well, but what matters most is. Suddenly, flames surrounded them, and the world melted away. Friendship, bravery and Harry grinned at the sight of Hermione, looking perfectly fine while standing on the deck beside him wearing one shoe. Without hesitation, he wrapped her in a hug, transferring his warm towel to her. Harry. Hermione hugged him back tightly. Are you all right? I take it you had no problems with the bubblehead charm, and what disability did you? Harry pointed at his throat. Victor's conjured alarm clock began to ring. Oh, you can't talk! Hermione exclaimed, almost excitedly. That's so. Boom! Harry spun around, wand in hand and sword at the ready. Oh God, Hermione murmured, grabbing hold of his arm. The floating wooden structure that had housed the hostages had exploded, wooden splinters littering the lake and debris ablaze. Look at the pretty fire, Cedric said cheerfully, clapping his hands. We should have marshmallows. Hermione tried not to smile, biting her lip in sympathy for Cedric's unwittingly amusing commentary. Dumbledore stood and waved his wand. Merlin. Cedric sagged. That was weird. He suddenly caught Sue's gaze, and they both went bright red. Harry hid his smile at their discomfort. Merci, Professor, I can see again, Fleur said, clutching her little sister close. And I can hear, Victor said, tenderly holding Natalie's hand. And I can speak, Harry added with relief. Dumbledore smiled at them all benevolently. Excellent! Bagman exclaimed. False bonhomie. If the judges would take a moment to confer. They all turned back to the scene in the middle of the lake. The still burning debris quickly sobered them. Wow, Hermione said softly. If you hadn't. Don't even think about it, Harry advised, wrapping his wand arm around her waist. He took comfort in the fact that she was alive, breathing, and fine. It'll only drive you insane. And be the stuff of nightmares, he thought grimly. Bagman's voice suddenly echoed loudly around the lake. The scores are in. As all our champions and hostages displayed honor in working together to bravely navigate this task, they are all awarded full and equal points. A huge roar went up from the crowd, followed by thunderous applause. Harry broke into a pleased grin as he happily accepted handshakes from his fellow male champions and Gallic kisses from Fleur and her sister. Finally, he drew Hermione close again and grinned at the sight of Victor being crushed in a Gabrielle hug. Harry, Hermione murmured. Why have you got a sword? Harry suddenly remembered the blade he held in his hand. He raised it to eye level and gazed at it anew. It was beautiful, shining silver with a pommel of bronze, silver, and gold. Where did you get that sword, Harry? Cedric asked, moving to stand next to Hermione as he realized what they were discussing. Fleur and Victor moved to stand beside Harry. It is very magnificent, Fleur commented. Vous defeated the snake with it, Victor stated with certainty. Snake, asked Sue, her voice rising. Harry shrugged. Don't worry, the snake's dead now. He raised the sword slightly, turning the blade to catch the light. It's why I needed this though. Word suddenly ran along the blade in flame, and Hermione gasped. Take me up. Cast me away, she repeated. Oh Harry, do you know what? What sword is this? The voice echoed in Harry's mind. My first name has been lost to time, but the last was Excalibur. Harry almost flinched, followed by a distinctly masculine chuckle. Well met, child of Merlin and heir of Peveril. Unlike the hallows that are of your blood, I am not meant for you, wizard. Cast me away so I can one day serve our king again. Thank you, Harry thought loudly, hoping the sword could hear him somehow. Harry? Hermione prompted. He was unaware of the crowd's attention, the preternatural silence that had hushed every witch and wizard, every creature looking on. It's meant for the king, Harry said, oblivious to the glow of power in his eyes and the magic flowing around him. Not for me. He stepped forward to the edge of the deck and raised the sword above his head. With all his strength, he flung it towards the water. The sword arched across the sky, spinning and turning. A hand rose from the lake to claim it, plucking it from the air with grace and certainty. The hand and the sword sank beneath the surface. Suddenly, the noise erupted, unlike anything Harry had ever heard. The crowd yelled, cheered, applauded, stamped their feet, and whistled. Harry searched for Sirius and grinned at his proudly beaming father, who was clapping as if his life depended on it. Satisfaction settled over Harry like a cloak. The second task was over, and Voldemort hadn't won. He was still alive, Hermione was still alive, and everyone had lived. March 5, 1995. Dear Snitch, apologies for the password, but security is key, even if I've been nagged into writing a proper letter. Apparently, Dora believes that a letter trumps a mirror call. Remembering how often I've savored notes and correspondence from loved ones, perhaps she has a point. Firstly, I have to tell you that whatever Narcissa said to Andromeda has worked wonders. Dora is fairly giddy at. I have an idea that Hilda stepping in as mother of the bride and expectant grandmother might have something to do with her mother's turnaround. But please, don't tell anyone I said that. I'm glad Hermione is happy with her role as bridesmaid. It seems the wedding party will be almost entirely a black affair, with you and Sirius involved, and Dora inviting Anna to be matron of honor, which she accepted. Simeon is really looking forward to your anticipated trip to the Quidditch Stadium. Gregor has advised me to send invites to the other Alpha Wolves, so they will be attending. Sirius mentioned inviting more of our allies since Bogdan is officiating, meaning we had to invite Cornelius as well. So much for a small, quiet wedding. Luckily, Dora is taking care of the details. I remember it was much the same with your mum and dad's wedding. Lily organized everything, and James just nodded in the right places. He was just thrilled she said yes. It's a bit different with Dora and me, but I want to assure you we're committed to making this work, and I feel lucky. On the pack side, I have to admit that living day to day at the farm has given me new insight into our pack dynamics, the individual characters, and the benefits of pack life. I confess that suddenly being thrust into my alpha role full-time has been challenging but surprisingly more rewarding than I expected. Clara and Patrick are wonderful, and I couldn't run the pack without them. They've been brilliant with Dora, and Patrick has taken Sian under his wing, so I don't have to worry about her making Dora uncomfortable here anymore. I'm glad Ron liked his birthday present. The Bulgarian Quidditch World Cup journey was apparently a bestseller right after the event. It was very nice of Victor to sign it for him. I hope the final match of the season goes well for him and Ginny, and that Gryffindor wins next week. Speaking of fortuitous events, it's an amazing stroke of luck that Fleur's mother is able to provide an introduction to her grandaunt, Vivian. After all the searching we did to find someone who could introduce us to Lumiere's last descendant, Fleur was right under our noses all along. It probably helped that her mother was so grateful for how you and Hermione helped save both her daughters. Yes, I think Sirius knew exactly what he was doing when he asked the Delacours if they knew Vivian during the We Survived the Second Task celebration meal. He's sneaky that way. I've attached my suggested training and lesson plan for the final task for you to compare with Hermione's. Stay safe, and don't worry about Padfoot. I talk with him every day, I promise. Love, Moony. Hermione handed Harry the letter back and glanced over the plan with pursed lips. She settled into the comfortable cushions of the sofa in the quarters Harry and Sirius occupied in Gryffindor Tower. She pushed a hand through her hair, her fingers tangling in curls, before Harry gently extricated them. She tossed him an absent-minded smile and continued reading. Much of Remus's plan involved physical training to build stamina, dark creature spells, both defensive and offensive, curse-breaking spells, and general navigation. Hermione nodded, pleased. It all correlated with the research group's findings that the third task was invariably some kind of all-round challenge through an obstacle course. Variations of mazes and gauntlets had been used several times. The surrounding countryside around a school was another popular choice. There was even a historical record of the Forbidden Forest being used, which was just mind-boggling. The inside of a school had been used on very rare occasions, and there was just one instance of an underground labyrinth. This is very comprehensive, Hermione said, handing it back to Harry. I have a similar list the research group has compiled. We'll go through them next week at the Alliance session. She hid a smile as Harry read through the plan himself. Just a year before, he would have discarded it, uninterested, simply trusting her to tell him what he needed to know. The snitch, so you were brilliant too. She leaned against him, feeling a sense of comfort in their closeness. Thanks, Harry said, his voice softening. But it doesn't change the fact that I wish we could have done more together. Hermione nodded, understanding his frustration. Next time, maybe we'll be able to work as a team from the start. Harry smiled at her, and she could see the determination in his eyes. Yeah, next time. They shared a moment of silence, each lost in their thoughts about the challenges ahead. Hermione felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety, but having Harry by her side made her feel more confident. Are you ready for the next task? She asked, breaking the silence. Harry took a deep breath. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Hermione squeezed his hand. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. Absolutely, he replied, a small smile playing on his lips. As they walked, the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the grounds of Hogwarts. The beauty of the moment made Hermione momentarily forget the pressures they faced. She cherished this time with Harry, knowing it was these moments that strengthened their bond. An illegal animagus, Harry pointed out, his gleeful laughter barely contained. That was so more than me, Hermione admitted. And we didn't even know what we had until Professor Moody showed up. He had crashed the after-party celebration the Potter Alliance held in Sirius and Harry's rooms, wanting to know who the additional animagus was that he could see in the wards. According to Harry, who had gotten the story from Sirius, Rita Skeeter had been forced back to her original form, and then some kind of deal had been worked out between an irate director of the DMLE, the paranoid professor, and Sirius himself. Moody would never have given you and the others points if you hadn't impressed him, Harry said. Cho has been saying she could have gotten out of the room, Hermione admitted, revealing what was really bothering her. Harry shook his head. I don't see how, and she's just so still about Susan. Hermione grimaced. She felt for Cho. Finding out your boyfriend had been thinking more about another girl had to be mortifying. Within a day of the task, the couple had a furious breakup that had the school gossiping for days and even made the front page of the Prophet. It was no wonder Cho was being slightly less than gracious about things. If Hermione thought about it, she wasn't the target of Cho's ire but Sue. Poor Sue had received hate mail. Hermione was horrified that someone had laced one of the letters with Bubotuba pus. This led to an official investigation. Sending a malicious letter to the niece of the director of the DMLE was incredibly foolish, and they managed to track down the sale of Bubotuba pus to Marietta Edgecombe's mother, who confessed to sending the letter. Marietta was Cho's best friend, and there was a rumor that it had really been her, but her mother had taken the fall for the stunt so that Marietta wouldn't be expelled. Mrs. Edgecombe lost her job and had to pay damages to the House of Bones. Sue and Cedric were still dancing around each other. It was clear that they liked each other. However, the way their feelings had been revealed and the resulting fallout made it difficult for them to move forward. In contrast, Ron and Lavender had jumped into their relationship with enthusiasm. Hermione's lips thinned. While she appreciated that Ron finding a girlfriend had given her and Harry more time together, she disapproved of Ron and Lavender's public displays of affection. It had been worse during the first week, and she felt relieved when Fred and George had pulled Ron aside, warning him that if he continued to behave that way in public, their mother would be informed. Parvati had done the same for Lavender, lecturing her about reputations. The couple had toned it down since then, but most evenings they could be found in the Gryffindor common room with Lavender sitting on Ron's lap. Sharing a dorm allowed Hermione to know exactly how far Ron had gone with Lavender, even in a broom cupboard. Hermione wondered if she and Harry were strange for not being all over each other and avoiding broom cupboards. You're thinking too hard, Harry said. She blushed furiously, realizing what she had been thinking about, and felt relieved that Harry couldn't read her mind. But the question lingered in her thoughts. Do you ever wish we were more like Ron and Lavender? Harry tensed beside her and shifted to face her fully. Hermione instantly regretted the space that opened up between them. Are you unhappy with? Harry began tentatively. No. Hermione reassured him immediately, watching the uncertainty in his green eyes fade. I'm very happy, she said firmly. Very. She blushed again. It's just, well, we've been going out longer than Ron and Lavender, and they're a lot further along with the physical side than we are, Harry finished bluntly. I'm not saying I want to be like them, Hermione reiterated. I don't have to worry about your hands wandering, and I like how we kiss each other, she said, trying to ignore her flushed cheeks. I don't see the need for any of what we do to be in public. This is nice, snuggling on a settee in front of a fire and holding hands, but I wouldn't want, you know. I know, Harry replied, a laugh lightening his words even though his cheeks were as red as hers. I like what we have too. He hesitated for a moment, looking down at their joined hands. I have thought about doing, more, but I figure when you want more, you'll let me know. I definitely don't want to do it in public like Ron. Merlin knows with my luck, it would be on the front page of the Prophet the next day, no matter what Sirius has cooked up with Skeeter. He glanced up at her. Hermione smiled at him, filled with fond affection, and leaned in to kiss him sweetly. They settled back into their previous position, and Hermione let out a soft sigh. You know, the wizarding world confuses me sometimes. It confuses me all the time, Harry agreed. She poked him in the ribs. I mean, Tonks slept with Remus, and Lavender is all over Ron, but on the surface, wizarding culture is very conservative. I thought there would be more emphasis on waiting until you were married. I don't think it's that much different from the Muggle world, Harry countered. I mean, it's still frowned upon, isn't it? Especially babies before marriage. Yes, but Tonks wouldn't have to get married in the Muggle world, Hermione pointed out. And Lavender, well, she and Ron might get a few comments from the older generation, but you have to admit most Muggle people our age would probably not think anything of it. Parvati told her she was in danger of painting herself as a Scarlet Woman. Harry shrugged, the movement rolling her slightly into him. The only Muggle kid our age I really know is Dudley, and the thought of him and any girl. They both shared a laugh. EW, they said at the same time, chuckling and inching slightly closer. I just think it's a shame Tonks has to get married, Hermione commented. I mean, I'm happy to be a bridesmaid, but I'm not sure what to say to her. It's not exactly a love match, so the usual congratulations seem inappropriate. She thought about how upset Andy had been with her daughter. It was good they had moved past that breach, but it had been significant. I don't think they have to get married, Harry said. Sirius wouldn't have insisted. Sure, there would have been a really big scandal when it came out about the baby, but it would have died down eventually. He paused for a moment, as if thinking, and sighed. Sirius said to look at it as though Moony had an arranged marriage. Since he and Tonks do like each other, it means they have a good chance of the marriage working out. I'm surprised it hasn't made the press yet, Hermione said. It's going to come out a lot sooner than they want if they keep inviting people to the wedding, Harry grumbled. It was supposed to be just family. I'm really looking forward to seeing Bulgaria, Hermione said enthusiastically, changing the subject. Me too, Harry replied. Sirius said he'd try to ensure we weren't too bogged down with wedding stuff. Hermione relaxed, feeling content. She let her mind drift, thoughts of homework flitting by, replaced with thoughts of the third task and back to Remus's letter. She frowned. You know Remus's letter? She asked. I'm familiar, Harry answered teasingly. She poked him in the ribs again, leading to a brief tickling match before they resumed their snuggling. No, seriously, Hermione said. What was Remus going on about with that thing about Lumiere and Fleur's mother introducing you all to some descendant? Harry tensed, and she knew without asking that she had touched on a topic he wasn't meant to discuss with her. She reminded herself of the lecture Sirius had given. Harry had given her the story not long after she and Harry had made up, following his promise to ask Sirius if they could share more. Her cheeks burned just thinking about it. She had been told that Sirius had given Harry permission to confide in her at his discretion, but he wasn't to share everything. She wasn't supposed to pressure Harry to discuss things he didn't want to. Sirius had expected her to be more mature and not make Harry feel guilty or treat it as a requirement for their friendship. She had left feeling slightly ashamed of her previous demand for more openness and had apologized to Harry. "You don't have to tell me," she assured him quickly. She felt his tension ease, his body relaxing again. Her eyes widened when he performed a privacy charm, glancing at the closed study door. "Harry," she began, torn between not wanting him to get into trouble with Sirius and her desire to know. "I don't think there's too much of a problem telling this," Harry said. "You remember how I told you the headmaster's wand used to belong to an old ancestor of mine?" She nodded, possibly too eagerly, because his eyes lit up with amusement. "Right, so, there's this wizarding children's tale called The Three Brothers," Harry explained. "There are many variations, and the most popular version is in a book called The Tales of Beedle the Bard." "Yes, you can borrow my copy." Hermione shot him a look but had been about to ask, so she didn't argue. In the story, three brothers, Ange, Cadmus, and Ignatus, come to a raging river, knowing that crossing it means certain death. Harry continued. But the three brothers were clever. They took a nearby elder tree and made a bridge. They all crossed safely to the other side, only to be met by Death himself, who was a little put out that he'd been thwarted. Hermione found herself captivated as the story unraveled, intrigued by Death and his relationship with the three brothers, and the gifts they had received from him. Eventually, the three artifacts became known as the Hallows. The legend passed down was that if all three were united, the owner would become the master of Death, Harry finished. "It sounds like a fable," Hermione commented, with a lesson that is slightly obscure. Harry smiled at her. The three brothers had a last name, Peverell. Ignatus Peverell is my late ancestor. "Oh my goodness, Harry." Hermione sat upright, pulling away from his embrace. "But then, your cloak." Her eyes widened even further. "And the wand." He hushed her. Sirius's grandfather did a lot of research into the Hallows. Everyone believes that the story is just that, a story, but it was based on a real-life event where the three brothers invented the artifacts to defeat an evil wizard. Hermione paused. Logically, she admitted, that makes a lot more sense. She thought for a moment, facts and information aligning in her mind. "You think they could be useful in defeating Voldemort," she concluded. "Maybe," Harry shrugged, tangling their fingers together again. "We really don't know. I doubt very much that just owning the artifacts makes you Master of Death. Besides, while they are each kind of cool, none of them really scream awesome weapon of doom, except maybe the wand. I mean, my dad used the cloak for pranks." "I guess you're right," Hermione agreed. Anyway, Lumiere had a written account that was apparently told to him by Ignatus about how the artifacts were created, Harry explained. The only real copy that isn't buried in an archive is owned by his descendant, Vivian Vert. She's a Veela living in a protected colony. "And Fleur's mother can provide an introduction," Hermione said, suddenly understanding that part of the letter fully. "But we're not really making it widely known that we're after it, although we had to hire a French antiquities dealer to track down the other lead, and we think he might have already given the game away, so. That's why I don't think it matters to tell you, but even so," Harry said. Hermione understood immediately. "I won't say a thing," she replied, miming zipping her mouth closed. She settled back into her previous position and cuddled closer to Harry. With a flick of his wrist, he dismantled the privacy bubble. Harry was right, the whole Master of Death thing was probably wrong. But if the three artifacts had enough power to finish a Dark Lord, they could be a fantastic weapon. Even if the Hallows were powerful, someone still needed to know where they were. Harry presumably had the cloak, and the headmaster had the wand, which only left the stone unaccounted for. Hermione sneaked a look at Harry. Did he know where it was? She bit her lip, considering whether to ask him. He had already told her about the Hallows, and that was enough. If he did know where the stone was, maybe it was safer for that knowledge to remain with as few people as possible. Suddenly, she realized how Harry must have felt about keeping secrets. Sirius had been right to lecture her, she mused. She would stop nagging Harry for details and just continue supporting him. She shuffled closer, pressing into the warmth of his body, and kissed him sweetly. Harry blinked at her, bemused. Not that I'm complaining, but what was that for? For being you, Hermione said. Harry smiled at her, a touch goofily. Okay, then. Hermione settled back against him. So, she began, about the third task. On March 12, 1995, Sirius was unsurprised to find Harry waiting for him at the breakfast table, despite the early hour. He knew Harry wasn't happy about his trip to Italy. You didn't have to get up, he admonished his son, ruffling Harry's impressive bedhead and dropping a kiss on the messy nest of dark hair. I wanted to see you off and say goodbye, Harry said, nibbling on his toast. There was no sign of any other breakfast in front of him, and Sirius frowned. That's not all you're having? Harry shrugged and stared at his plate. Sirius sighed, knowing that Harry's lack of appetite stemmed from worry. I'm going to be fine, Harry, Sirius said. You can't guarantee that, Harry argued, his green eyes flashing up to glare at Sirius. No, Sirius conceded, raising a hand in supplication, but this isn't me walking into a trap with only Snape at my side. Amelia has set this up, so I'm going to be perfectly safe, both me and Richard. The plan to capture Fevrier and whoever was pulling his strings had been well thought out. Amelia had coordinated with the Italian authorities, some of the Rat Squad, and Moody to ensure everything ran smoothly. The ambush was scheduled to happen in Italy, and Sirius had an international portkey waiting for him at the ministry. Harry sighed heavily. I keep remembering the last time and how badly injured you were, Anne. And how Harry had felt when he thought Sirius was dead, Sirius concluded. Sirius got up and rounded the table, pulling Harry out of his chair into a tight hug. I'm going to be fine. There is absolutely no danger of my being hurt, I promise. I wouldn't do that to you again. Harry held onto Sirius for a long moment before he nodded in acknowledgement. Sirius squeezed him gently again before easing back, stroking a hand through Harry's hair. I'll recall you when I get to Italy. And when it's over, Harry requested immediately. And when it's over, Sirius promised. The very minute. Harry sighed and stepped away. You'll be back tonight. Yes, and Ninny should be here any minute, Sirius confirmed. He gestured at Harry's dressing gown and pajamas. You may want to get dressed before your animagus lesson. It would be the first one the irate head of Gryffindor had allowed since Harry had used his crow form to access the girls' dorm. Harry nodded, then lurched forward and hugged Sirius hard again. After letting go, he headed to the staircase. Good luck in Italy, Harry called as he hurried down the stairs. Sirius gave a bemused nod of thanks and sat down to eat his meager breakfast. He wasn't the only one feeling nervous. He thanked Dobby as the house elf set down a simple meal of boiled egg and toast. Just as he finished, the door to the suite opened, and Minnie stepped through. He waved for her to join him at the table, and Dobby immediately popped up to provide her with a strong pot of tea and a breakfast of kippers and freshly baked bread. Thanks for coming over, Minerva, Sirius said, folding the profit and setting it aside. I know Harry feels too old for a babysitter, but I feel better knowing someone's here keeping an eye on him. It'll be good to resume our lessons, Minnie replied, pouring herself a cup of tea. Perhaps I was a little harsh insisting on such a long suspension. He won't be doing it again, Sirius assured her, keeping his opinion that the 2-month suspension was far too severe to himself. He had actually continued the lessons in Minnie's absence, but both Harry and he had agreed to keep that little secret. I have asked Hermione and Ronald to join us later, Minnie informed him briskly as she dug into her breakfast with enthusiasm. Is Ron still stuck on the paw? Sirius asked idly. He has a whole foot now but can't seem to get any further, Minnie said with a sigh. It's still better progress than Miss Granger, who has yet to identify her form. Maybe she should use the potion, Sirius suggested. It would at least give her a form to try. You may be right, Minnie agreed. I will see how today's session goes. She smiled. I thought I might see if Harry wanted to try one of his other forms. That would keep Harry's mind occupied for sure, Sirius thought with a touch of amusement. Suddenly, Minnie pinned him with a frank look that made Sirius feel like a Hogwarts student again. He repressed the urge to squirm. Sirius sat in his chair, feeling the weight of the moment. "Are you certain that today is necessary?" Minnie asked pointedly. "It's a good plan Amelia's put together," Sirius countered. "There's a chance that whoever put Fevrier up to this has some idea about the whereabouts of Riddle and Company." His lips twisted at the thought that Peter might be involved. "That alone makes it necessary," he added. "Very well," Minnie said, waving her knife at him. "Just make sure you return. No one wants a repeat of what happened during the Christmas break." "Me included," Sirius retorted, feeling a bit testy at her chastisement. Minnie sighed. "You do realize that we worry about you for your own sake and not just for Harry's, Sirius?" Sirius didn't know how to respond. He had assumed everyone's concern was for his son, as that was where his own focus lay. "Oh," Minnie said, rolling her eyes as she shooed him away from the table. "Stay safe, Sirius." "I will," he replied, standing up. It was time for him to head to the ministry. He saluted Minnie, glanced back up the stairs where Harry was occupied, and with mixed feelings, headed out. Chapter 68, Promlet Fights Back. Amelia lowered the arniculars and glared at the ancient one-shop across the narrow and uneven Roman street. She was hidden away in a small room on the second floor of a guest house opposite the shop they were staking out. The air was slightly chilly despite the early morning sunshine, and she was grateful for her comfortable battle robes. She reached for the small cup at her elbow and breathed in the bitter scent of espresso coffee. She sipped appreciatively. "I don't know how you can drink that, Mark," Alastair grumbled behind her. "Remind me why I invited you along again," Amelia asked dryly. "Her roomph," Alastair retorted. He plucked the arniculars from her grasp, raised them, and grunted. "We've got movement at the bottom of the alley." He tutted. "It's a cat." "I'll alert the others," Amelia snarked. Alastair shot her a disgruntled look. "When's Black's appointment?" he asked. 8, Amelia replied as she checked the time. "It's coming up on 7. Nerves fluttered in her belly, but years of operations and missions had taught her to control them with steely practice. She took a deep breath. There had been weeks of planning for the operation, Amelia reminded herself, and a great deal of diplomatic cooperation between England and Italy to work out the details. It was fortunate that Hatter was back in charge of the Department for International Cooperation, because Merlin knew Crouch would have messed it up. She felt a pang for thinking badly of the dead but pushed it away dismissively. She hadn't been fond of Crouch Sr. when he was alive, and she wasn't going to pretend now that he was gone, especially given the mess he had left behind with his son. Alastair hummed beside her and tapped on the communication mirror. "This is Eagle's Nest. Position check." "Italian stallions are in position," came the crisp response, only hinting at an Italian accent. Marco Morello, the head Italian aura, was highly educated and intelligent, a force to be reckoned with. He was also familiar with Sirius. Having worked with him during the war, he apparently had a similar sense of humor and was eager to assist. It helped that the Italians had been tracking Cavietti for years but had never gathered enough evidence of illegal activities to make any charges stick. They had staked out the cafe next door to the one shop as their hideout. 2 experienced auras had replaced the usual waiters while the rest of the team took over a back room. "Rat 1 in position," Keith Brooks reported. Amelia pressed her lips together. Brooks was positioned in the alley behind the one shop, disguised as a homeless beggar huddled against the wall. "Rat 2 in position," Marina Ambry confirmed. Her image floated over the mirror, making faces as though pretending to check her appearance while stationed by the apparition point in the Roman courtyard just around the corner. "Rat 3, the dog and bone are in position," Tim Chambers confirmed, though the mirror stayed dark. He was back in England, watching over the exit point at the Portkey office. That was the last of the Rat squad involved in the operation. Wood and Cambridge had been left out to continue following up on any leads in England regarding Voldemort and the others' whereabouts. "Next position check in 15 minutes unless the buggers turn up," Alastair ordered. "Eagle 1 out." "Shouldn't I be Eagle 1? Amelia complained good-naturedly. I still beat you out on age, lass, Alastair replied, wagging his finger at her as he picked up his flask. He took a swig of his drink and smacked his lips exaggeratedly. Nothing like a good cup of tea. If that's just tea in your flask, I'm a monkey's uncle, Amelia remarked, tapping her cup with her wand to refill it with more aromatic coffee. So, Alastair said brightly, I heard you put Tonks on a sabbatical so she could guard Lupin abroad. Amelia darted a quick look at him, not fooled by the innocent expression he wore. She invited you to the wedding, didn't she? No sense of discretion, that one. She didn't even put any security spells on the letter. Alastair agreed. Rita might be watching herself now, but it's only a matter of time before another one of those vultures catches wind of it if Tonks doesn't smarten up. She's driving Sirius to distraction, Amelia sighed heavily. If she wasn't on a sabbatical, I'd call her on the carpet. Alastair grunted. That didn't stop me. I sent her a howler. You should do the same. It might knock some sense into her. Getting herself in trouble is no excuse for becoming an idiot. Alastair! Amelia admonished him, even though she inwardly agreed with his assessment. She was disappointed in Tonks. She had such high hopes for the young Aura. Despite Tonks' family connection and her skills, Amelia knew the unplanned pregnancy would impact the young woman's career and her future prospects, especially with her male superiors. The fact that it had happened with a werewolf, regardless of who he was or the position he held. Amelia grimaced, shamefully recognizing her own prejudicial bias but unable to completely suppress her horror at the thought of intimacy with someone who carried the lycanthropy disease. If he bit her in a moment of passion, it didn't bear thinking about. But Remus was a good man and an honorable wizard. He was doing right by Tonks in marrying her and had taken the sensible approach of taking them both abroad to hopefully delay the revelation of the union and the prospective addition to the House of Black until Sirius and the Potter Alliance had done enough to minimize the political fallout. It would be a shame for Lupin, Amelia thought, if the consequence of the dalliance undid every positive measure Sirius had secured for his oldest friend. Quite honestly, Amelia could hex both Tonks and Lupin for their selfish behavior. What had they been thinking? Maybe Alastair had the right idea. Amelia mused that maybe she should send Tonks a sharp reminder not to be an idiot. We have movement, Alastair said suddenly. Amelia grabbed the armniculars and scanned the street. Cavietti was approaching from the north end. With his small, stout stature, Cavietti seemed to roll rather than walk. She sniffed in disgust at his oily black hair and overly groomed mustache. The wandmaker barreled up to the cafe and went inside for his usual morning double espresso. 10 minutes later, he emerged and headed for the door of his shop, a morning paper tucked under his arm that he had snagged from the cafe counter. Thief, Amelia muttered under her breath. Cavietti wove his wand in a complex pattern to unlock the wards, and a moment later, he was inside. The mirror flared to life. Février arrived and on his way, Ambry reported crisply, even as she mind-checking her lipstick. 2 others with him, a man and a woman. The mirror went black again. Got them at the south end, Alastair said. Coming up the street now. The mirror flared again. I've got company. Black cat, unusual markings, sitting on the wall outside of Cavietti's. Going silent, Brooke said tersely. An animagus. Amelia wondered aloud. There was no record of any of the missing Death Eaters being an animagus, apart from Pettigrew, but there had been no record of Sirius either. Alastair grimaced. Could be a familiar. A Kneazle could spy well enough. They watched as Cavietti greeted Février and ushered the French antiquities dealer and the unknown couple inside. Trat said then, Alastair said darkly. Amelia checked the time again. Only 30 minutes to go before the operation began in earnest. She tapped her fingers restlessly. Rat 3 reporting, Chambers' voice drifted out of the mirror. Dog and Bone are on the way. Amelia paused. I have an interested party who watched them leave. I'm following up. Call for backup, Amelia ordered. Alastair glared at the mirror as it winked out. They're traveling early. Timing is everything, Amelia corrected. Don't forget they have to clear customs before apparating and walking up to the shop. Alastair fell silent. Amelia frowned, wishing they could have had everyone in Italy overnight, but security considerations had ruled that out. She took a gulp of hot coffee and almost choked as it burned its way down her throat. With her mind occupied with whether everything would go as planned at the Italian ministry, she almost missed Alastair's flinch. "What?" Amelia asked sharply. Flash of green inside the one shop, Alastair said darkly. Amelia's heart seemed to stutter in her chest. The killing curse? I would say so, Alastair frowned. If we assume the unknown man and woman are Death Eaters, then it's either Fevrier or Cavietti. Fevrier, Amelia said. They don't need him anymore. Maybe they had him under Imperio. Well, we'll get them for murder, Alastair said with satisfaction. The mirror buzzed. Cat's been let in the back door, Brooks reported tensely. So, the Death Eaters had secured the shop. Amelia tapped the mirror. Eagle's nest to Italian stallions. We have circumstantial evidence a murder has taken place in the one shop. Jurisdiction is yours. Do you wish to abort operation and attempt arrest now or continue? Continue, Marco appeared in the mirror. He was a stunningly beautiful man with clear olive skin, dark brown hair cut into a fashionable style, twinkling green eyes, and a mobile mouth that could smile disarmingly. Acknowledged, Amelia said crisply and closed the connection. She would not have made the same decision, but it was not hers to make. Alastair grunted beside her. He's after Cavietti, remember. Cavietti could be the one murdered, Amelia replied. You and I know that's not the case. Bloody likely, Alastair said, clearly frustrated. Amelia sighed, hoping that Chambers was having better luck. It only took a quick call through the mirror to have the rest of the rat squad in England on their way to support Chambers. He was unhurriedly tracking a nondescript man with balding hair, dressed in a cheap everyday robe, as he walked down Diagon Alley toward the Leaky Cauldron. Chambers had no doubt that this man was suspicious. The suspect had been lingering around the International Portkey office since early that morning, ever since a disillusioned Chambers had arrived for surveillance duties. The man had made a show of asking about the price of international portkeys to Russia, but he hadn't taken notes. He had discarded the pamphlets that Beryl Pootle had handed him and continued to lurk. Chambers noted that the man almost snapped to attention when his charges arrived to wait for their portkey allocation and departure. The most suspicious act, however, was when the man pressed his left arm just as the portkey to Italy activated and then left without further ado. The man wasn't tagged as a Death Eater, which meant he was either a new recruit or one of the missing prisoners. Either way, Chambers was determined to capture him as a matter of pride for the squad. They were working hard, Chambers thought, feeling a bit belligerent, but their only real successes had been the arrests at the World Cup and tracking down the Summers woman in the crypt. Even those victories were tempered by Travers' escape and the lack of progress in waking the two hostages they had rescued. Ahead, his suspect reached the Leaky Cauldron and tapped on the wall to open the entrance. Chambers quickened his pace as the wall closed again, hurrying to catch up. He made himself visible, tapped the wall, and entered as if unconcerned, sliding to the left and casting a Tempest charm with a scowl as he pretended to wait for someone. His suspect was at the bar. After talking to Tom and retrieving a key, Chambers noticed a flash of the number 8 on the fob. He slid deeper into the shadows as the bald man ascended the stairs to a leaky room. Just as the man disappeared from view, Wood and Cambridge stepped into the leaky from the alley. Chambers quickly caught their attention. He's upstairs in room 8, he reported crisply. Wood, the most senior member of the squad, nodded. Good work, Tim. Darren, you stay down here. Get the anti-transportation wards up, close the flue, and have Tom quietly evacuate as many people as possible through the exits. Righto, Cambridge replied with a quick grin at Chambers. Chambers rolled his eyes and followed Wood up the stairs. They both drew their wands and positioned themselves on either side of the door. Wood signaled with one hand that they would go on a count of 3. Chambers nodded. Wood held up one finger. 2. 3. With a swift motion, Wood swept his wand at the door, unlocking and slamming it open in one fell swoop. Chambers charged in. "Auras," he shouted at the balding man by the bed. "Surrender your wand now." The man swallowed hard, his eyes darting around the room in search of an escape. Chambers kept his wand leveled on the suspect, knowing Wood had his back. What is the meaning of this?" the bald man stuttered, his gaze shifting nervously, his wand still gripped tightly. "Put down the wand." "We will fire on you," Chambers warned, gritting his teeth. The bald man acted as if he would place the wand on the bed, but at the last moment, he whirled away and grabbed something from the dresser. Chambers and Wood fired simultaneously. Their stunning spells struck the bald man, who dropped like a stone to the hardwood floor. Wood quickly cast a binding spell on his hands and feet. Chambers moved closer and kicked away the cone the bald man had grabbed. "Portkey," Chambers muttered. The wards prevented the spell from working, but it could still provide information about a safe house for the Death Eaters or Voldemort's location. He levitated the item into a conjured evidence bag. Well, Wood said, his voice full of satisfaction, catching Chambers' attention. "What?" Chambers asked, looking down at their captive. He grimaced as the features of the bald man morphed out of their polyjuice state. Well, indeed," Wood replied, grinning. He crouched down to poke the still stunned Death Eater at their feet. "Nice to see you again, Dennis the Elder. Don't you worry, we'll soon have your sorry carcass back in Azkaban." "Dog and bone on their way," Ambry's disembodied voice echoed from the mirror, causing Amelia to jump. Alastair shot Amelia a look of chastisement that took her back to her aura training. She raised her unniculars just in time to see Sirius and her brother enter the street. Her heart felt lodged in her throat as she tracked them to the shop. Why had she thought this was a good idea? "Steady, lass," Alastair said under his breath, not unkindly. The two wizards reached the wand shop. Her brother's gait lacked its usual energy, and there were no excited hand gestures accompanying his speech as they discussed something briefly. They approached the door and rang the bell. Amelia drew a quick breath as Cavietti answered and ushered them inside. As they had suspected, Fevrier was likely dead. "It's going to be 2 against 4, she muttered. "They're both capable wizards," Alastair stated without hesitation. "Italian stallions reporting to all, wards have gone up. We have erected our own," Amelia heard in her earpiece. She settled back, but she couldn't hide the flinch when flashes of light erupted in the wand shop. She tapped the mirror urgently. "Spell fire. Backup needed now," Amelia ordered. Immediately, the 2 auras sprang into action. Masquerading as waiters, the auras rushed to the shop and blew open the door. 2 more emerged from the cafe to support their colleagues. Alastair was already in motion. Amelia faintly heard the door slam as he left and the clop of his leg charging down the stairs. She kept her gaze fixed on the shop, ready to report any sign of escape. "I've got the cat going out the back," Brooks reported suddenly. "Pursuit in progress. He's heading to the apparition point." "I'm on it," Ambry confirmed. Amelia watched as Alastair hurried across the street. He paused to take a position beside the door, drawing 2 wands. After glancing through the opening, he entered the shop. "1 cat animagus captured," Brooks announced, a smug satisfaction in his tone. Ambry took him down at the apparition point. "We have Boris Dolohov." Amelia frowned. Antonin Dolohov was in Azkaban, and Boris was his younger brother. Boris had fled to the continent, and they had been unable to argue for his extradition when Romania had declared him to have been under the imperius and innocent. Suddenly, Alastair's voice crackled over the mirror. "We're all clear. Looks like we've got a team of newbies." Without hesitation, Amelia grabbed the mirror and charged out. Her descent down the stairs and across the tiny street was a blur. She met a grinning Marco at the door of the shop. "Director." "Ladies first, of course," Marco said, sweeping his arm out and inviting her into the wand shop. Amelia pushed through, noticing that the four Italians had taken a corner of the room to cover, which was almost textbook or a standard procedure. She hurried to the center where Alastair stood with the other two Brits in the room. Their wands pointed downwards at the bound and gagged witch and wizard they had disarmed, along with an unconscious Cavietti. She quickly surveyed the two men who had played bait. Their clothing was a bit ruffled, and there were a couple of tears in the material, but neither looked harmed in any way. "All right?" she asked anyway. Sirius's face contorted into a sneer. "A little singed." Marco immediately drew his wand and pointed it at Sirius. "You are not Sirius Black." Amelia hurriedly placed herself between them, both hands raised. "Neither of these men are who they appear to be. Both are part of the team for this operation." Marco's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he lowered his wand. "Polyjuice?" "Yes," Amelia replied. "My apologies for the deception, but we could not risk this detail leaking in any way. Lord Black was adamant that he could not participate in person, and I would not risk a civilian such as my brother. The real Lord Black and Lord Bones never left the Italian ministry." "Then I suggest we adjourn there with our prisoners," Marco said shortly. Amelia had a feeling she was going to be lectured about keeping information from him as head aura. She wouldn't be pleased in his position either, but she knew Marco was sensible enough not to make a bigger deal out of the deception than necessary. "Search the shop." Marco grinned at his gleeful auras. "We will have much to discuss with Cavietti." The mirror buzzed in her hand. "Eagle, here." Amelia responded. Chambers grinned back at her. "We got Travers Sr." Amelia smiled darkly. "Get him into a holding cell. Rat Squad only as his guard. Tell Fudge and Scrimger that they'll answer to me if they go anywhere near him before I get back." "Yes." Chambers blinked out. Amelia exchanged a gleeful look with Alastair. It had been a very good day. Sirius couldn't quite prevent the blush creeping up his neck and across his cheeks as Marco stepped out of their farewell hug and grinned at him wickedly. "It was good to see you, Siri," Marco said softly. "Bring your son to visit. I would love to host you both." Sirius was touched at the invitation. "It was good to see you again, Marco," Sirius said sincerely. Marco's grin faded as he shifted position and bowed sharply to Richard, Amelia, and Alastair, who were watching with amusement. "I present the minister's thanks for bringing this criminal activity to our attention, Director Bones," Marco stated formally. "We extend our minister's thanks for your cooperation in this matter," Amelia replied. "I will leave you now. Your port key will activate in a few minutes," Marco said. "Until next time." He searched for Sirius one last time before stepping out of the privacy bubble that Alastair had conjured as soon as they arrived in the small ministry transportation room. "So, you and Marco worked together during the last war?" Richard asked teasingly. Sirius sighed inwardly, knowing this would lead to more teasing, but he maintained a straight face. "He was undercover for the Italians with the Death Eaters in the same gang I was. We were both aware of each other in case we needed assistance." "And?" Amelia prompted dryly, likely getting her own back for all the times he had teased her about Brian. "And nothing," Sirius said firmly. He wasn't ashamed of his past relationship with Marco, which had been more about companionship in the midst of the Death Eater horror they both faced undercover. But that was in the past, and it was nobody else's business. "Well, you would have been better warming blankets with him than kelp," Alastair said bluntly. "She was cold enough to freeze a man's." "Alastair!" Amelia snapped before he could complete the insult. Sirius snorted with amusement. "He's not wrong." "You should flew him when we get back," Richard suggested. "He's clearly still interested." Sirius shook his head. As flattering as it was to see the regard and affection still in Marco's gaze, Sirius had his hands full with Harry. "I'm not interested." "You could use some fun in your life," Richard coaxed. "Anna. Your partner would be able to give you a lot of support with Harry." Sirius shook his head. "I'm happy as I am, so thanks, but no thanks." He wagged a finger at his friend. "No matchmaking." He turned to Alastair. Thanks, by the way, for whatever you said to Tonks. She miracled last night and apologized for the lapse in security. I sent her a howler, Alastair said with satisfaction. Are you still planning on making the announcement at the April session? Amelia jumped in, continuing the subject and cutting off her brother. Yes, Sirius nodded. He, Daniel Greengrass, and Cornelius had discussed the political ramifications until they were all exhausted. It had been a lucky break discovering Rita's secret just after the second task. He really owed Susan and Hermione some kind of present for that. I can't believe her behavior, Amelia commented with a touch of exasperation. She's always been so level-headed. I think Bogdan offering to do the wedding made it suddenly a big thing rather than a quiet family occasion, and it made her a bit giddy, Sirius offered diplomatically. It was either that or hormones, and he wasn't going to suggest the latter in front of a woman. He valued his life too much to risk it. Giddy, my ass, Alastair huffed. She has acted without considering her house and the consequences at all. Richard said soberly, she's lucky you're so understanding, Sirius. Another head of house would have disowned her. She wasn't raised to consider the house, and she's very young, Sirius said, feeling a little defensive on his cousin's behalf. This whole thing has been one very big life lesson for her. Well, there's nothing like parenthood to make you grow up fast, Richard said. Flick and I found that out with Sue. Portkey, Alastair reminded them. They all reached forward and grabbed the ticket that had appeared in front of them. Sirius felt the pull of the transportation and gathered himself for the landing. The reception room at the Ministry of Magic was unremarkable, but an official was stationed there to check their wands and identities. Geoffrey, Amelia greeted him by name. Did the others return all right? No problems, Director, Geoffrey replied, doffing an imaginary cap and bowing his head at the sight of Sirius and Richard. Lords. Amelia led the way into the ministry. Sirius followed, pushing aside his tiredness from an extremely early morning and the slight nausea from the international portkey. The holding cells were located below the aura department, and when they arrived, they found Rufus Scrimger pacing his office like a caged lion. I'd best deal with this one-on-one, Amelia said briskly. Why don't you head down there? Alastair knows the way. Richard raised his hands. I'll say goodbye here. Flick's expecting me for lunch. He shook hands with Sirius. I'll see you on Monday at the Alliance tea. Sirius nodded in agreement. Thanks for all your help today, Richard. Richard grinned. I did nothing but sit with you in a wonderfully comfortable office and eat lots of those amazing almond biscotti. Shacklebolt did the hard work. It had been Kingsley who'd taken Richard's form and face as part of the operation, while Dawlish had taken Sirius's. It had been slightly disconcerting to see someone else wearing his own features, Sirius thought wryly. He shook himself at Alastair's sharp admonishment to stop lollygagging. He returned Richard's wave of goodbye and followed his old mentor. Sirius was pleased he had remembered to call Harry before they returned from Italy and hadn't deferred it until he got back to England. Harry's relief at the operation being over had been evident, and Sirius was assured his son was no longer wearing out Minnie with nervous energy. The path down to the cells brought back nostalgic memories of his time as a hit wizard and working with Janes. Sirius was glad of the memories. They moved in silence toward the holding area where Travers Sr. was being kept. Cambridge and Wood stood outside the door. Cambridge was positioned to the left, ready to provide cover if the door opened. Wood was stationed off-center on the opposite wall. The director's on her way, Alastair said as the two men straightened up. Where's Chambers? Scrimger wanted his report written up right away, Wood replied. Alastair grunted in response. Sirius sighed. The head aura could be petty and finicky at times, but Amelia had excluded him from the Italian operation, so it was understandable that he wasn't pleased about her taking charge of interrogating a recaptured prisoner. How did the Italian job go, sir? Cambridge asked eagerly. Boris Dolohov cracked like an egg. At least his brother had some gumption, Alastair said bluntly. We had a visit from his brother's old friend Greyback, who informed us about the return of their master. There were rumors in the criminal world about Fevrier and Cavietti running a scam on Black, so Dolohov decided to join in. He intended to capture me and offer me to Voldemort in exchange for his brother's rescue from Azkaban, Sirius added, conjuring a chair and sitting down. Alastair eyed the chair and muttered under his breath, calling him a wimp before continuing. His wife Gorgonia killed Fevrier and tried to kill Shaq when he was Lord Bones. Her brother tried to kidnap Dawlish, who was pretending to be me, Sirius said. Wood started chuckling. And Dawlish left him alive. Watch what you say, Wood, Alastair said sharply. Dawlish may be a pain, but he is one of ours. Wood held up his hands. No offense intended. I just can't see my old partner taking being almost kidnapped kindly. And to answer your question, Sirius interjected before they could argue further, he wasn't impressed, but the bad guys are all alive and in Italian custody. They will be tried for their crimes there. Unfortunately, they had limited knowledge of what was happening here. According to Dolohov, when he was under the truth potion, Greyback put them in touch with their friend in there, pointing at the cell door. This friend provided them with notice of his and Lord Bones' departure. Travers Sr. apparently owed the Dolohovs a favor and agreed to help because of that. Dolohov had no idea if Voldemort even knew about his effort. A sound echoed from the bottom of the corridor, and they all turned, wands drawn, to see Amelia, Cornelius, and Rufus approaching. Chambers brought up the rear. Sirius stood up and absent-mindedly dismissed the chair with a wave. He greeted Cornelius, who praised them all effusively. Amelia finally interrupted the minister's rambling. Rufus has convinced me it would be better for me to focus on the prosecution without being associated with the questioning of the prisoner, so he'll be taking the lead here. I'd appreciate you sitting in, Moody, Rufus said gruffly. Alastair nodded. Cambridge, Wood, you will continue to guard the outside of the cell, Rufus ordered briskly. He unlocked the cell and marched inside without further ado, Alastair following closely behind. The door clanged shut behind them. The rest of us will observe, Amelia said, motioning to the next door along, and they all filed in. Amelia tapped the adjoining wall, and it became transparent. Rufus sat with his back to the observers, while Dennis Travers Sr. sat bound in ropes to a chair on the opposite side of the table. Alastair stood behind him, a looming, threatening presence. Rufus reached into his robes and pulled out parchment, a quill, and a vial of veritaserum. I'm not going to tell you anything, Travers snarled angrily. I know my rights. I want a solicitor. Rufus bared his teeth in a semblance of a smile. You have no rights. Rights, Travers? You're an escaped prisoner. If I wanted to, I could send you straight back to Azkaban, no questions asked. Rufus pulled another parchment from his inner pocket. This is a special warrant giving me the authority to use any force necessary in your questioning due to your involvement in terrorist activity, which is a direct threat to the security of the wizarding world. Travers stiffened. Rufus nodded at Alastair, and in a swift motion, Travers was frozen, his mouth yanked open as the requisite dosage of veritaserum was dropped down his throat. They waited a moment for the truth potion to take effect. Rufus set the quill to record. Name: Dennis Travers. How did you escape from Azkaban? Rufus asked briskly. Bartemius Crouch Jr., disguised as the minister, released me, Mulciber, and Rookwood into his custody, Travers droned in a monotone, detached voice. Sirius shivered. Where have you been hiding since your escape? Rufus continued. On the Durmstrang ship docked in the Black Lake at Hogwarts, Travers replied immediately. Who knows you are there? Rufus asked, shifting with barely concealed excitement. My lord and master, the traitor Karkaroff, Bartemius Crouch Jr., Peter Pettigrew, the lord and master's familiar, and my son, Travers recited. Sirius exchanged a brief look with Amelia and Cornelius. The confession was good enough to secure an official move to search the ship. Hopefully, combined with all Bogdan had already done unofficially, they could be aboard within a few hours. What contact have you had with your lord and master? Rufus asked. I met with him on the first night of my escape. I have met with him every other week since to make my report. Travers was clearly regaining some awareness. A sweat had broken out on his brow, a sign he was resisting. How do you meet with him? Alastair asked. I go through the vanishing cabinet aboard the ship. Durmstrang's ship and exit through the matching one in the cottage where my lord and master resides, Travers gasped. This cottage is where? Rufus pressed. Travers struggled against the Veritaserum, turning a shocking shade of purple before he stuttered out a location, a village in the Lake District. It was enough. Amelia whirled away immediately just as Rufus was getting to his feet in the cell. They had a search and a raid to prepare. Sirius silently refused Amelia's offer to join them. He wanted to hear the rest of the interrogation. Alastair slid into Rufus's place. Why were you at the ministry today? Alastair asked. To assist Boris Dolohov in his attempt to capture Sirius Black, Travers confessed easily. I was to ensure Black left for Italy on schedule and contact them if there was any delay. What else did you know of the plot? Only the timings, Travers said, struggling against the potion again. How did you get into the ministry? Alastair demanded. I ran the department governing transportation for a number of years. I have back doors into the transportation system, including the flu network. I flew into my old office without being detected. A bead of sweat ran down the side of his face. Tell me everything you know about the plot to return your Dark Lord to a body and to kill Harry Potter. Travers gulped and looked anywhere but at the ruined face in front of him. The last task, he said finally. He'll take the boy during the last task as the final part of some ritual. He wants Snape to do the potion because he thinks Pettigrew will screw it up. That's all I know. And what will your Dark Lord do to ensure that he takes the boy? Alastair pressed. I don't know, Travers stuttered. Crouch is the only one who knows. He slumped over suddenly. Alastair raised his wand and ran a diagnostic spell on him. He sniffed, packed up the parchment, quill, and serum, and left Travers behind. Sirius found Alastair in the corridor as he left the room. Shouldn't we get a healer? He asked. Alastair shook his head and began walking. He passed out. He'll come to eventually. Sirius felt a familiar sense of déjà vu and frowned, recalling a similar incident during his training. You said that about Kevin Mucky back in 1981, and he'd had a heart attack. Alastair stopped and turned back. Ori, Cambridge. Do another diagnostic on the prisoner. He might have had a heart attack. His eye whirled. Nice catch, Black. I always did get those results confused. Sirius shook his head, suppressing a smile despite his twitching lips. You should think about signing back on, Alastair suggested as they headed back up to the main level. You and Potter were my best students. I'm happy enough doing what I'm doing, Sirius insisted, pushing aside the pang of disappointment at not being able to rejoin as a hit wizard. He reminded himself that he was focused on Harry, managing the estates and navigating politics for him. Harumph, Alastair said, pushing open the double doors to the Aura department. There you are, Amelia said, catching hold of Sirius and waving a hand at Alastair. Rufus wants your advice on searching Cumbria. Alastair limped away, and Amelia guided Sirius through the ministry corridors to her office. She sat him down and summoned an elf to bring them coffee. From her robes, she produced a box of biscotti and placed it on the desk between them. I've been ordered to keep you out of it, Amelia said bluntly. Cornelius is fluing Bogdan to push for an immediate raid on the ship, and Rufus is leading on the Lake District angle. And by giving you the job of keeping me out of it, they're also keeping me out of it too, Amelia replied, picking up her coffee. I annoyed both of them by keeping control of the Italian operation, but I have no regrets. I'll let them have this. Sirius thought it was unlikely that either situation would lead to more arrests. The moment Travers was arrested, it was probable that Voldemort's followers had been informed in some way, if only due to Travers' absence. However, there was a chance they might find something at either location, and Amelia was generous enough to step back and allow her colleagues some of the glory. Sirius watched with amusement as Amelia drained her cup and looked longingly at the coffee pot. You're going to be bouncing off the walls if you have another, he remarked. Amelia set her cup down and smiled back at him. She picked up one of the almond biscotti from the box in front of them. These are fabulous. Italians have some of the best cuisine in the world, Sirius agreed. You and Brian should take a holiday out there. Harry has a villa in Tuscany, and I have an apartment in Rome. You're welcome to use both. That might be one of your better ideas, Amelia said, brushing the crumbs from her robes. I could use a break. She smiled again. I might even have earned it today. Her gaze narrowed on Sirius. You know Richard wasn't wrong about Marco's interest. You could go back to Italy yourself with Harry for a holiday and renew old acquaintances. Sirius sighed heavily and raised his eyebrows. You're not seriously trying to fix me up, Amelia? Amelia grimaced exaggeratedly. Merlin forbid. She held up a single hand. She sighed and leaned back in her chair, holding his gaze. We're worried about you, Sirius. We're all your friends, and I think you know we support you. Sirius nodded, bemused. So we're all aware that Remus Lupin is your closest friend and confidant, Amelia continued. And that you've lost his supportive counsel and presence because of his relationship with young Tonks, which impacts you. She didn't expand on the thought but allowed the silence to linger. Sirius understood her concern. A romantic partner might not replace Remus, but could provide you with additional support. I appreciate the concern, Sirius said after a long moment, trying to organize his thoughts. Look, Remus and I talk every day. No, it's not the same, but it's enough. Believe me when I say I have no interest in or time for a romantic relationship right now. Amelia nodded slowly. I don't think Harry would object though, should. Harry, Sirius interrupted, has already given me pseudo-permission to date when we talked about it last year. But, he looked at her seriously, you and I both know that underneath Harry's mature exterior as the champion of the light and leader of the Potter Alliance, there's a scared 14-year-old who has faced unimaginable horrors, who is prophesied to face more, and who has spent most of his life emotionally abused and physically neglected. Her expression softened with understanding. And the last thing he needs right now is to feel in competition for your time and attention. He deserves to be put first for once in his life, to know it, and to never doubt it, Sirius said simply. While Remus isn't available as much these days, I have you, Richard, Daniel, and many others to talk to when I need to vent or whatever. He recalled the night of the second task, curled up with Minnie in front of the fire, both in their animagus forms. Even as Padfoot, he had nightmares of Harry being swallowed whole by the snake he faced. And not without support. I won't say anything more about it then, Amelia said. Sirius nodded in gratitude and shifted his position, preparing to rise. Well, since you can definitely claim to have kept me out of the latest operations, I'm going to head back to Hogwarts. I'll inform Albus about the probable raid on the ship and make sure I keep my son and his friends distracted from it. Amelia's eyes widened as she suddenly realized how the impending raid could be disrupted by a group of curious students. Good plan, she said. Sirius smirked at her slightly panicked expression and headed for the door. He paused in the doorway and looked back over his shoulder. Thanks, Amelia. She waved him off dismissively, and he shook away the feelings their conversation had stirred, the faint memories of another time and the excitement of his old job, being part of a team on an important mission. He reminded himself that he had an important mission, and suddenly he couldn't wait to return home to Hogwarts and see his son. Hear this? Alastair's voice boomed through the school. All students to common rooms. All students to common rooms. Harry morphed back into his human form and immediately glanced at his honorary aunt. The deputy headmistress frowned and motioned for Ron and Hermione to remain seated on the settee. She conjured a messenger patronus and sent it off to Dumbledore, politely requesting information. I think it would be prudent for us to remain where we are, Minerva said firmly. I'm certain there is nothing to worry about. The unspoken implication that it might be one of Alastair's constant vigilance tests relaxed them all a bit. Ron began laughing and pointed at Harry with his paw. Harry looked down at his fur-covered skin and sighed heavily. I was distracted. Hermione's eyes sparkled with amusement, but she valiantly kept her laughter to herself. At least you have fur, she said with a sigh. Minerva grimaced. It may be time to admit defeat on the meditation process, Miss Granger, and find your form through a potion. I just don't understand why I can't see it, Hermione complained. I can achieve a meditative state now, but it's just cloudy. I can't see anything. It's entirely possible that your age may be hindering the assumption of a form, Minerva said. Our teenage years are a crucial time for forming and solidifying our identities. It may be that your subconscious view of yourself is currently in flux, leading to this unclear perception, as your inner self is changing. The animagus form remains unknown, Minerva explained. I don't understand why Ron and Harry have forms if that's the case, Hermione questioned, folding her arms over her chest and glaring at both boys. They are not questioning their inner selves in the same way you are, Minerva said, holding up a hand. There is no right or wrong about this. Boys tend to be more definitive about their identities and less inclined to ponder their personalities and behavior. Girls, on the other hand, are more self-aware and tend to question these aspects. It is not a failure on your part, Miss Granger. It is quite normal. Her eyes found Harry's, and she smiled. Harry's mother was unable to achieve an animagus form during her time at Hogwarts for similar reasons. Hermione's lips drooped into a frown. So I'm not going to be able to become an animagus? There's the potion, Harry said quickly, trying to cheer her up. There is, but without a commitment to the animal shown by the potion, it will be incredibly difficult to transform into it, Minerva cautioned. A white, shining Patronus shimmered through the door and flew over to the group. The Phoenix Patronus opened its mouth. Aurors are currently preparing for a sanctioned raid on the Durmstrang ship, Dumbledore's voice said calmly. Please stay with Harry. I will have another teacher check in on Gryffindor. Harry tensed. Sirius had called him to assure him that the Italian operation had been a success and that he was fine, but he hadn't heard anything since. Perhaps the prisoners had confessed to the location of the conspirators who had sabotaged the Triwizard Tournament or given up Karkaroff. Minerva hummed as the Patronus dissipated. Perhaps we should all revert to our human forms and have a snack. She waved her wand, and Ron's hand. Harry morphed back to his human form. He briefly closed his eyes and willed the fur away. Visualizing his own skin, he reopened his eyes to find the fur gone. It's not fair, Hermione complained. You have two forms, and I can't even find one. Talk to your parents and Sirius about the potion, Harry replied. I'm sure they'll agree to you trying it. Hermione sighed and nodded, pushing her bushy hair back over her shoulders. I wish I could do it your way, though. Ron shrugged. It is really difficult. His eyes, however, betrayed his delight and smugness at having achieved something she had not. Harry slipped his hand into Hermione's for support. You'll get it. I know you will, he reassured her. Hermione sighed and squeezed his hand in silent gratitude. Suddenly, the portrait door opened. Harry instinctively pointed his wand at the intruder, and Minerva spun around with her wand ready as well. They glared at an unrepentant Sirius, who entered the room as the portrait door swung shut behind him. Sirius winked at them but quickly returned his attention to the hand mirror he held. Thanks for the assist, Remus. Whatever you said to Bogdan worked because a dozen Bulgarian auras have shown up. He nodded absently. As soon as I know anything, Padfoot out. He lowered his mirror and greeted them with a cheerful hi. Really, Sirius, Minerva sniffed, you could have let us know you were on your way. The school is in lockdown. I know, Sirius replied calmly. Alastair almost wouldn't let me in. He opened his arms to Harry, and they shared a brief hug. What's going on? Ron asked, curiosity evident on his face. Are they really raiding the Durmstrang ship? Sirius nodded. Well, in about 10 minutes or so. He gestured toward the sofas. Minerva excused herself to check on Gryffindor personally, while Harry and his two friends took seats. Dobby popped in with refreshments. Sirius picked up a cup of tea with an appreciative sigh. Travers Sr. was caught by the rat squad in the leaky cauldron this morning. He waved vaguely in the air. He was the lookout here to ensure Richard and I were on our way to Italy. Chambers picked up on him, followed him, and captured him. Harry's eyes widened as he quickly deduced what had happened. He's confessed they're using the ship. Of course, Hermione said excitedly. The Ministry would finally have enough cause to request an international warrant. Sirius smiled at them proudly. Exactly. He motioned in the general direction of the Black Lake. We've got a team of Aurors, and Bulgaria has sent some. They're going to be boarding shortly. What'll happen with Travers? Ron asked, picking up a large chocolate biscuit and dunking it into a mug of hot chocolate. At the moment, he's in the prisoner's ward at St. Mungo's. Sirius winced visibly. He really resisted the Veritaserum and put a lot of pressure on his heart. He had a heart attack, and the healers aren't optimistic. He probably wasn't in the best physical condition after being in Azkaban for so long, Hermione murmured. It's not the best place for healthy living. Sirius agreed dryly. I was lucky that I had my animagus form to shift into. I still don't have an animagus form. Hermione repeated her earlier concern about her identity being in flux. Sirius nodded understandingly. Lily had the same problem when she meditated in her 7th year in an attempt to join us. She ended up going with the potion, and she only took that after she and James had been married for a while. What was she? Harry asked eagerly. A doe. Sirius smiled sadly, his eyes unfocused as though staring back into the past. She knew Prong's form by then, of course, and as James' wife, magic pushed her into a complementary form. If properly, she'd have been something else, he said with a shrug. Either way, she never mastered the transformation. Soon after she took the potion, she found out she was pregnant with you. Harry took a deep breath, calming his emotions and his magic. He loved hearing stories about his parents, and there was so much he still didn't know about them. Can I do the potion? Hermione asked. You have to make it yourself, Sirius cautioned. She made polyjuice in our 2nd year, Ron said, munching on his biscuit. She'll be fine. I think it's just as well Minnie left, Sirius teased. Otherwise, you'd be in hot water. He pointed at Hermione, who blushed. It was for a good cause, Hermione muttered sheepishly. Yes, Sirius replied dryly, breaking into the Slytherin common room to find out if Draco was actually the heir of Slytherin. Hermione and Ron turned accusing looks on Harry, who held up his hands. I didn't tell him, he protested, then relented enough to admit he had confessed, but only after Sirius made it clear he already knew. Your brother spilled everything to Remus, Sirius said cheerfully to Ron. Hermione huffed. Ron looked appalled. I didn't think they knew. They must have overheard us talking or something, Harry said. Or maybe they realized the trio was always holed up in Myrtle's bathroom because they had the map and had investigated. I'll talk to your parents, Sirius offered. If they say yes, then I'll teach you how to make the potion. Hermione's face brightened. Thank you. So what happened this morning in Italy? Harry asked, eager for details now that the operation was over and Sirius was standing in front of him, uninjured. Sirius grinned and began to recount the tale to his captivated audience. He was just explaining the Italian justice system the captured criminals would face when he was interrupted by another announcement. All clear. Alastair's voice boomed. Common rooms are now open. Does this mean the raid's over? Ron asked excitedly. Sirius took one look at their curious faces and sighed. He called for Dobby, who went to collect outerwear for Ron and Hermione. Get your cloaks on. We'll go take a gander. Harry smiled widely and raced upstairs to get his own cloak. 5 minutes later, they were out of the rooms, walking through the still quiet corridors of Hogwarts. Most of the students had stayed in the common rooms despite Professor Moody's announcement. Sirius herded them out of the entrance. As soon as they rounded the corner to the lake, they could see the bank filled with people. The team of British Aurors was distinctive in their red cloaks, but Harry could make out Bill and Caro talking with them. Amelia Bones stood off to one side, in conference with the team of international Aurors, Moody, Snape, a Durmstrang professor, and the headmaster. "I guess Amelia couldn't stay away," murmured Sirius. Moody caught sight of them and waved them over. Harry glanced at Sirius, who grimaced but nodded. Hermione tucked her arm around his as they made their way over the muddy grass to lurk close to the group. Snape shot them an annoyed sneer as Moody made room for them all to join the huddle. Dumbledore frowned at them slightly, but his attention was mostly on the Durmstrang professor, who was protesting that he knew nothing. Igor would not let anyone into his office all this time, the small man blustered in a heavy Germanic accent. He would lock the door and refuse us entry. Amelia sighed heavily. She looked warm, and Harry felt a moment's sympathy as he remembered she'd been in Italy that morning with Sirius. "Thank you, Professor von Humberg. We'll let you return to your students." "Gunther," Dumbledore interjected, "please convey our condolences to the students for the sudden death of your headmaster. If there's anything we can do." Harry bit his lip. Did that mean Karkaroff was dead? Amelia cleared her throat. "Director Hatter will be here shortly to help you make all the necessary arrangements. The minister will also be in touch. We will stay and provide additional support and security for the remainder of the tournament." The Bulgarian Auror standing next to her said, "Thank you." Professor von Humberg departed with the Bulgarians in tow. "Karkaroff's dead?" Sirius asked soberly. As a doornail, Moody agreed brusquely. "They left him in his office. Any sign of the others is gone. They cleared it out. If the Dark Lord believed the ship and Karkaroff's involvement to be compromised, he would have ordered Karkaroff to be killed. He held no further value," Snape said evenly. "Has the secondary team found anything?" Sirius asked. "Secondary team?" Harry asked Sirius quietly. Travers also mentioned where Voldemort was hiding," Sirius grimaced. "Didn't I say that?" "No," Harry replied, trying to hide his irritation. "I think I might have remembered if you had." Sirius slung an arm over Harry's shoulders. "I'm getting old, forgetting things. Truthfully, I didn't think much would come of it. Once Travers didn't make it back from his morning activities. They would have run," Harry sighed. "So we're back to square one." "And a very nice square it is too," Sirius said brightly. Snape snorted in the background, and Harry found it horrifying that he agreed with him. Amelia shook her head. "They identified the cottage where we think Riddle and his gang hold up, but again, they cleared out of anything useful." She shivered and huddled into her cloak. "We'll put forensics onto both the ship and the cottage. We might turn up something." Snape huffed loudly. "The Dark Lord is not stupid. He will have left nothing." "Doesn't hurt to double-check, lad," Moody countered. Dumbledore heaved a heavy sigh. "It is a pity. Igor did not reach out for help." "We could have perhaps saved his life," Harry said. "Unlikely," Snape replied. "He'd have gone back to Azkaban for conspiracy to terrorize, attempted murder, premeditated manslaughter due to the death caused by the dragon, and harboring fugitives and terrorists." Moody barked at Dumbledore. His life was over either way. That was a depressing thought, Harry mused, feeling colder than ever. He had very little sympathy for Karkaroff. The man had made his own choices, but ultimately he had been doomed. If he's dead, does this mean the tournament is over now? Ron asked, bemused. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore said briskly. "The tournament is only over if there is a winner." "Or if the contestants are all dead," Moody added. Dumbledore sent him a reproachful look. "We are doing our best to circumvent the strictures of the revised parameters." It was good to know that there would have been a protective shield for anyone left in the cabin at the time of the explosion, Hermione offered supportively. Harry held back a snort at that. Bagman had cheerfully told them about the protective shield after the task had finished. Dumbledore had set it into the walls of the cabin, and it would have flared into being had life been detected within the walls when the explosive hex was detonated. It was still dubious whether it would have worked or not. Dumbledore beamed at Hermione and turned back to Ron. We shall have to confer with Durmstrang once they have dealt with the initial aftermath of Igor's death. They will no doubt appoint a new headmaster or headmistress in time, but it may be that someone like Professor von Humberg steps in as their judge for the final task. The tournament is the least of their worries right now, Amelia agreed. Speaking of which, are we certain that anyone hiding out on the ship has gone and hasn't just assumed a new identity here at Hogwarts? The Bulgarians are doing identity checks on this lot, Moody said. He pointed his thumb behind him at the ship. We may get permission to do the French again with this as evidence of foul play. Amelia nodded. I'll get Hatter onto it. If I were them, I'd pretend to be a Hogwarts student, Ron said casually. Nobody ever checks our identities. They all stared at him. That's brilliant, Ron, Harry congratulated him, thumping Ron on the arm. It is very insightful, Amelia agreed. Sirius smiled proudly at the youngest Weasley male, who was now as red as his hair. HMNPH, Moody said. Take 10 points for Gryffindor, lad. Indeed, Dumbledore added. Snape rolled his eyes behind Moody, and Harry felt his lips twitch into a smile as he took in Snape's disgusted expression. Well, can we do a student check? Amelia asked. Dumbledore frowned. Not without parental permission, I fear. The Board of Governors is also likely to have an opinion. What about the map? Harry pondered. Professor Moody could take the map for a day or two and check that all the students coming into his class are who they say they are. An excellent idea, Dumbledore said brightly. I'd give you points, but alas, you're not in the house system. Thank Merlin, Snape muttered under his breath before he cleared his throat and raised his voice. It has merit as a plan, but we would need to cover more than one subject at Newt level, as not all 6th and 7th years take one particular class. Are we sure there isn't a way to fool the map? Moody asked gruffly. Sirius considered the question for a long moment before he shook his head. I don't think so, but Remus would be the best person to ask. He did a lot of the charm's work. So, we do a spot check with the map this week, Moody said, and in the meantime, the director and the headmaster will approach the board and the parents to get permission for a full blood check. Both Dumbledore and Amelia grimaced. Sounds like a plan, Sirius said. We'll get the map to you for tomorrow morning, he said. You best get yourself back to headquarters, lass, Moody pointed at Amelia. Nothing more for you to do here. Amelia nodded. I'll be in touch if there's anything else. She walked away toward the British Auras, and Harry glanced back at the ship. He shivered. Let's get back inside, Sirius suggested, his hand clasping Harry's shoulder comfortingly. There's nothing to be done here. They all fell into step with each other as they walked back toward Hogwarts. Hey, Harry, Ron broke the silence as they passed the Quidditch pitch. Can you spend some time with Ginny on some Seeker moves? Harry nodded. Ginny was doing much better at being a friend rather than a stalker, and besides, he really wanted Gryffindor to win the cup. They had managed to win their second match against Hufflepuff, and they were facing Slytherin in the last match of the year. It would decide the cup since Slytherin had also managed wins against the other teams. I wish you could play, Ron complained. Ginny's all right, but she's no you, and Malfoy's improved a lot this year. Harry felt warmed by the offhand praise and comforted to know he would be welcomed back to the team. I've been telling him that for weeks, Hermione complained lightly, without any anger or irritation in her tone. She grinned and winked at Harry, who stuck his tongue out at her. Hot chocolate, I think, Sirius said as they made it inside. And biscuits? Ron asked hopefully. You just had some, protested Hermione. I'm a growing lad. Ron retorted. Harry chuckled, exchanging an amused glance with Sirius. Maybe there was someone already in the castle waiting to strike. Maybe Voldemort had shown his ruthlessness in killing Karkaroff. Maybe there was still a trial and a final task to face. But it didn't matter. With the familiar camaraderie of his best friends filling him to the brim as he listened to their usual banter, he felt a sense of comfort. Bickering with his friends, Harry felt reassured by Sirius's steady presence behind him. He knew he wasn't alone. Chapter 69, Promlet Fights Back. March 18, 1995. Hermione picked at her breakfast, not really interested in eating. She had received permission from her parents to try the animagus potion, but she was unsure whether to go ahead. She had woken early and decided to ponder the matter over food before anyone else got up. She frowned as she scooped up more muesli. A motion beside her made her half turn, irritated at being disturbed, but the sight of Luna sliding onto the bench stopped any remark Hermione might have made about wanting to be left alone. Morning, Hermione said instead, watching bemusedly as Luna helped herself to a full English breakfast, half wondering where the small waif of a girl put that amount of food. Good morning, Luna replied cheerfully. You look pensive this morning. Hermione explained the ongoing problem with finding her animagus form and her internal debate about whether to use the potion. She kept her voice low. Harry's animagus form was a secret, as were the lessons, but she knew Luna was a safe confidant. Luna tilted her head as she sliced up a sausage. Why are you so against using the potion? I think it's because all the material states that you're not given a choice. Once you've taken the potion, that's it, that's your form. Hermione sighed. I mean, I understand why Harry's father and Sirius took the potion back in school. It was expedient, and they needed something to help Remus quickly, but there isn't the same argument for me. This is something that Harry invited us to share with him, and just because it's taking me longer. She huffed out another breath, annoyance filling her again. I just don't understand why I can't see my form when Ron and Harry can. Taking the potion feels like I've failed, and that's unacceptable. I know Professor McGonagall explained about self-awareness and questioning identity, but it sucks that they can do something and you can't, Luna said bluntly. Hermione deflated. Hermione felt like a really terrible person. It was fine that the boys were good flyers and enjoyed Quidditch. That was physical and sporty, which wasn't her thing. Being smart and the first to cast spells was her strength. She had to come to terms with the fact that Harry was better than she was in school. She consoled herself by thinking that his power made practical spells easier for him, and he still checked with her on the theory. I'm horrible, she said. Animagus transformation isn't just another spell or just knowing the theory, Luna pointed out. It's more than that, and that's why you're struggling. Professor McGonagall had said something similar when Hermione had approached her after Transfiguration to discuss it again. Stirring her soddy breakfast despondently, Hermione felt the weight of her thoughts. Luna cleared her throat. What else is bothering you about the potion? Hermione squirmed under Luna's sharp silver gaze and sighed. Sirius told us that Harry's mother took the potion because she had similar difficulties in school. When she took it, she ended up with a form that complemented Harry's father. He was a stag, and she was a doe. Luna hummed in understanding. And this disturbs you because you don't want to be seen as just Harry Potter's girlfriend. Exactly, Hermione replied, pushing her half-eaten muesli away and reaching for a banana. I'm a terrible girlfriend. Maybe you can't see your form because you're afraid you won't like it, Luna suggested. You've called yourself a terrible person and a terrible girlfriend. Maybe you don't like yourself enough to see it. That insight struck Hermione deeply. She flinched at the accuracy of Luna's words. Perhaps she truly didn't like herself enough to face the truth, and maybe her hesitation about taking the potion stemmed from uncertainty about seeing her form at all. I don't think you are terrible, Luna said comfortingly. Hermione glanced at her. Really? I wouldn't want to be a raven just because my boyfriend was one, Luna replied. I want to be whatever I am, she said matter-of-factly, her eyes on her bacon. Hermione nodded. Me too, she replied, gesturing with the unpeeled fruit in her hand. I think it scares me that Lily Potter ended up with a form that mirrored her husband so closely. By all accounts, she was, well, your equivalent, Luna said lightly. The smartest witch of her generation. Yes. Hermione flushed bright red, feeling a bit arrogant for comparing herself. But if she took a form so similar to her husband's, what are my chances? Much better, I would have thought, Luna said simply. She was a wife in the late 70s. Society would have driven her to think of herself primarily in terms of her husband and family. Hermione brightened and started to unpeel her banana. Right. And you're not married to Harry, Luna pointed out, emphasizing the obvious difference. Hermione blushed again. She and Harry were a long way from marriage, despite all the jokes made about them since Remus and Tonks began organizing their wedding. But sometimes Hermione daydreamed, and she wasn't ruling it out for the future, even if the logical side of her argued it was unlikely they would stay together. First loves rarely did. That thought was a bit depressing and made her heart ache because she really did love Harry. You think too much, Luna said without even looking at her. Hermione rubbed her forehead and took a bite of the fruit to refrain from replying. Harry's mother took the potion when she was married to Harry's father and considered herself primarily in those terms. Luna waved her knife. You're worried that since you started going out with Harry, you're only seen as his girlfriend. You have enough ambition and smarts to want to be known for yourself first. You're concerned that if the potion shows a raven, it means your identity is being overshadowed by Harry. But you're also worried that if you aren't a raven, Harry will be upset. Hermione nodded, her mouth full of banana. I think you've managed to put what's been bothering me into words, she admitted once she'd swallowed. It's one of the main reasons why I don't want to take the potion. She sighed. But I'm also worried that even if my form isn't related to Harry and it's just me, I still get stuck with that form while I'm still learning and growing. What if the form influences me away from that learning and growing? I can't imagine Sirius being anything other than his form. Luna's gaze went unfocused for a long moment. It's unlikely Sirius would ever have been anything other than a Grim. It was his destiny to guard Harry. There was a dreamy quality to the statement, and Hermione guessed Luna's gift was making an appearance. She pressed her lips together. It's still a concern, Hermione insisted. I mean, Pettigrew's a rat. Maybe if his form hadn't been stuck. Luna shook her head slightly, as though to shake away whatever vision she had seen or to disagree with Hermione's half-finished thought. The potion forms are valid representations of the primary character traits of the animagus at the time the potion is consumed. Pettigrew was always going to leave a ship he thought was sinking. Sirius was always the defender of the innocent. Harry's father was the leader of his herd. Maybe I'm not ready to see what that is right now, Hermione confessed, dropping her gaze to the table. Luna gazed at her, another half-dreamy look upon her face. You will embrace your form when you are ready to see who you really are. At least that sounded promising. I just don't understand why it was so easy for Ron and Harry, Hermione muttered. Harry had a lot of healing over the summer to know who he truly is and to understand that he has worth, Luna pointed out kindly, scraping up scrambled eggs from a pool of brown sauce. I would guess that Ron has never questioned himself much. That was true, and it explained a lot. Hermione chewed on the last of her banana. She knew she was a good person. Yes, she had her pride and her ego, but she believed she was caring and compassionate. She saw herself as a strong defender of what was right and honorable, a loyal and dependable friend, and a loving, supportive girlfriend. Yet, if she was honest with herself, she didn't like her outward persona much. A bossy bookworm was the kindest description many had given her in the past. Ron's teasing about her not knowing how to have fun had hit uncomfortably close to the mark at times. She realized she had some thinking to do about accepting her own character before she could find her animator self. Hermione put down the banana skin in her half-finished bowl. I don't think I'm going to take the potion. I think I'm going to persevere with the meditation. It may take longer, but I believe it will be better that way. Luna nodded sagely and changed the subject to runes. Hermione happily followed the new topic, and they were in the midst of a spirited discussion about the origins of runic magic when Ron arrived with the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Ginny looked pale under her freckles, and Hermione didn't envy her the pressure she was under. Everyone in the school knew the outcome of the Quidditch Cup rested on this game, and as always, the Seeker was under the most pressure to perform. Before long, breakfast was over. Cloaks and gloves were gathered, and the majority of the school headed for the Quidditch stands. Hermione met Harry outside the tower, and they walked hand in hand. Harry was almost vibrating with tension. Hermione understood it was difficult for him to simply watch a game he had no choice but to miss due to the tournament rules. "Sirius isn't coming?" Hermione asked as they trudged up the steps to find a good seat. "He's in the parents' block with the Weasleys," Harry replied. Harry explained he invited them for lunch. "That's nice," Hermione said. "The Malfoys arrived just before," Harry retorted. "It was like a car crash." Hermione winced sympathetically. She could only imagine how the two couples must have reacted to each other. "Well, they can't expect us to support Draco just because his family," Hermione said. "We are Gryffindors." "Lucy made the argument that I'm not actually a Gryffindor at present," Harry scowled. "Ponce." "Language," Hermione remonstrated, more out of habit than anything else. "You know, if you're not careful, you're going to end up calling him that to his face." "Ponce or Lucy?" Harry asked cheekily. She laughed and poked him in the arm. Neville waved madly at them from a row just ahead, and they made their way to him, sliding into the seats next to him and beside Lavender and Parvati. "No Hannah." Hermione looked around just in case she had missed her. "She's keeping Sue company," Neville said evenly. But Hermione could sense the disgruntlement he was repressing and lifted her eyebrows knowingly. Neville flushed. "We'd said this was going to be a date, but—" He shrugged, leaving the rest unsaid. Harry gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. "It'll get better. Sue just needs to get some confidence back after the letter thing." "That was nasty." "I hope you're right," Neville said. "It's not that I don't understand, it's just Hannah and I haven't had a date, just the two of us, since the second task." "Here come the teens," someone yelled excitedly. They turned their attention to cheering and clapping as the teens strode out onto the field and took to the skies as they were announced. Neville thrust 2 thumbs up as Ginny buzzed them. "Good luck." "How much money do you have riding on this with Zabini?" Harry asked, amused. "Enough," Neville admitted sheepishly. Hermione shook her head. "Betting?" She pursed her lips in disapproval and kept her gaze on the field. The match continued as Harry and Neville quietly discussed tactics. Hermione bit her lip, regretting that she hadn't brought a book. Harry shifted beside her, bumping her slightly. She turned to him curiously, and he leaned in to whisper in her ear. "The snitch is up by the Slytherin stands." Hermione frowned and squinted in that direction, but she couldn't see anything. How had Harry spotted it? "Shiny objects," he said with a deadpan tone. She slapped his arm playfully and smiled at him affectionately. "Harry?" Harry let out a frustrated breath as Draco fainted and tricked Ginny into following him into a dive far from where the snitch was hiding. "I'm thinking I'm not going to take the potion," Hermione said quickly. "I want to do it properly." It took a moment for Harry to understand what she meant, but his expression cleared and he shrugged. "Meditation is better according to all the theory," he said. "Exactly," Hermione agreed. "And I want to do it right." "There's no rush, is there?" Harry shook his head. "I thought it would be good for us to have something to do together, and we are so." He smiled his shy smile, the one that reminded her that despite all the changes in his life, he was still Harry. A yell erupted from the crowd, pulling their attention back to the action on the field. Hermione looped her arm through Harry's and leaned against him. Maybe she didn't need the book after all. Later, Harry sipped on the butterbeer that Fred had slipped into his hand, watching as the Gryffindor common room celebrated. The cup had been given to their extremely proud head of house, and he wouldn't put it past Aunt Minnie to be in her private rooms polishing the silver trophy and raising a toast to it with a dram or two of whiskey. He gazed around the room, feeling slightly awkward being there. He had rarely returned to the tower since he and Sirius had moved into their own place. Harry sat in a suite of rooms, feeling out of place. He had only visited a couple of times to see Ron and one memorable trip to Hermione's dorm room, which had become a part of Hogwarts history. He realized some of his hesitation stemmed from being around crowds. Now, nestled in a corner seating group, he watched Ron animatedly recount the match to a captivated Lavender and Parvati on one side, while Hermione chatted away with Neville on the other. Harry felt their eyes occasionally darting in his direction, but he questioned whether he was being paranoid. Just because he was there didn't mean he was the center of attention, especially with Ron, a key player in the cup-winning team, present. He took a sip of his butterbeer, trying to shake off the feeling of awkwardness. It felt as though he no longer belonged in a Gryffindor common room. As he watched Ron gesturing excitedly with his bottle, demonstrating a save he had made, Harry admired his friend's heroics at the hoops. Ron had performed save after save, allowing the Gryffindor chasers to score high. The game ended with Gryffindor winning 260 to 250, thanks to Draco mistiming his grab for the snitch. Harry attempted to focus on Ron's story, but the feeling of alienation grew stronger with each passing moment. At least he would be leaving soon due to his curfew. It wasn't just the time he had spent away from Gryffindor or the way some people stared at him. He realized that his growing power and training were distancing him from his peers, his friends. In class, Hermione and some of the Ravenclaws often outperformed him in theory, but when it came to practical spell work, he excelled. In a matter of moments, Harry felt the weight of his differences, and he hated it. At least Hermione had excelled in her classes, mastering the fourth-year material and, thanks to her help with the tournament, some fifth- and sixth-year spells as well. It eased something in him to know he wasn't completely leaving her behind. If he hadn't promised Sirius he would do his best, and if he didn't need to be at his best to survive the tournament, he might have considered going back. But he couldn't. He would have to face the changes his power and training brought when he returned to Hogwarts for his fifth year, if he returned at all. His mouth pressed into a thin line. He was determined that Tom would not win another victory, but the reality was that he still had a long way to go before he could defeat his nemesis. He felt deep down that their next encounter was inevitable, and it would be one way or another. Harry sighed and took another gulp of his drink. A flash of red in the corner of his vision made him frown. He turned just in time to see Ginny slipping out of the portrait hole. He fidgeted for a moment before deciding to inform Ron, only to find Ron caught up in a snogging session with Lavender. Parvati had vanished. Harry winced. He really didn't need such a close view of his best friend's tongue. "You should go talk to Ginny," Hermione whispered in Harry's ear, her breath brushing against his skin. Harry raised an eyebrow at her. "Who better than you? You're a seeker." "You know how she's feeling," Hermione continued softly. "We could both go," Harry suggested, keeping his voice low. Hermione shook her head and nodded toward Neville, who was staring despondently into his butterbeer. It was clear Hermione would take care of Neville, leaving Harry to deal with Ginny. He squeezed Hermione's hand gently. Her compassion and generosity were two of the things he cherished most about her. "Wanted to catch the snitch." He set his beer down and got up from his seat, wishing he had the map, but Moody still had it. He hoped Ginny hadn't gone far. Hogwarts wasn't safe if someone was pretending to be a student. He slipped through the portrait door without anyone stopping him and immediately spotted Ginny. She looked up from where she was hunched against the wall near the portrait door, flushing bright red as she prepared to stand. Harry waved her back down and lowered himself to the floor beside her, nudging his glasses back up his nose. "Do you want to talk about it?" he asked. Ginny shrugged and looked down at her feet. "I messed up." "How?" Harry asked gently. Her gaze flashed to his in disbelief. "I didn't catch the snitch." "No," Harry agreed. "Draco had the advantage since he saw it first and has a faster broom." "But you pushed him. You were right behind him when he grabbed it, and he knew if he didn't get it, you would. He made the choice to catch it despite knowing the score. He understood if he didn't, you'd catch it and they'd lose by a huge margin, not just 10. You forced his hand because you were on his tail. You did good." She frowned, but her gaze seemed contemplative. "I thought a successful seeker was meant to catch the snitch. Or force their opponent into making a mistake," Harry corrected. "Sometimes the score is even and it's a direct race." Sometimes it's more complicated. Draco needed to time catching it correctly or they'd lose, and he misjudged it. At the World Cup, Victor knew his team would never catch up with the Irish. Their chasers just didn't have it in them. So he chose to end it, knowing his catch would mean defeat, not victory. I never looked at being a seeker that way, Ginny murmured, wrapping her arms around her knees and hugging them to her. Well, you kind of want to be a chaser, right? Harry pointed out. And you really wanted to catch the snitch. That helped a lot out there today. More than I would have done, since I don't understand chasing the way you do. Ginny smiled slightly. I was so busy helping the chasers that I forgot about the snitch. Harry nudged her shoulder with his own. You won't make that mistake again. She grimaced but nodded. At least you know your place is safe for next year. If he survived. Harry shook off that thought. He needed to stop thinking that way. Well, you never know, Harry joked. We might both get shown up by some kind of Quidditch prodigy. He smiled at her. You're a shoo-in for Angelina's spot on the chaser line. Her grip on her knees relaxed, and she shifted her position, her shoulders dropping as she grinned at him. Thank you. She glanced back at the portrait hole. I'm sorry to drag you away from everyone. Harry shrugged. Parties aren't really my thing, plus your brother and Lavender. Say no more, she said hurriedly, pretending to shudder. Harry grinned. I think I'm going to tell Fred to write to Mum about Ron. Ginny pondered aloud. If any of us acted the way he is, he'd go spare. Harry figured it was probably just Ron Ginny would have issues with, but he nodded anyway. Well, if you're not upset about leaving the party, I'm sorry I pulled you away from Hermione, Ginny said. Actually, she was the one who sent me after you, Harry informed her briskly. Ginny blushed and looked away. She's a really good friend. Yes, Harry replied with pride, she really is. Ginny regarded him for a long moment, and just as he began to feel uncomfortable, she spoke. I've never really apologized for how I acted, have I? Yes, you did. Harry frowned. Not about Hermione, Ginny contradicted quickly. I know I apologized about that. No, I mean, about how I was with you. How I was at the beginning of the year before everything happened with Hermione. Harry felt as though his tongue was tied in a knot. He had no idea what to say to her. I am sorry, Harry, Ginny said sincerely. He nodded in acknowledgement. It's okay? No, it's not, Ginny replied. I was terrible. She shook her head. I wasn't much of a friend. She sighed. You know, Hermione told me it was more likely you'd choose someone who was a friend to go out with, and I didn't believe her. I thought she was just warning me off. Harry couldn't find the words to respond, unsure of what to say. But she was right, Ginny continued, clearly not needing his input. I see you and her together, and it works because you're friends more than anything else. I know she likes me for me, Harry said quietly. He fidgeted with the laces on his shoes. I can't imagine being with anyone else. Ginny nodded quickly, a blush creeping over her cheeks again. You make a great couple. She paused. Matt's asked me on a practice date. Matt, as in Matthew Ingleby. Is Lydia okay with that? Harry asked, wondering if it would cause problems with Ginny's friendship with the other girl. Yeah, Ginny grinned. She prodded Matt into it, I think, because his friend Albert asked her out. Harry refrained from shaking his head at the antics of the younger students. His year didn't exactly hold any moral high ground with all the soap opera breakups and get-togethers that had happened. I like Matt, Ginny admitted quietly. So, go for it, Harry encouraged her. He nudged her shoulder again. I promise I won't tell Ron. Ginny smiled at him and nudged him back. Thanks, Harry. You're a good friend. She hesitated before rushing her next words out. I hope you think I'm a better friend too now. I do, Harry hastened to reassure her. The quiet pad of paws had Harry turning his head. Wasn't surprised to see Padfoot walking around the corner. He quickly cast a temper's charm and grimaced at the time. No wonder Sirius had come looking for him, he was late. Padfoot shifted back into Sirius as Ginny and Harry scrambled to their feet. "Sorry," Harry said quickly. "I know I'm late." "It was my fault," Ginny replied. "He was giving me a pep talk for missing the snitch." Sirius held up both hands and smiled reassuringly. "Apologies accepted." Harry turned to Ginny, feeling awkward again. "Can you let Hermione know Sirius came for me? I'll meet her as usual tomorrow." Ginny nodded, her red hair flying everywhere. "I will." "Thanks again, Harry." She mumbled the password to the fat lady, who glared at Sirius, and disappeared into the tower. Sirius slung an arm around Harry's shoulders, and they fell into a comfortable pace as they walked back to their quarters. "So," Sirius began, a teasing lilt in his tone, "sitting out with a girl who isn't your girlfriend? If I hadn't overheard you talking about her going out with Matt, I might have been a little worried." Harry shot him a look. "Hermione sent me out to talk to her." "Very trusting girl, your girlfriend," Sirius continued to tease. "I'm not interested in anyone else," Harry shrugged. "She knows that." Sirius hummed. "You're a good boyfriend and a good friend, Promlet. It was a good thing you did back there with Ginny." "She's not bad when she's not being all stalkerish," Harry admitted. Sirius gave a bark of laughter as they reached the portrait guarding their door. High praise indeed. They walked into the cozy warmth, and Harry felt the tension drain out of him. He truly loved having his own rooms. It would be difficult going back to the dorms in his 5th year. "You all right, Promlet?" asked Sirius. Harry turned around. Harry found his father standing just inside the door, looking at him with concern. "I'm fine," he immediately said to reassure him. "I just—" He sighed and rubbed his head tiredly. "It feels odd being in the tower now. I was just thinking that it's going to be weird next year." "And?" Sirius prompted, guessing there was more bothering him. "And I guess I was wondering if I'll fit in," Harry admitted. He slumped back against the dining table. "I'm miles ahead on practical work, and then there's Quidditch. They won without me." He ducked his head, feeling ashamed about hating that they had won without him. Sirius crossed the space between them and pulled him into a quick hug before ruffling his hair and easing back, knowing Harry wouldn't tolerate the comfort for long. "It's only natural to feel left out. When I was banned from Quidditch, I hated that they won games without me, and I didn't even want to play." His confession made Harry feel a touch better. "Maybe you should spend some more time with Hermione and Ron over there next term," suggested Sirius. "Minnie won't mind as long as you're not using the girls' dorm as the way in." Harry snorted. "And it'll get you comfortable being there again." "Maybe you're right," Harry admitted, stepping away. He stopped as he caught sight of the map on the table. Moody brought the map back. His fingers touched the battered parchment carefully. Sirius nodded, accepting the change in subject, although it was obvious he wanted to say something more. "Neither Moody nor Snape have managed to catch any of the students not being exactly who they're supposed to be," he frowned. "Remus can't say for certain that Peter doesn't know a way around the map, and neither can I. Either way, checking the map now is pretty pointless when they could have gone completely and had plans to sneak someone back in after Easter." He pointed at it. "You can take it back for the rest of term. We'll take it to Bulgaria with us." Remus took a look at the map. Harry nodded, pleased to have it back, even if the news about the map checks had been a pointless exercise. "I'm going to head to bed," he said. "Try not to worry, Promlet," Sirius advised, referring back to their earlier conversation. "Things will work out." Harry attempted a smile, but as he headed for the stairs, he couldn't shake the feeling that his life was never that simple. April 6, 1995. "And I have the latest plans from Thomas on the security for the wedding in this folder." Clara tapped it for emphasis. "They've provided the general layout of the minister's home, which is great and gives us some idea of how we can ensure we close the gaps." Remus nodded, surprised at Bogdan's generosity in opening his official home for the wedding and allowing such sensitive security information to be shared with them. He appreciated the honor he was being afforded. Although he got along well with Bogdan, Dora had connected even more with Hilda, and Bogdan's wife was a force of nature. "They've suggested we team up the lycanthrope guards," Patrick said cheerfully. "Gregor's putting together a detail, and I'll take a look at it then." It made sense to have one of theirs with one of ours, and since Gregor's comfortable with that arrangement, we should go with it. This was another honor, as it was uncommon for an alpha to cede territorial duties to another pack. Yet Gregor was allowing it for Remus's sake. Remus reached for his glass of water, taking a long sip to soothe his suddenly dry mouth. "That's good news." He set the folder aside. "Anything more on the wedding?" Clara glanced down at her ever-present notebook. She tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear and sighed. "We've got a room ready for Dora's mother and father. They're due to arrive by Portkey first thing in the morning around 6 at the ministry. I understand you're going to pick them up?" "I will," Remus replied evenly, concealing his feelings. Remus felt uneasy at the thought of seeing Andromeda and Ted for the first time since they had shared the news about the baby and their plans for marriage. It had been a fierce argument between mother and daughter. They had reconciled through mirrors and through calls, exchanging long letters that had made Dora both weep and laugh. It had been an emotional time for Dora, losing her mother's regard, and only Ted's unwavering support had helped her through it. Even now, Remus knew Dora was uncertain about her mother's reactions and dreaded the visit. He wasn't looking forward to it either. He felt he deserved more than Ted's disappointed glare and Andromeda's harsh words. He would have preferred it if they had simply cursed him or punched him. He felt he deserved that. He had known from the moment he gave in to the first kiss what would happen, and he hadn't stopped it. The intimacy of sex had offered him comfort after Skeeter's article and the resulting fallout. Yet, he also recognized it had been a mistake. The day after they returned from the Wizengamot, he had tried to reason with Dora, but she had been stubborn and unwilling to understand. He had hurt her, Remus reminded himself. He had hurt her, and he had deserved the cold shoulder she had given him for a month. But now, the baby changed everything. Truthfully, Dora had hesitated, not wanting him to feel trapped, but he had assured her that he wanted to marry her. It had been a kind lie, he truly cared for her, and he would never have slept with her if he hadn't. However, the desire to marry had been the lie, and it still was. No, he really wasn't looking forward to hosting his future in-laws, but Sirius had been eager to get them out of Britain and away from the inevitable fallout of the announcements made to the Wizengamot earlier that day. Remus couldn't blame him for that. The wireless had already been filled with commentary, and he had eventually switched it off. Patrick turned off the topic rather than continue to listen. "Nothing else on the wedding from me," he said, drawing Remus's attention back to the meeting. "Pack news?" Remus asked delicately, catching Patrick's hint that there was something to discuss. "Everyone is generally happy," Patrick began. "Tonks is very easygoing, so that has helped everybody feel comfortable welcoming her. A lot of us are excited about the cub." He grinned as Remus grimaced at the term. "And we're all enjoying the fact that our alpha is here and that Harry and Sirius are going to visit for the wedding." "But?" Remus prompted. "But there is some unrest," Clara interjected briskly. "Sean is disgruntled, and some are listening." "What's she saying that's resonating?" Remus asked, not surprised by the news. Sean had been less than welcoming to Dora since their arrival. Patrick and Clara had managed to curb some of her jealousy and spite, but the resurgence as the wedding drew closer wasn't unexpected. Clara and Patrick exchanged a knowing glance. Remus sighed heavily. "This is going to be one of those pack things that I don't understand, isn't it? Sean thinks Dora shouldn't be regarded as pack, even though she's your fiancée and the mother of your child," Clara explained. "That's resonating with those who'd like to keep the pack to wolves." "The pack already has Harry and Sirius," Remus said, exasperated. "It's not an exclusively wolf pack anyway." "Well, you know how Sean feels about Sirius and Harry," Patrick quipped, a smirk softening the truth of his words. "She wants a wolf pack." He shrugged. Most of us accept that your pack began with Harry and Sirius and see them as packmates. I won't deny I'm a little anxious about their arrival because they're your human beaters. But from everything you've said, they won't challenge me for the position on the wolf side, so I'm teaching my wolf to be cool with it. Some of us aren't so great at that. Compartmentalizing or distinguishing between the wolf instinct and our own intellect. Clara nodded in agreement. Sian is targeting those most likely to agree with her. The rest are dismissing her, she said. Anyone who has a problem with Harry, Sirius, and Dora being part of the pack is welcome to find another pack that suits their tastes, Remus snapped, feeling frustrated and defensive. Clara and Patrick both settled into their chairs, lowering their gazes to show their submission and acceptance of his words. Remus took a steadying breath. The moments when his wolf made himself known were increasing as he spent more time with the pack. It worried him that he was losing himself to the wolf, but at the same time, there was something calming within him. The discontent he had felt was being erased day by day. "We'll take that message back," Patrick said seriously. "It will deter most people from giving Sian the time of day." "I'll talk with Sian," Clara offered. "If she wants to stay, she has to accept your choice of mate." "Which brings us to the second part of what she's been saying," Patrick murmured. Remus narrowed his eyes at his beater. "What?" "That even if Dora and the cubs stay, you should take a second wolf mate or at least keep your marriage open to the possibility of liaisons with the pack women." Patrick continued, fulfilling his role as beater by not hesitating to give Remus the bad news. "Bugger," Remus swore, slumping back in the comfortable leather chair. It wasn't unheard of for alphas to have free rein with the women in the pack, or the men for that matter. Greyback hadn't been discriminatory about who he slept with. Gregor and Robert were happily married, but Remus knew that wasn't true for others. "It's gotten some mixed reactions," Clara added smoothly. "Some are traditional and believe a marriage is sacred. Others, well, some of the single women joined because they were attracted to the idea of, felt the weight of his role as alpha and mate. The pack was disappointed, just as Sian was, that he had chosen someone outside their ranks to settle down with." Remus suppressed the urge to explain that he hadn't truly made a choice at all. That would be a lie on multiple levels, even if it reflected his feelings. "I'm making traditional marriage vows," he declared firmly. "Dora will be my wife, and I will honor and respect her with fidelity." Patrick grinned at him. "You're a good man, Remus." He puffed out his chest. "More for me then." Remus laughed at his beater's antics. Clara beamed at him as well. "We'll let the others know." She stood up, with Patrick following suit. Remus dismissed them with a nod, sighing as they left him alone. The study at Black Farm had become his refuge, a place to retreat when the situation with Dora felt overwhelming or when the pack became too suffocating. But as he surveyed the cozy room, lit by the flickering flames in the hearth, loneliness crept into his soul. He missed the schoolhouse. More than that, he missed Griffin House. Some days, he missed Sirius and Harry so much that it felt like his bones ached with it. Especially Sirius. They spoke daily through the mirror, but it wasn't the same. He had grown accustomed to having his friend back in his life, and it felt too much like losing him again for Remus to bear. "You haven't lost him," he told himself sternly. "He's alive and well, and he's not imprisoned in Azkaban. You just talk to him." He rolled his eyes and closed them, gently kneading his forehead. "And now you're losing your mind, talking to yourself." He sighed. He had made his bed, and now he had to lie in it. He focused on business, checking that his work for the day was complete. He tidied his desk, banked the flames, and locked up the study on his way to the master suite. Remus hesitated by the door next to his. He shook his head, trying to dislodge the nerves that had settled there, and gently knocked. A moment later, Dora opened the door and ushered him inside. She darted a glance down the hallway to check if anyone had noticed his arrival. He found her discretion amusing since they were the only ones living in the family wing. He stood awkwardly in her sitting room. The Blacks had created a suite of rooms for the Lord and a suite of rooms for the Lady. These rooms were connected by an inner door but could remain distinct if needed. He and Dora had decided to sleep apart until their marriage when they arrived. Perhaps it was pointless now, but Remus appreciated the privacy his own rooms provided. He wasn't looking forward to losing that after the wedding. "I just wanted to check in," Remus said hesitantly. They hadn't seen each other since lunchtime. "Gilby said at dinner that you weren't feeling well." Dora grimaced and waved him into a seat as she settled back onto the sofa. "I have no idea why they call it morning sickness. Is there anything I can do?" Remus asked, feeling guilty and concerned. Dora shook her hair, strangely in its natural state, and gestured toward the discarded tray of food that the elf had presumably brought her. "I've managed to eat some soup and crackers." She sighed. "You know our wedding breakfast is going to be fantastic, but if this little one keeps up his routine, I won't be able to taste a morsel of it." Remus reached over and took her hand. "I'll have whatever you end up with." Dora smiled at him, her grey eyes shining with affection. "That's sweet." He smiled back at her, but her expression turned mischievous. "So did Clara and Patrick finally spill the beans about the rest of the women feeling all bereft of your manly charms?" Remus rolled his eyes. "I have no intention of sleeping with anyone but you for the rest of my life." Dora's face brightened. "I'd understand if—" Remus waved her tentative offer away. "We're going to be married, Dora. My own parents were very happily married all their lives because they were dedicated to each other and their family. I want that." "Me too," Dora admitted. She sighed. "I guess I just feel a touch guilty about trapping you into this." "You didn't trap me." Remus denied it automatically, although a small voice in his head agreed with her. He cared for her, he thought sternly, he truly cared for her, and she cared for him. They were friends. There were worse starts to a marriage, worse foundations than theirs. "That's not what Sean thinks," Dora said dryly. "Sean can get stuffed," Remus said decisively. She laughed, and he was pleased that he had managed to raise her spirits a little. "I should get to bed," Remus said, standing. Dora stood up as well. "You could stay," she offered, a hopeful smile softening her features in a way that tempted Remus. He shook his head. "I have to leave early to collect your parents from the ministry, and I'd like to do that with a clear conscience." "Right." Her face crumpled, first with disappointment and then with horror at remembering the imminent arrival of her mother and father. "It'll be all right, Dora," Remus assured her. "Andy loves you, and Ted's been very good about this whole business." "I know," Dora rallied, smiling at him. "You get some rest. I'll see you in the morning." He leaned in and kissed her softly on the lips. She moved closer and deepened the kiss. He was so tempted to wrap himself around her and take comfort in her. Remus drew away reluctantly, reminding himself that it had been that kind of thinking that had led them to their current situation. "I'll see you in the morning," Remus said gently. "Night, Dora." "Night," she replied. "Wolfie," Dora replied, a hint of her old spirit shining through. Remus used the connecting door to enter his own rooms. For a long moment, he stood in the dark, his mind racing. He shook himself. He had an early start ahead and no desire to meet the parents of the woman he had gotten pregnant on little to no sleep. Yet, as he prepared for bed, he sensed that sleep would be elusive. April 7, 1995. Bill dropped the latest batch of brooms onto the transportation device and watched them disappear. He shook his head. By his count, that batch brought the total number of brooms found to an astonishing 111. Some were beautiful old classics, some were broken and unusable, and others were the very latest versions. Bill couldn't help but wonder if some kids were so spoiled that they didn't notice when they lost their top-of-the-line brooms. He shook his head sadly. Perhaps it was out of necessity, but one thing his parents had taught him was to value every galleon, sickle, and canute he earned, and by extension, everything he bought with that money. This philosophy had earned him points with the goblins. He made his way back down the aisle he was clearing and began sorting through a stack of books. he absently separated them into categories: old and valuable, usable, broken and needing repair, and beyond hope. He found himself wondering again whether he would return to Gringotts after his service was finished. His mind drifted back to the conversation he had with Sirius the previous summer. In many ways, Bill mused, he had only grown stronger in his conviction that the life he had previously planned was no longer the one he would live. He watched Sirius and Harry, he observed the Potter alliance, and more than anything, he wanted to be part of the future they were building for their world. He wanted to be an equal voice in shaping that future. An equal voice, that was important. Because he already had a voice in it. Sirius and Harry both took time to listen. To ask for his opinion, consider his thoughts, and include his suggestions as part of their plans. He felt fortunate that their view of service was not subservience, but rather active and vigorous participation in making the house he was sworn to serve a success. Sirius held regular one-on-one meetings with Bill, and Harry sought him out more than his own brothers did. He was extremely lucky that they overlooked the reality of his position in the ancient and noble House of Weasley and simply followed their own paths. However, he wanted more than ever to earn a real position of authority and responsibility. It was probably time to take up Sirius's offer to discuss his future and map out a plan. He wanted to regain his family seat on the Wizengamot. It might take years, so Bill needed to focus on building the alliances and reputation necessary to win a nomination. He wondered if curse breaking could fit into that. A lingering sense of duty urged him to complete his contract with Gringotts. The door to the room opened, and Bill barely paid attention, knowing that magic would not allow anyone inside except those who were permitted. "Bill!" Caro's voice echoed through the vast space. He raised his wand and sent up a spray of red sparks in response. She found him a few minutes later. "Wow, what time did you get up? You look like you got an early start." Bill flipped a pristine, unused copy of Gilderoy Lockhart's book on werewolves to the Beyond Hope pile and shot her a teasing grin. "Maybe you're late." Caro snorted and tossed him the newspaper. 5 minutes, she admitted, but I had a good excuse. I got caught up reading Skeeter's latest article. She rolled up the sleeves of her plain blue robe and took over the book sorting as Bill unfolded the paper and began to read. House of Black seals alliance with werewolves through marriage. Baby boom for the House of Black. The April Wizengamot session had started. A joyous announcement came from Lord Black concerning his werewolf steward, Remus Lupin, and Nymphadora Tonks, the daughter of Andromeda Tonks, née Black. They are to be married. Nymphadora was assigned in January as part of the protection detail for Remus following public unrest. This unrest stemmed from the malicious leak of details about his accidental attack on Lords Potter and Black, orchestrated by the former Lord Wenlock, who is now residing in Azkaban. The leak was part of a vicious attempt to derail the new creature laws. In February, the couple traveled abroad to assist Lord Potter in building a sanctuary for all werewolves. It seems that their time together has blossomed into a wonderful romance, leading to the announcement of a spring wedding on April 17th in Bulgaria. Remus is a close friend of the current Bulgarian minister, Bogdan Abansk. Lord Black expressed his excitement, stating, "I am tremendously thrilled that a wizard I have long considered to be a brother will formally become part of our family and an official son of the House of Black, and, of course, that my cousin has found happiness." The marriage would not have been permitted under the previous werewolf laws. Minister Cornelius Fudge remarked, "It is truly a wondrous day for our society when we can acknowledge that our new laws are fair and equitable for all. Government should not interfere with the personal lives of our citizens in matters of the heart, and we celebrate this union as one of the first for those wizards and witches infected with lycanthropy." However, not everyone shares this optimistic view of the societal shift. Lord Selwyn commented, "While the steward of the Houses of Black and Potter is a learned and knowledgeable wizard, in addition to his unfortunate status as a lycanthrope, we cannot help but feel he is an exception to the rule. Perhaps this union will be the first, but I rather feel it will and should be a rarity. How many lycanthropes have the control required to never bite or turn their loved one?" Umbridge, currently serving as an ambassador for the British Ministry abroad and the original author of the old werewolf laws, contacted this journalist to express her strong disapproval of the planned union. She described it in extremely vulgar terms as disgusting, abhorrent, and abnormal. Additionally, she made comments regarding the lifespan of any offspring from this union, which have been referred to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for further investigation. Meanwhile, Lord Black sheepishly admitted in his announcement that the love-struck couple had jumped the wand rather, and that a new addition to the House of Black was already on the way, with an expected birth in the summer. He confirmed that the baby is free of lycanthropy, and Nymphadora is thriving in her pregnancy. With the recent news that Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, is also expecting her second child, it appears that the House of Black is flourishing and has much to celebrate in the coming months. We look forward to covering what will be the society wedding of the year. Bill let out an exasperated sigh at Skeeter's overly flattering tone but nodded in relief. It looks like it went better than expected, he said. I'd like to know just how much Sirius had to pay Rita for her to spin it that way, Caro remarked. Bill stayed silent. He knew something had happened between Sirius, Skeeter, Bones, and Moody just after the second task, but he was unaware of the details and figured it was better for his health to ignore it. I'm glad for Remus and Tonks, though, they don't need the stress, Caro continued. I'm pretty sure they'll still get a heap of howlers anyway. She probably wasn't wrong, Bill mused. His father had only just managed to stop his mother from sending one after they had been told. At least it was out in the open with the announcement. The whole imminent marriage and baby had been the worst-kept secret in British Wizarding Society ever since Tonks had started sending out invitations. Bill refolded the profit and set it aside. He began to help again. What do you think? Do you think about it? He asked. I mean, honestly. Caro shot him a suspicious look and waved her wand at him. Why are you asking? Bill shrugged, the movement pulling his black t-shirt taut. He refused to wear robes for physical work. Maybe I just want your view on the society wedding of the year. They both smirked at each other. Caro sneaked another peek at him as they settled back to sorting the books. Honestly, I guess my view is skewed because I know them both, she said, frowning as she considered the question seriously. He liked that about Caro. She always took the time to properly answer a question even when she didn't fully understand why he was asking it. I can see why most people would think her being with a werewolf is squicky. Some of the young girls may find it tragically romantic in a Beauty and the Beast kind of way, but there's no denying she's living with a man who carries a horrifying disease. Maybe a bite or a scratch when they're intimate won't infect her, but the risk. Caro sighed. She's got to either be fearless about it or just head over heels for Remus. I think it's the latter, Bill said. Tonks had pursued Remus as soon as she'd had a signal that he was looking for a relationship. Me too, Caro agreed. And I understand her attraction to Remus as a wizard and a man. He's an attractive bloke, powerful even though he hides it behind his mild-mannered steward persona. He's knowledgeable and very intelligent. And he's funny. He has the driest sense of humor of anyone I've ever known. And, of course, there's his friendship with Sirius and Harry. It's sweet and adorable how much he loves them, and I may need a sick bucket, Bill joked. He glanced at Caro wonderingly. She had joked about fancying Remus and Sirius in the past, she had even flirted a bit with both of them. Maybe it had been more truth than fiction. I see the attraction from Tonks's viewpoint, Caro said firmly. And since I know Remus, I understand that he will take every precaution and be extremely careful never to scratch Tonks, let alone bite her. While I find the idea of being with a werewolf a bit unsettling in theory, I can see why it doesn't concern Tonks when it comes to Remus. She placed another book in the repair pile. On a social and political level, I worry that young girls might romanticize this situation too much and find themselves in over their heads with werewolves who don't share the same sense of honor or care that Remus does. It was a valid point, even if it echoed Selwyn. Bill thought it might be worth discussing with Sirius as something to consider politically moving forward. As for the unplanned pregnancy, Caro shrugged, it's their business that they had sex and forgot to take precautions. Everyone's sex life is private, and society should keep its nose out of it. She sighed. What jars me most from what I've overheard is that Tonks is being singled out for criticism. But I'm not surprised by the double standard that paints the woman as a hussy who has trapped the poor bloke into marriage. Bill nodded. Harry cornered me a couple of weeks ago and asked what was acceptable regarding sex before marriage and babies out of wedlock in the wizarding world. He's been getting a lot of conflicting messages from reactions to the news, even just within the Potter Alliance. He frowned at a book and set it carefully on the old and valuable stack. I understand why, since he was mostly raised in the Muggle world. Caro agreed. As a Muggleborn, it's not easy navigating the culture. Often, you don't realize you've made a mistake until you're already in it and sinking fast. She paused her sorting for a moment and rubbed her wrist. What did you tell him? Bill grimaced. Bill paused and crossed his arms. You have to promise never to tell my mother. Caro grinned at him. It's hardly likely that your mother and I will ever speak enough to. Caro. Fine. Caro raised her wand as though taking a vow. Promise. Bill admitted, somewhat embarrassed. I told Harry that he had to remember that the wizarding world would always react a bit like my mother when it comes to sex and marriage. Namely, that as far as my mother, and therefore wizarding society in general, is concerned, sex and babies don't happen outside of marriage. They happily have hypocritical self-imposed amnesia about any sex they had before they got a ring on their finger. Caro's eyes widened, and she burst into laughter, bending over before managing to stand upright again. Oh, that's priceless. Bill sighed but couldn't blame her. Harry commented that the view was very old-fashioned. It is, Caro agreed cheerfully, resuming her book sorting. And let me guess, the man is supposed to have the requisite amount of experience to make it wonderful for his wife on their wedding night, never mind how he's supposed to get that experience if all the women are meant to remain pure and innocent. Nobody said it was realistic, Bill commented dryly. Like I said to Harry, most wizards and witches have some experience by the time they get married these days. Some do wait for the wedding to go the whole way, but the decision is a personal one. He concluded in his mind that it was a choice Harry didn't have to make for a while. But society as a whole still paints the witch as morally deficient if she decides to have a sex life outside of marriage, Caro said, shaking her head. The Muggle world isn't that much better. It's just as patriarchal and male-biased. It's improving all the time, though, she sighed. I have to admit I was surprised at Andromeda Tonks. I thought she'd be more sympathetic. Bill raised an eyebrow questioningly. Didn't she elope with her husband as a schoolgirl? Caro pointed out. She did, and it was a huge scandal from what everyone remembers, Bill said. But she ran off with Ted to escape a loveless arranged marriage. I get the impression that Andy probably did wait for marriage for, you know. Ah. Caro grimaced. Bill rubbed his nose with the back of one forearm. I haven't said anything to anyone else, but I overheard her and Ted arguing back when she and Tonks weren't speaking. She was upset rather than angry. She said that because of the baby, Tonks had effectively tied herself into marrying Remus, just as though there was a marriage contract. She wanted Tonks to have a choice about who she married. He also figured that Andy was upset that Tonks's choices had unthinkingly made life politically difficult for Sirius after he had welcomed them back to the House of Black. Caro pulled a small face, her features distorting briefly before she inclined her head to the side like her sparrow form. I get the impression that if they weren't getting married, jumping the wand with the baby wouldn't have been forgiven so easily. In the Muggle world, it wouldn't be such a big deal these days, although some old biddies might disapprove. Harry mentioned Hermione had said something similar. Bill stretched, easing the kinks out of his back. I guess that's where I do get kind of concerned, Caro said with a sigh. I'm a little worried that Tonks is so wild about him, and his. She struggled to find a way to express herself, but finally let out a sigh, not so invested. Bill nodded slowly. It wasn't as though he hadn't had the same thought himself. Add to that, most people are coming down on her like a ton of bricks, as though she was the only one who had sex. Caro continued, disgusted. You can see why, though, Bill said, taking a quick step back from the furious glare Caro pointed in his direction. He raised his hand in surrender. Look, all I'm saying is from From the outside, it looks like she was the one pursuing him, and now she's pregnant, so they have to get married. Most people probably think she set her cap at him and trapped him into it. Kara waved her wand at him. That came straight from your mother, didn't it? I told you she's a good gauge of the general reaction, Bill replied. In fact, the howler his father intercepted had conveyed the same message, but in much harsher terms. But you don't think that, do you? Kara asked, checking. Bill shot her a look. Give me some credit, would you? Sorry, Kara said quickly. I guess I'm more upset than I realized about how everyone's blaming her when he could have kept it in his pants or remembered the charm himself. You're not wrong, Bill admitted. Remus is just as responsible as Tonks for the baby, and he knows it too. He tossed another Lockhart book into the Beyond Hope pile. I hope for both their sakes the marriage works out. Yeah, me too. Changed your mind about coming with me then? Bill asked lightly. Kara let out a throaty laugh. And miss out on the society wedding of the year. They exchanged grins. I'm surprised you didn't invite that pretty Vila who's still following you around, Kara said, her curiosity evident. She's still at school, Bill replied firmly. She's of age, but at least she won't have your mum blaming her for breaking up your relationship with Alicia like she does me. She doesn't blame you, Bill said automatically. But inside, he winced. His mum had placed the blame on Kara despite his denials, and he suspected that going to the wedding with Kara would only give her more reason to connect dots that weren't there. He needed to talk to her before the wedding to head her off. His split with Alicia had been mutual and amicable. Bill levitated a decrepit-looking copy of Hogwarts, a history. Repair or bin? Bin, he advised. With that, they finished the latest pile of books. Akio book storage trunks? Karo called out. The trunks arrived, and with one packing spell and a trip to the transportation device, the books were gone. Karo eyed the next pile of junk with weariness. It was a towering stack of chairs. Remind me why we're going through this room item by item and not just searching for something that looks like the Ravenclaw diadem. Because we have no guarantee that you know who didn't transfigure it into something else or create a decoy, Bill explained. She huffed. You know Brooks has been insufferable since the Rat Squad caught Travers and Dolohov. Bill was a bit thrown by the change in subject but realized she wanted to score a point against Brooks. Brooks is a wanker. The arrests didn't lead to much, did they? He pointed out. Dolohov and his frankly scarier sister were doing their own thing, and Travers ended up dead with his information being old news. He shook his head, recalling the latter. Moody was unrepentant about his misdiagnosis and lack of concern during the prisoner's collapse in interrogation. They did find that cottage in the Lake District, Kara retorted. And they got the proof they needed to raid the Durmstrang ship. Both of which were abandoned by the Death Eaters long before the squad showed up, Bill countered. I can't believe Karkaroff was killed off, Karo said quietly, shoving a stray strand of hair back behind her ear. Bill grimaced in disgust. Karkaroff had been badly tortured before his throat was sliced open. I can't believe they left him in his office for some poor kid to find. It had been pure chance that the auras had reached the office first. They're Death Eaters, Bill. I'm sure they didn't think anything of it at all, Kara replied, grimacing as she began sorting the chairs in a similar manner. I'm not going to lose sleep over them killing one of their own, but it's a shame they took the vanishing cabinets with them. I would have liked to see them. They're very rare. Something tugged at his memory, and Bill paused while examining an odd wooden chair painted in a lurid green. A half-formed picture emerged in his mind. Karo, I think we might have a vanishing cabinet in here somewhere, he said, trying to recall where it was. Yeah? Where? Her face brightened with excitement. Bill pursed his lips and turned slowly. Over there, he pointed to his left. It's a couple of rows back. Kara let out a small cry of excitement and grabbed his hand. Come on. He rolled his eyes as she dragged him through the aisles. I can't believe you're this excited about a piece of furniture. She punched his arm and continued pulling him along. I can't believe you remembered where you'd seen it in here. She gave him a considering look. You should think about joining the Unspeakables when you finish your service with the House of Potter. Croco would snap you up. Bill rubbed his forehead. I don't think that's going to be in the cards. He peered at the furniture they were passing, trying to find a landmark. Ah. There it was. He pointed at a dilapidated wooden cabinet. Is that it? Why wouldn't it be in the cards? Caro asked, tugging him over but turning to face him instead of cooing over their find. I've been thinking about the future and... Bill shrugged, feeling a bit embarrassed about discussing his motivations. The Weasleys are an ancient and noble house. If my great-grandfather hadn't gambled away our seat and the money, we might have been helping Harry and Sirius the way Richard Bones and Augusta Longbottom are helping, instead of just through service and friendship. If you believe the origin stories of the family magic, we took an oath just as they did to protect the wizarding world. Sirius and Harry put that oath into action, and I want to do that too. I don't know if I should continue with what I thought I wanted to do before or... I just know that I want to make sure our world is safe. That's a lovely sentiment, Caro said seriously, without a hint of teasing. A faint glow of light caught their attention. Caro gasped and grabbed Bill's arm. Is that? Bill's eyes widened at the sight of the Weasley family totem atop the cabinet. The golden owl blinked back at him, almost proudly. With a flare of its wings and a soft hoot, it disappeared. The Ravenclaw diadem sat where the owl had been just a moment before. Chapter 70, Promlet Fights Back. Peter sighed at the latest front page of the Daily Prophet. He thanked Merlin he had been sent out on surveillance duties and would not have to deal with the latest rant from the Dark Lord. It had not been a pleasant few weeks, or rather months. Firstly, there had been the disaster of the second task. The champions had apparently rallied together to overcome the task's constraints, ensuring there was no loss of life. This, combined with the heroic images of Potter wielding Excalibur, led to days of rants from the Dark Lord. Many hours were spent planning how the Black Lake could be dredged so the Dark Lord could claim the infamous sword for himself. Recent events stung even more. Dennis Travers had been the first to report his father's absence, handing over the small note his father had left him without delay. The letter was brief. Boris Dolohov had contacted him and was attempting an abduction that would please the Dark Lord. Travers Sr. was off to help him, as he owed Dolohov a favor, and he would return within a couple of hours. When noon passed without any sign of his missing follower, the Dark Lord immediately ordered them to move locations. Travers was to kill Karkaroff, and Barty, who had long since taken on a new identity to provide a spy at Hogwarts, was to relocate their vanishing cabinet to another part of the school. Travers disguised himself once more as a Durmstrang student and escaped through the cabinet back to the cottage. As soon as he arrived, the second vanishing cabinet was shrunk down and packed along with everything else. They moved back to London, settling into the flat above the apothecary. The Dark Lord proclaimed that if Fenrir had meant to betray the location in a fit of pique, he would have done it by now. However, the Dark Lord was not pleased about having to relocate again. Travers took the brunt of the punishment on behalf of his absent father but was spared permanent injury due to his own devotion to the Dark Lord. When the news of Travers Sr.'s death had been announced in the papers, the Dark Lord had even allowed Travers a day without punishment to mourn. However, Travers was still healing from the punishments inflicted by the Dark Lord's fury. With Fenrir searching Europe for Remus and Barty hidden away at Hogwarts in his latest persona, only Peter was left to gather intelligence. Perhaps the Dark Lord assumed Peter would spy in his usual form as a rat, but Barty had made plenty of modified polyjuice, and Peter had taken advantage of the stash Barty left with the Dark Lord. He had also helped himself to some of the petty cash Barty had stowed in the flat for emergencies. It was nice, Peter mused, to walk down Diagon Alley without anyone giving him a second look. To be among people again rather than stuck in the cottage hideaway in the middle of nowhere. He had chosen the perfect place for his eavesdropping, the leaky cauldron, bustling with the lunchtime rush. Peter thanked Tom as he placed a steaming plate of steak and ale pie, topped with a mountain of vegetables and a generous amount of gravy, in front of him. He took a large bite of food and almost moaned in pleasure. It was wonderful to eat something with flavor. There was a limited number of meals he could cook, and none of them were very successful, even if they were edible. "I think it's disgusting," a woman remarked at the table behind him. "A werewolf, really?" "I don't know," her companion replied. "Have you seen the photo of Lupin? He is a fine specimen, and his position with Lord Black would mean his wife would be granted access to the highest echelon." "Cynthia, there are times when I don't think you have the sense Merlin gave a goose," the other woman said. "You'd never catch me allowing a werewolf to so much as look at me." "What self-respecting werewolf would want to look at her?" a young man at another table whispered to his date, who giggled. Peter allowed himself a small smile and tucked into his meal. The beautifully prepared cabbage was peppered with tangy bits of bacon and buttery onions. "No, I'm telling you, it was Moody who was last with him." And Aura finished his beer and slammed the empty glass down on the wooden bar. Peter found it amusing that they did not look in his direction even once. "You're just jealous of the squad, Jones," his colleague complained. "Everyone here knows it was the squad that took him in. I was here myself taking witness accounts from anyone present." "Padraig is right, Jimmy." The female Aura dipped a chip in a pool of brown sauce and savored it. "Chambers, Wood, and Cambridge took down Travers Sr. Ah, but Lucy, my love, it was Mad Eye who interrogated him," Jimmy crowed. "He was the one who left him having a heart attack in the cell." He ordered another beer, and Peter felt a brief pang of disapproval at the Aura's lunchtime drinking. However, he quickly pushed that thought aside, finding it amusing that Dennis would be pleased to know who to blame for his father's death. "Whatever, Jimmy." Padraig, a curly-haired 20-something, picked up his bacon sandwich and focused on eating for a moment. "The squad still deserves the catch." "Yeah," Lucy complained, waving her chip, "and at least Chambers doesn't use it to get in girls' knickers like Brooks." "Has he gotten in yours then?" Jimmy leered as he handed over money for his beer. "Leave off." Lucy poked him. "Probably got in Tonks though, right? Seeing as she likes to drop them for the beastie." Jimmy laughed. "Hey!" Lucy sat up straight, glaring at her partner. "You leave Tonks alone. Don't think I don't know what happened on your date with her, you tosser. She can't expect to be a metamorphogus and think a bloke won't ask if she can make her more than a handful." Jimmy blustered. Peter wondered if he should find out Jimmy's surname to pass it along to Sirius for some kind of retribution. There had been one rare occasion when Sirius had taken him to his cousin's for tea. The bright, wide-eyed little girl he remembered didn't deserve such public disparagement. And people wonder why she had to look to a werewolf to find a decent bloke. Lucy snapped as she grabbed her cloak and stormed off. Padraig looked after her, set down the rest of his bacon sandwich, and slid off his stool. "Where are you going?" Jimmy demanded. "To catch up with her before she decides to hex my stuff along with yours," Padraig replied wearily. Jimmy paled, downed his beer, and hurried after his colleague. "Hey! Wait up, Padraig!" With that, the entertainment was over, and the lunchtime crowd in the pub returned to their own conversations. Peter listened for a while, letting the discussions about potion prices and the standard of wizarding portkeys wash over him. He slid a final piece of pastry through the last drop of gravy and frowned at the thought that his meal was finished. Tom beamed at him as he cleared the table. "Nice to see a clean plate." "It was wonderful," Peter agreed easily. "Dessert?" Tom offered. "We've got a nice summer pudding with cream or spotted dick with custard." Peter was tempted, but the crowd was already thinning out. He knew that with the morning's news, the Dark Lord would be impatient. "Alas, I have to return to work. My employer likes to punish latecomers," Peter said. Tom laughed heartily, thinking it was a joke, and bustled away. Peter finished his pint and left a few nuts on the table for Tom. It had been a delicious meal. He ambled out of the leaky, timing his departure perfectly to slip out behind someone else, avoiding the need to use his. Peter took a direct route back to the flat, but he kept his pace unhurried. He felt satisfied when he reached the apothecary, knowing that no one had followed him. He used the borrowed wand to unlock the door and stepped inside, feeling full and content. However, nerves began to rise as he anticipated the debrief. "You've been at the Polyjuice again," Barty's sing-song voice accused sharply. "I don't make it for you," Peter replied. "No," Barty agreed, turning to face him. He wore the face of the 70-year Ravenclaw he was masquerading as. "You make it for our Dark Lord." "He does, indeed," came the silky voice of the Dark Lord, causing both of them to spin around. Travers carried the Dark Lord in and placed him reverently onto a chair piled high with pillows. Barty immediately knelt at the side of the chair. "Father, I bring news from Hogwarts," Barty announced. "Then you shall begin," the Dark Lord replied, his small hand carding through the sandy blonde locks of the boy Barty pretended to be. Peter lowered his eyes to hide his instinctive roll at Barty's simpering act. "The school has been let out early by the old fool for an Easter celebratory feast," Barty said, sneering at such frivolity. "The express will leave tomorrow and arrive at King's Cross as usual. However, the Potter boy will once again not travel upon it." "He is remaining within the castle?" the Dark Lord inquired. "He is going abroad, father," Barty eagerly reported. "Both he and the treacherous Black. They are planning a small European tour, from what I overheard from his gossiping schoolmates, culminating in Bulgaria with the wedding of the werewolf." "Yes," the Dark Lord purred, "it would appear that our young nemesis is determined to sway the werewolves to his cause, although I doubt many will want to marry the foul beasts." "As you say, father," Barty agreed eagerly. "Your cover is secure?" the Dark Lord asked idly. Peter knew better than to assume the answer didn't matter. Matter to him. So did Barty. "My cover is secure," Barty confirmed. They attempted a check with the map Peter described. "I spotted it in the potions class I attended, but the masking charm confused it into believing I am who the Polyjuice says I am." The Dark Lord hummed. "Well done, Peter, for informing us of the risk of the map and the way to circumvent it." Peter felt a surge of satisfaction as the Dark Lord's praise warmed him. The others scowled at him, but Peter ignored them. "And what of our spy, Bartemius? Is Severus well?" the Dark Lord asked softly. "Severus has agreed to meet with his lover during the break," Barty replied, pouting. "He claims in his letter that the antidote is progressing according to the schedule he originally outlined and that Dumbledore watches him too closely for him to sabotage it." The Dark Lord's eyes flashed with anger, his childish features showing a hideous fury before it was quickly masked. "I want you to impress upon him that I will be most displeased should the woman wake. If he cannot find a way to prevent the antidote from working, then he must find a way to prevent her from speaking." "As you wish, father. We will need to arrange a location so he can begin the next phase of the ritual potion," the Dark Lord murmured. "Not here. Severus will not find this worthy of a potions master." "The Lestrange manor stands empty, father," Barty suggested. "It has a wonderful potions lab." "No," the Dark Lord said. "They know of you and your association. They would have taken care to lay a trap. No. We must choose somewhere they would not suspect." His cold gaze turned to Peter, who immediately prostrated himself. "My lord." "My faithful servant, Peter," the Dark Lord said smoothly. "You will continue to use the Polyjuice and return to the place we visited for the ingredient of my ancestor." He smiled wickedly. "The potions lab in the west wing of the mansion will suffice for Severus's needs, it simply needs to be cleaned. You will see to this." "Yes, master," Peter replied immediately. "I will place it under the Fidelius charm." The Dark Lord expressed his satisfaction. Peter hoped he wouldn't be made the secret keeper. "You may tell us all you learned today now, Peter." With a dry mouth, Peter took a moment to wet his lips. "I discovered the identities of those who captured your fallen follower, my lord." Travers started forward but restrained himself after a quick glance at the Dark Lord. "Who?" asked the Dark Lord, a glint of madness flaring in his eyes. "Three of a team they call the Rat Squad," Peter explained hurriedly. "Chambers, Wood, and Cambridge were responsible for the arrest." The Dark Lord hissed angrily. "However, my lord," Peter continued, "it was our old enemy Moody who was responsible for his heart attack." The Dark Lord snapped his wand up, and a small ornament exploded, coating the mantelpiece with dust. He settled back in his throne of pillows and glowered. "Dennis." Travers kneeled beside him, pain flashing across his face so quickly that Peter almost convinced himself he hadn't seen it. "My lord." "Faithful Dennis," the Dark Lord said slowly. "You have been so good and taken your father's punishment with such grace. You deserve a reward." "I live to serve, my lord," Travers said, devotion dripping from his words. Peter considered that if he himself were to die, it was likely that Travers would take his place in the ritual. "Then all those our dear rat has named are yours," the Dark Lord said. "Kill one or kill them all. I leave it with you." "Thank you, my lord," Travers said with a deferential nod. Peter deduced that Travers would kill them all or die trying. The latter was not impossible, given Moody's long history of paranoia and prowess with a wand. "Anything else?" asked the Dark Lord impatiently. "The masses are diverted by the news of the wedding, my lord," Peter said quickly. The Dark Lord. "Your old friend must be lauded by his fellow Lupins," the Dark Lord said eventually. "His relationship with Black has given him the power to suggest that normality is a possibility for the pitiful creatures." "But hardly socially acceptable yet," Peter replied. "Most of the remarks I overheard were not sympathetic to a witch, especially one with the gift of a metamorphosis, aligning herself with a werewolf." "Indeed not," the Dark Lord agreed. "That if this marriage were to occur, it would send too much hope into the werewolf community. You do not set your dog at your dinner table and dress it in fine clothes." Peter thought of his mother's yapping Yorkie, dressed in winter woolies and dog boots, and said nothing. "No, dogs are good for guarding and terrorizing, but they should still be treated like dogs." The Dark Lord sighed. "We cannot allow this marriage to happen." His eyes narrowed on Peter again. "You said the witch had the ability of a metamorphosis." Peter nodded swiftly. "Then she may be an interesting specimen to keep," the Dark Lord said coldly. "Perhaps the child she carries would have the same value for examination." "My lord," Peter said, prostrating himself again to hide his shudder of revulsion. He could imagine the horrors that the Dark Lord's examination would entail, and he would not wish it on his worst enemy, let alone a young woman like Nymphadora Tonks. The Dark Lord sighed. "Fetch parchment and a quill." Peter rushed to do his bidding, laying them out within easy reach of the Dark Lord's tiny hands. "While I did not want to provide Fenrir an advantage as part of his punishment, I fear I must change my plans." He grimaced. "I had thought Fenrir would have tracked Lupin down and killed him by now. He was once a capable asset. Hopefully, the old wolf will realize Lupin will be in Bulgaria for his own wedding, father," Barty offered dryly. Manic laughter erupted from the small child, and the Dark Lord patted Barty's head. "You do amuse me," he said, waving around the room. "Leave. I have letters to write to old associates." Peter was vaguely aware that Barty headed for the Vanishing Cabinet to return to Hogwarts. He bowed and made his way to the door to fulfill the other mission his master had given him. He needed to apparate to Little Hangleton and assess the situation with the lab. If he stopped at the L post office to offer his old friend Mooney an early wedding present of a warning, well, he was just fulfilling his master's original wishes regarding Fenrir. Satisfied with his justification, Peter stepped onto the street. Once he was safely out of earshot of the tiny flat above the apothecary, he began whistling. Maybe there would also be time for a spotted dick and custard. The news of the diadem being found had Albus settling into the comfortable chintzy armchair he had conjured for himself, a squirm of glee washing over him. He observed the arriving teachers with a sense of satisfaction. He nodded to the four heads of houses as they entered the room. Their fourth staff meeting was about to begin, and Albus felt they had made many improvements since the start of the year, despite the debacle of Harry being entered in a tournament and the ongoing sabotage of the tasks. The teachers seemed happier and more engaged, and the students were brimming with enthusiasm. Hogwarts hummed with happiness, both spiritually and magically. He smiled a welcome as Irma, Matilda, and Septima took their usual seats. The librarian, the historian, and the arithmancy professor had become a close trio in recent months. The next group, Bethesda, Allison, and Rolanda were not far behind. The ancient runes professor, the Muggle studies professor, and the flying instructor were all mad about Quidditch, it turned out. Albus overheard a heated debate about the last match of the season. He then turned his attention to the unlikely duo lurking in their usual corner, Alastair and Severus. Both were. Albus watched everyone else, hiding a smile as Firenze entered, deep in discussion with Aurora and Tobias. The dueling contest had concluded with a win for Beauxbatons, but Hogwarts had performed well, especially given the lack of formal training in previous years. Opening the competition to the lower years had made for a fascinating event, and Daphne Greengrass's prowess had been a definite revelation. Hagrid arrived, carrying an injured owl, and took a seat next to Pomona. Sybil entered in her usual flurry of scarves, and finally, Helen briskly walked in, offering apologies for Poppy, who was treating a student in the infirmary. Argus took his place at the door, glowering as usual. Albus sighed inwardly, fearing the caretaker was seeing his last year at Hogwarts. Minerva cleared her throat pointedly. They were ready to begin. Albus greeted them warmly. "It is good to see us all here again for another roundup," he said cheerily. "Perhaps we shall begin with the academics." He listened with half an ear as Minerva covered the best and worst performers in each year, with each head of house chiming in as needed. It was only when she reached Harry's year that he tuned back in as the conversation shifted to the boy himself. "I think it's clear that Mr. Potter will require an individualized lesson plan next year," Minerva said with a sigh. "If he returns," Severus inserted snidely. Minerva glared at him. "There is no suggestion currently that he will not." "He does have to survive the tournament," Severus rejoined. Albus cast a warning look in Severus's direction. "Let us all hope that he will, and that he will resume his studies here with us formally next year. An individualized lesson plan will be the way forward," Phileas agreed with Minerva. "He has mastered most of the spell work required to achieve his newts." "But not in every subject," Pomona objected. "And his theoretical understanding is still somewhat behind newt level." Severus sneered. "With some tutoring, I believe he could. Harry could pass his owls in the one subjects early with exceeds expectations, if not outstandings." Minerva took a breath. "He could also easily achieve newts in the one subjects the following year, focusing on theory rather than the practical work, which he is already performing well. In all other subjects, except for rooms where he is already a year ahead, I would propose to keep him with his year group." She paused. "He could begin a mastery in one of the one subjects after completing his newt." Albus wondered if she was hoping Harry would choose her subject. "It seems like a sensible and balanced plan," Helen commented. "He doesn't need the isolation of being completely separated from his peers and friends, but this recognizes that he has different educational needs without making him too different." Severus snorted quietly from his corner, but thankfully remained silent otherwise. "What does Lord Black think?" asked Matilda, leaning forward. "Has this been discussed with him?" Minerva inclined her head. "Sirius and I had a brief discussion just this morning. He is happy with my proposal. He is concerned that Mr. Potter is becoming increasingly disassociated with Hogwarts and his peers as the year progresses and would like to encourage him to strengthen his ties with his friends and year group." She pursed her lips. "He has requested that, subject to some additional security, next term Mr. Potter be allowed to spend the occasional night in the Gryffindor boys' dorm with his friends. I have granted the request." Albus felt pleased with the news. He had been a bit worried that Harry would not wish to return to Hogwarts for his 5th year, or that Sirius would decide Harry should be homeschooled instead. If there were plans to ensure Harry continued to feel part of the Hogwarts student body, then his small concern was eased. "Can we continue, or are we to assume Potter is our only student?" inquired Severus pointedly. Minerva sent him a quelling look, but picked up the discarded parchment and continued with the academic performances of the other years. Albus settled back, ready to listen. Minerva was pleased to hear that Natalie Warren was currently at the top of the 7th year and was on track to graduate with a full set of outstandings. She set one parchment aside and picked up another. "I shall move on to the points system. I am pleased to say that all professors are complying with the guidelines set out at the start of the year. The houses remain fairly equal, although Gryffindor currently leads due to our success in the Quidditch Cup. Severus glowered in the background as Minerva accepted the congratulations of her colleagues once again. "Shall we move on?" suggested Albus, smoothly inserting himself into the pause. "Helen, perhaps a report from the infirmary." Helen nodded. "We have 2 second-year students currently in the infirmary, Amy Addison and Larry Cable." Pomona leaned forward, reminding Albus that both students were Hufflepuffs. "Both mistimed the stairs yesterday and had a bit of a nasty fall," Helen continued. "They should be fine for the express tomorrow." She cleared her throat. "Generally, we have had a good term. A few minor accidents and misspells, but no major outbreak of illness. The at-risk children are all doing well, I'm pleased to say. 2 have been removed from their current living situations due to the evidence and have been placed with either close relatives or godparents. There was 1 report of bullying, but Professor Flitwick was quick to step in. An attempt at theft, Phileas reported with a disapproving scowl. The culprit has been issued with a first warning. Poppy is doing duty over the Easter break as I have a return to the States planned." "That's all from the infirmary," Helen concluded. Albus smiled at her benevolently. "And that does neatly bring us to the arrangements for the upcoming holiday. Alastair, if I can prevail upon you. Security will be maintained over the holiday," Alastair said firmly. "We will maintain constant vigilance." Albus ignored Minerva, rolling her eyes. "What about during the Lupin wedding?" asked Septima seriously, leaning forward, attentive and curious. Alastair glowered. "The timing is unfortunate, but we have it covered." He nodded at Minerva. "Those with personal invitations will attend. Minnie will be away for the entire weekend of the wedding. The headmaster will be gone the day before and on the day of the wedding. I'll be there just for the day." The invitation was extended to all of Remus's former colleagues, Albus explained quickly, "but we need to maintain a quorum of teachers since there will be students remaining in the castle." He gestured toward the head of Ravenclaw. "Phileas will take overall responsibility for the school in my absence, with support from Professors Snape and Sprout. There will be a group of Aurors patrolling during that time as well," Alastair said firmly. "That's reassuring," Allison commented. "There are rumors circulating that a former follower of Voldemort may be posing as a student." There was a clear question in her tone. Alastair snorted, while Albus shot her a faintly disapproving look. "It is suggested that those with ill intent, who hid on the Durmstrang ship and killed Headmaster Karkaroff, may have entered the school under false pretenses," Albus conceded. "However, there is no proof. We did have an artifact that allowed us to identify students without requiring them to take a blood identity test," Alastair growled. "There was no evidence of anyone not being who they claimed to be, and the Board of Governors has refused the request to conduct additional tests. No student is acting out of character as yet," Snape added snidely. "However, we should all strive to be observant and report any such aberrant behavior to their head of house or the headmaster." The other teachers nodded in agreement. "Will we have to retake identity tests?" Omar asked, looking pointedly at Alastair. "It would help eliminate the possibilities," Alastair said. "But I've been told I can't insist on it unless you leave the grounds." "We could volunteer," Allison suggested. "I'd be happy to offer." "To do a test," Helen agreed. More staff stepped forward until everyone confirmed they would retake a test. Albus beamed at them. "Excellent," he said finally. "As Alastair mentioned, this will help eliminate possibilities. In the meantime, we should all keep our eyes and ears open for trouble." "I wish the sodding French were as accommodating," Alastair grumbled. "Has there been any progress on the investigation into the sabotage of the second task?" Rolanda asked. Alastair sighed heavily. "The sea snake was supposedly in a cage and under the control of a merman. There's evidence that the merman was subjected to the Imperious Curse," Albus said gravely. "We fear it was Bartemius Crouch Jr. He has likely inherited his father's aptitude with languages. The merman was under orders to release the snake, regardless of how the task was done," Alastair added brusquely. "At least nobody was killed or hurt this time," Helen said grimly, likely remembering the death of a dragon handler in the first task. And how is the preparation for the third task going? Tobias asked delicately. We've locked down as much as we can, but that maze is so bloody public. Alastair grimaced again. Albus didn't respond to the disapproval. The Quidditch pitch was the most sensible choice, he stated. Rolanda snorted. Do we know which students are staying over in the castle during the holiday period? A full list will be published shortly, Minerva confirmed briskly. As usual for this break, all the 7th and 5th years are remaining behind for exam revision, and a good number of students from the other years across all 3 houses are choosing to stay as well. Some of the Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students have requested leave due to the recent terrible events, and they have all been granted permission to travel home but will face an identity check upon their return, Albus said. We expect the temporary placement of Professor von Humberg will be made the permanent headmaster of Durmstrang in the new term. Those poor children, Pomona sighed. Such a terrible event. Some have taken up the counseling we have offered, Helen said comfortingly. A most unfortunate incident, Albus agreed. He quickly brought the meeting to a close and asked Severus to stay behind. I noticed you received another letter at dinner, Albus said without preamble. Severus looked at him sourly. As you know, I have been summoned to a meeting during the holidays with Crouch. Albus nodded gravely, recalling their last encounter. He hated that Severus risked his life as a spy, but he understood there was no choice. If Sirius had not insisted that Severus resume his role, Albus would have had to request the same at some point. It is remarkably dangerous for you to meet him alone, Severus, Albus said. Never fear, Severus sneered. He will court the displeasure of the Dark Lord if he attempts to harm me again, and my position with the Dark Lord is assured as long as he requires potions made. I do care for you, Severus, Albus said gently. Not just for your worth as a spy. Severus gazed back with a dark look that revealed nothing, true to Slytherin form. Why has he written again? Albus asked, steering the conversation back to business. He requests that if I cannot sabotage the potion to awaken the Summer's woman, the Dark Lord insists that I do not allow her to speak. Albus stroked his beard softly. He gave something away in her presence. Undoubtedly, Severus replied, inclining his head. But what? He made a sharp motion with one hand. I assume you have assessed the likelihood of the person hidden at Hogwarts being tasked with destroying the potion. It is a possibility, Albus mused. We should increase security in your lab. Alastair and I have already taken care of it, Severus confirmed. Severus informed him, if there is nothing else. Albus inwardly sighed and allowed Severus to leave, his robes billowing impressively. He sometimes wondered if different choices would have led Severus down a different path. His decisions regarding Harry had been so misguided that he questioned whether his actions toward Severus had been just as flawed. He feared he had misstepped during Severus's youth, allowing the Marauders too much freedom and punishing Severus too harshly in comparison. Perhaps. He shook his head. The past could not be changed, he could only strive for a better future. A sense of impending conclusion loomed over him. The third task was approaching, bringing with it the inevitable confrontation between Harry and Tom. Albus sighed and pulled himself from his melancholy thoughts. He should focus on happier things. After all, there was a wedding to look forward to. Sirius sat on the arm of the easy chair in his study, staring at the blackboard. He sighed and raised his wand, scratching out the word diadem. There was only one more possible Horcrux left, the snake. They could only hope that Voldemort hadn't created any others in the meantime, though the general consensus was that it was unlikely. Suddenly, his mirror buzzed on the desk, and he frowned. It was the silent signal, the one he and James had enchanted into the mirror for emergencies when one of them was stuck on a terrible date and needed the other to call. He had never told Harry about that feature, and none of the new mirrors he created had it. That meant, Sirius mused as he hurried over to the mirror, the only person it could be was Moony. He doubted Wormtail still had a mirror or would use it. He picked up the mirror and sat at his desk, tapping it carefully. Moony, he said. Padfoot. Remus replied immediately. The image wavered as Remus. Sirius hurried out and excused to whoever he was with and settled into a more private space. Why the signal for an emergency call? He asked, half amused and half impatient to know the reason. Andy and Dora have been talking about wedding colors for over an hour, Padfoot. Remus sounded completely bewildered. Over an hour? Sirius laughed and settled back in his chair. Oh, come on. That's nothing. How can you not remember Lily and Alice spending 2 hours on the subject for Alice's wedding to Frank? Are you sure I was there for that? Remus demanded, amused. Sirius raised an eyebrow. You were there, just as you were there for the marathon discussion they had about whether lilies were an appropriate flower for a wedding when Lils and Proms got hitched. In all honesty, Padfoot, I think my mind has blanked out both events in self-preservation, Remus said dryly. Lucky you, Sirius muttered. He had tried drinking to forget at the time, and it hadn't worked. Colors, Padfoot. Remus stressed. I mean, what does it really matter if the yellow is the wrong side of sunshine and things should be more to the gold side of the spectrum? It's a woman thing, Sirius shrugged. Remus sighed and cast a look beyond the mirror. I should get back. Andy's being very, well, I don't know how to put it, but I think Dora's pretty on edge. I just needed a breather. Look, Mooney, Sirius said, softening his tone, Andy just wants Dora to have the best wedding and the best marriage. Remus flushed bright red. He breathed deeply as though gathering himself and heaved a sigh. I know I'm not the best catch. That's not what I'm saying, Mooney, Sirius interrupted sharply. You're a great catch, and frankly, you're the one Tonks wanted. Andy just hasn't come round to the way it happened yet, that's all. In the meantime, indulging Andy's fervor is... That's probably not a bad thing, Remus said. You mean I should man up? He sighed. Mooney, Sirius replied, dragging a hand through his hair. The last thing he wanted was to pressure Remus further about the marriage and the baby. Remus had stepped up and done the right thing. No, Padfoot, Remus said firmly. I'm sorry. He reached out as if to touch Sirius but then dropped his hand. I know you're in a difficult position. Has the fallout been very bad? Sirius gave a half shrug. The press has been good, but commentary-wise? Dora's getting the worst of it. I'm just pleased Andy and Ted are out of the country. They don't need to hear everyone calling their daughter names. Remus's eyes flashed amber. They'd better not call her names at the wedding. We both made a lapse in judgment on birth control. Our friends are being supportive, Sirius said, waving his hand dismissively. The Alliance mainly disapproves of the lack of thought on the political implications by both of you. They're not wrong about that, Remus replied. I'll make sure we send some kind of pre-wedding apology note, maybe with the wedding favors. He sighed heavily again. What are favors anyway? Did Proms have favors? I don't recall anything. Sure, Sirius said. They had those little bags with hangover potion in them for everyone. Remus stared at him. How do you remember all this? Sirius made a vague dismissive gesture. I think I thought Lily would kill me if I didn't. I was the best man. He recalled the hours spent making the potion. Remus smiled nostalgically. She probably would have. They shared a look of fond remembrance. Remus cleared his throat. Any ideas for mine and Dora's? If you're going to use the favors as an apology, something suitably expensive, Sirius said dryly. That's actually very helpful, Remus replied. Sirius smirked at him and suddenly realized he hadn't told Remus the latest news. Hey! On a completely different topic, we found some treasure today. Treasure? Remus's interest piqued. In the room of requirement. Sirius nodded enthusiastically. The Weasley owl showed up right on top of it. Bill was blown away. Is the item destroyed? Remus asked, adjusting his position. Yes, Sirius confirmed. Same as the others. One priceless treasure turned into a puddle of useless slag. So, There's just the snake left in the treasure hunt, Remus said, smiling. That's excellent, Padfoot. Bertie's over the moon, Sirius replied wryly. Both he and Amelia were looking smug at the council tonight. Why was Amelia looking smug? Remus inquired. A monitoring ward on a location we've identified as a possible hidey hole pinged this afternoon, Sirius explained. When the squad went to check, they got confused and apparat back. Bertie confirms that there's now a Fidelis in place. Amelia thinks they're gearing up to move there for the final months leading up to this ritual. Which puts them somewhere we know they're generally at, thanks to the monitoring charm, Remus said, but somewhere we now don't know about and can't access without the secret keeper. Bugger. Exactly. I guess Voldemort's not against using something his enemies have come up with if it works, Sirius said, leaning back. To be honest, I don't think it matters that we don't know where they are right now. On the day of the ritual, we'll be able to pinpoint them if we let their plan play out. That's a big if, Sirius, Remus murmured. Sirius nodded in solemn agreement. Harry thinks we should be focusing on the endgame, and I agree with him. Although I'm hoping that with the diadem found, we can go after Voldemort more aggressively and take him down before then. If we haven't got him before the third task, Harry and the kids have a lot at stake. Good training plan, Sirius said, but as he points out, the third task isn't really about winning the tournament. As soon as it's over, whether he wins or not, all the preparation will be done, and he'll be right for the picking. That's a horrifying thought, Remus commented sadly. Harry believes Voldemort must have something planned to grab him, Sirius continued, pushing a hand through his hair. So frankly, I think the main worry right now is Hogwarts. They lost the ship as their way into the school, and I believe they will have planned a contingency. It's what I would do. Remus sighed. What would you do exactly? Ron was right. The easiest thing would be to take the place of a student or a teacher, Sirius replied promptly. Albus says the teachers volunteered for tests, but we're not performing identity checks unless people leave the grounds. And we're not checking at all for all the Hogwarts students. So, there's a risk someone will go home for Easter and come back as someone else, Remus surmised. We have the map, Sirius agreed. But we don't know if Peter has done something to get around it. And if we do spot someone, as Harry says, do we keep them in play where we know where they are, or do we take them out? Remus sighed again. Another good question. He shifted and caught Sirius's gaze. You said Harry has pointed out a lot of this. I'm very proud of him, Sirius admitted, feeling a lump in his throat. I am torn about not wanting him to have to think about this kind of thing, but I'm pleased he's taking it seriously, you know. I know, Padfoot. Remus took a deep breath. I felt the baby move today for the first time, and all I can think about is how to keep that tiny scrap of life protected and safe. I know I love Harry, but I guess there's still a bit of, I don't know, distance? Maybe because I know he's yours, and I'm still only Uncle Mooney at the end of the day. But that feeling yesterday was overwhelming, and if that's how you feel so strongly about Harry, I don't know why you aren't bald from pulling your hair out, Sirius said with a weak laugh. Welcome to parenthood, Mooney. They both smiled at each other, a bit sappy, until the realization hit them. They quickly snapped back into action. Right, Remus shook himself. What about that power he knows not? With the diadem found, we need to think about the endgame, and that has to be part of it. Did the Italians let you have the caveati copy of the Lumiere account? Sirius shook his head. It's worthless anyway, Remus, you know that. However, he rummaged through his desk and pulled out a parchment, lifting it into view of the mirror with a loud todder. A letter? Remus squinted. I can't read it, Padfoot. Then allow me, Sirius declared cheerily. Dear Lord Black, I thank you for your recent correspondence delivered to me by our mutual friend, Elaine Delica. She has kindly agreed to host a small introduction between us and your son, Lord Potter, on the 10th of April in Paris. I look forward very much to meeting you both. Yours, etc., Vivian Vert. He set the letter down. It just arrived this afternoon. I wish I could attend with you, Remus sighed, frustration momentarily tensing his face. I feel like I'm letting you and Harry down. You should stop beating yourself up, Remus. You made a mistake, but you're stepping up and taking responsibility, Sirius said gently. Harry and I understand you have different obligations now, and you aren't letting us down. You're still there for us, we know that. Remus snorted but nodded in agreement. So, any thoughts on color? I prefer gold to sunshine yellow, if that helps, Sirius replied. Remus rolled his eyes, waved, and then disappeared. Sirius looked at the blank mirror and gently set it back down on the desk. Sirius missed Remus a great deal. He missed his counsel and steady support. He missed having Remus's calm to offset his own frenetic energy. His other friends had stepped in, and he knew he could call Minnie, and she would pop over for a nightcap and a chat. But he had felt this particular ache before. It was the ache of a man who understood that life was changing because his best friend had found a romantic partner. That relationship would take precedence over every other relationship in their lives, even their oldest friendship. Sirius remembered the hurt he had felt when his friendship with James became secondary in James's eyes to his love for Lily. Nights out with Sirius were replaced by nights in with Lily. Time spent with just the guys suddenly included Lily. In retrospect, the resentment and angst he had felt seemed childish, especially since Lily had become the sister he had always wanted. It wasn't the same with Remus and Tonks, Sirius mused. Remus and Tonks were already family. Sirius was mature enough to understand Remus's changing priorities and even supported the change. But change was still change, and the ache of losing what they had built since Sirius had become Lord Black hadn't yet been soothed by what they would become in the future. There was a small knock on the door before it opened, and Harry entered. He had dressed for bed, and Sirius glanced at the clock, startled to realize it was after 10. You okay? He asked as Harry wandered over to sit in the visitor's chair in front of the desk. Just restless, I guess, Harry replied with a smile. I'm kind of excited about tomorrow and France. He gestured vaguely. And Bulgaria and seeing Remus again. He pointed at the mirror. Did he call? I called him, Sirius said, ignoring the complicated rescue signal. Did you tell him about the... Did you find the diadem and the letter from Madame Vert? Harry asked excitedly. I did, Sirius confirmed. He stood up from the desk and reached out a hand to pull Harry from the chair. I also told him we were starting to think about the endgame. Harry glanced back at the blackboard as Sirius put an arm around his shoulders. It's weird to think we're almost at the end. It feels like it's been going on forever. Sirius hugged his son to his side for a moment. It will end, Harry. He paused. And then you will have responsible sex, get married, have babies, and live happily ever after with the woman of your dreams. Ori? Harry laughed, pinching Sirius in the ribs. They wrestled for a moment before Sirius wrapped his arm around Harry again and marched him from the room. Come on, Sirius declared. If we sneak down to the kitchen, Dobby will make us hot chocolate and marshmallows. His gaze darted to the blackboard as he leaned back to close the door, casting a spell to cover it once more. Maybe they were getting close to the end, but it wasn't over yet. Thomas Marvolo Riddle stared up at the ceiling above him. He was ostensibly resting. The young body he inhabited tired easily, and after his letter writing that afternoon, he felt fatigued. It was frustrating. But it would soon be over. The plan for his physical resurrection was in full motion. In just a few short months, he would have a new adult body. Once again, he would have the physicality to match his intellect and spirit, the ability to move and act. He had underestimated the Potters that Halloween night. He had been too self-satisfied by Peter's betrayal of their hiding place and his grand plan to create an inviolate Horcrux. He had not considered that James and Lily Potter had already defied him 3 times, knew of his desire to kill their child, and perhaps planned for the event. The ancient Wiccan magic that the Mudblood Witch had used to protect her child was. He had felt the wrath of an angry mother when her protective magic sent his killing curse back at him, obliterating his body into ashes in a way the curse would never have done otherwise. It was powerful and unknown magic, one that Tom would never be able to wield. He was neither a witch nor a mother, and he had no desire to become either, despite his envy of that magic. However, he was powerful enough to defeat it. Choosing the Potter boy, Harry, for the ritual worked for him on several levels. One reason was the hypothesis that taking the boy's blood would neutralize the protection his mother had placed around him. He had done the arithmetic, and the theory supported his proposition. It had been the only reason for his defeat at Halloween. Without that protection, a mere babe would not have withstood his attack. Without it, he would have killed the boy before he turned 12. Thomas gave a disgruntled huff. Occupying Quirrell had been difficult, despite the wizard's adoration of him. However, it had given him the ability to spy on the 11-year-old Harry and contemplate what was special about the boy. The answer had been, nothing. Nothing about Harry Potter was special. He was thin, small, and wore second-hand, ragged clothes under his school robes. Thomas recognized the signs of neglect from his time in the orphanage and felt a bitter satisfaction. Perhaps a baby had reduced him to a wraith, but without his formidable parents, little Harry Potter had grown up without love or kindness. Dumbledore knew this, of course. It wasn't hard to see how the old fool sometimes looked at his boy wonder with sorrowful regret. Yet, Harry's situation mattered no more to Dumbledore than the plight of Thomas Marvolo Riddle had so many years before. Thomas contemplated that for a moment and wondered if he had played it wrong with the boy back then. Yes, he had made a half-hearted attempt to win the boy over during their confrontation in front of the mirror, but if he had approached the boy not as himself, but as a savior, someone who would rescue him from his situation, perhaps even repentant, could he have swayed his nemesis to his side? Possibly not. The boy he had observed that year was filled with too much righteous anger against the wizard who had murdered his parents. Of course, the boy had not been anything special beyond his name and the fame he hadn't even known he possessed. Harry Potter was an average student, lacking discernible intellect or power, with only flying as a potential talent. He had certainly managed to stay on that damnable broom longer than most when Thomas had convinced Quirrell to jinx it. And yet, Harry had stood firm in their confrontation. Yes, he had been scared, but he still defied him, still challenged him. In the end, his mother's protection had saved him again. Quirrell had burned at the touch of the boy, and Thomas's own form had been weakened with immense pain. It had taken him months to recover. Then, Peter had turned up with his babbling tale of how little Peter the Rat had been discovered. There were stories of his old friends Black and Lupin almost murdering him, only for little Harry to stop them. Poor, honorable Harry, whose sense of justice wanted Peter locked up for betraying his parents rather than dead. As Thomas plotted and planned, Peter's stumbling information about young Harry and the 2 years he had missed became valuable. The tale of the heir of Slytherin, the basilisk, and Harry slaying the snake had angered Thomas. It was unthinkable that the boy had spoken Parseltongue, although magical transference on the night of Halloween had probably been the cause. It was maddening that he had killed such a powerful weapon that Thomas had under his thrall. It was infuriating that Lucius had used one of his precious artifacts in what amounted to nothing more than a political ploy. But then, the diary Horcrux had been filled with more than just soul, it contained his writings and plans. He had written in many. Thomas reflected on the times he had realized what he had done in creating the Horcrux. He felt the chilling pull of it, wrapping icy fingers around the remaining soul within his body. A young girl would not have withstood it for long. Perhaps Lucius had been alerted to his survival after the events of his son's first year at Hogwarts. The younger Malfoy was a disappointment, but he might have taken the diary out in anticipation. Maybe the diary had even instructed Malfoy. Thomas would find out from Lucius when he returned to full power. He smiled cruelly. The diary was not the only thing Lucius had to account for. It seemed Lucius had bowed to the political will of Lord Black faster than a tissue crumpled under a few drops of water. Lord Black. Thomas's mind drifted towards Sirius Black and he allowed it to wander. The wizard was proving to be a worthy adversary. Thomas had always admired the Blacks. Arcturus had been a contemporary, a couple of years ahead of him at Hogwarts, and he had ruled Slytherin House like a king. There were few wizards Thomas admired, but Arcturus was one of them. highly intelligent, political, and slithering to his core. And Sirius Black was Arcturus's chosen heir. In retrospect, Arcturus had never truly supported Lord Voldemort. He had never intended to become a Death Eater, Thomas mused. As Lord Black, Arcturus had remained behind his formidable walls and had told Thomas that only when the entire living House of Black supported him would Arcturus allow himself to be marked. Arcturus must have known his grandson Sirius would never have supported Lord Voldemort. Back then, the young Black hadn't registered with Thomas as anything more than an annoyance, an acolyte of Dumbledore and another faceless hit wizard. He had been angered at the revelation that Sirius Black, undercover and undetected, had managed to disrupt the European side of the war for months. The Carrows had spent time under the Cruciator's curse for that. He felt a surge of anger that Black had somehow escaped and left so much destruction in his wake. Yet, he had never taken the time to evaluate him, too focused on Dumbledore, Bagnold, and others. That had been a mistake. Black was just as dangerous as his grandfather and just as cunning. Peter might have tricked him once, but Black had escaped from Azkaban and had done so again after Peter fled to Thomas. Instead of hiding as a wanted fugitive, Black had claimed his lordship and turned the British wizarding world upside down. He had assumed political control with ease, subjugated Lucius, and invigorated society, shaking it from the inertia and apathy that would have allowed Thomas to take power effortlessly. All of this for one boy. Thomas wondered what it was like to be loved so much that someone would change the world to ensure their safety and happiness. A part of him, a part that remembered his childhood and the nights he dreamed of his parents returning to tell him it had all been a mistake, envied Harry Potter for having the love of Sirius Black. He glowered at the ceiling. He had never had anyone but himself. He had never needed anyone else. That little Harry needed Sirius Black so much, it was a weakness. Apart from Peter's failed deception over Yule, they had not truly exploited that weakness. Bartemius's plan had been a complete failure, eliminating two of his better supporters, Mulciber and Rookwood, before they had even entered the fray. Thomas sighed. Bartemius was intelligent and cunning, but he was also insane. Still, he was useful because his obsession with revenge on Black was all-consuming, and he would help Thomas achieve his goals as long as that revenge was on the table. Thomas was determined not to lose sight of that. Bartemius had already killed one father, and even if Thomas had no intention of becoming another victim of Bartemius's penchant for patricide. Dennis Travers was a loyal follower, but he lacked creativity and was dull. He made a good foot soldier, but he would never be a lieutenant. Before Azkaban, Travers Sr. had been a smart man, but his cleverness had faded under the influence of the Dementors. Thomas believed he had become a liability, which was proven when he was caught and interrogated. Death had been a lucky escape for Travers Sr. His Dark Lord would have tortured him for months for his transgressions. Peter was a good servant. He had followed all of Thomas's orders without fail, and Thomas could not fault his care. However, he would never forget how quickly Peter had turned on his friends. How Peter had ended up among the brave was a mystery to Thomas. The rat always looked to the strongest for protection. Severus, on the other hand, was a worthy follower. He was intelligent, a genius at potions, and cunning. He had clearly taken advantage of being seen as Dumbledore's spy and used it to save himself at the end of the previous war. Thomas thought he should be angry at Severus for disrupting Quirrell's plans, but he believed his followers should be able to overcome obstacles on their own. Severus had not realized that his Dark Lord inhabited the sniveling defense teacher, someone he had shown disdain for. Thomas did wonder if the death of Lily Potter had affected Severus's loyalty, but the hatred Severus showed toward young Harry eased his mind on that score. He feared Fenrir was one dog who had had his day. Lupin was in his prime, and Fenrir would struggle to win against the younger wolf on even ground. Of course, Thomas had no plans to allow for an even playing field. The Carrows had been his most vicious followers, and he fully expected them to ensure victory. Soon, Thomas promised. Soon, he would have his body back and be able to entice his better compatriots back to his side. It was a shame that Black had killed the Lestranges, especially Bellatrix. However, once Thomas removed Harry Potter from the world, the likes of Malfoy, Nott, Selwyn, Gibbon, and Wilkes would once again bow at the feet of Lord Voldemort. Thomas's inner voice sneered at the stupid purebloods, so superior and convinced of their own place in the world. He had created the persona of Lord Voldemort to appeal to their snobbery. With the truth of his status as the only true heir of Slytherin, it ensured that he had ruled over them once and would again. It amused him that they followed so eagerly as he killed their kin indiscriminately. All Thomas wanted was power, the power to rule, to make them regret the day they had ignored or belittled a penniless orphan named Riddle. He wanted the power to ensure he would never again be helpless or subjugated. Potter wasn't a pureblood either, despite being clothed in the robes of a pureblood family. Thomas mused that he had decided Potter was the more likely candidate for that infernal prophecy precisely because he wasn't a pureblood. Stupid, Thomas berated himself. If only he hadn't chosen either of them, perhaps he might have escaped the prophecy. He knew he should try to find out the whole thing, but that would involve risking a trip to the ministry. With the security measures in place, it was unlikely he would be able to get in and out without being noticed. No, it would have to wait until he was restored to a body, and then it would be moot, as Potter would be dead. However, Harry, under the tutelage of Black, was proving to be a rather different enemy. The boy's abilities had grown since Thomas's observation of him at Hogwarts, or perhaps Harry had hidden his true abilities back then. After all, he had killed a basilisk at 12. His performance in the tournament was astounding. Thomas mused that he could lay some of that at Black's door. No. Thomas doubted that Sirius Black was coaching Harry Potter. However, that did not change the fact that at 14, Harry was as much a magical prodigy as Thomas had been. Thomas was confident in his ability to defeat Harry once he regained his own body. He had decades of knowledge and experience. In a duel, Thomas would prove himself to be the better wizard. Images of spells and battles flashed through his mind, and he felt the pull of sleep as the dream of defeating his nemesis beckoned him into rest. As he let go of his hold on consciousness, his last thought whispered in his mind. He would defeat the boy, but perhaps he should not underestimate Harry Potter the way he had underestimated his parents.